Chapter 1. Activation of the System and Absurd Tasks. On Blue Star, in Magic City, within the confines of a modest, cramped rental apartment, Han Shichu sat dazedly, staring blankly at the contract in his hands. Reflecting on the events of the day, he felt as though he were lost in a dream. Earlier in the morning, he had been unfortunately eliminated from a job interview not due to a lack of ability, but merely because his competitor happened to be the boss nephew. Seething with indignation and frustration, he rode the subway back to his small abode. Leaning against the metro seat, he glanced at the meager balance displayed in his WeChat wallet, weighed down by worries for the days ahead. Just then, a woman in a tailored business suit, sporting short hair and gold-rimmed glasses, unexpectedly sat beside him. The capable-looking woman immediately pulled out a business card from her handbag, handing it to him without hesitation. She introduced herself as Lisa Rong, a renowned agent at Dayu Film and Television Media Company, one of the top 5 firms in Huaxia. Noticing Han Shichu's striking appearance and demeanor, she boldly inquired whether he had any desire to embark on a career as a star. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, with long, straight legs and an almost flawless physique complemented by his handsome features, Han Shichu was a sight to behold, easily eclipsing many of the industry's young male idols. Even without any experience, his looks alone would suffice to launch him as a popular idol, which explained why a professional agent would take notice of him. Despite being a fresh-faced graduate, naive and untouched by the harsh realities of society, Han Shichu could not shake the feeling that Lisa Rong's bold approach was a scam. After much patient explanation from her, even showcasing her profile on his phone to substantiate her claims, he gradually began to entertain the possibility that she might indeed be genuine. Once he reluctantly followed her to Dayu Film and Television Media Company and settled into her office, he finally became fully convinced of her identity as a professional agent. Although astute in many ways, Han Shichu was still just a greenhorn who had recently left campus, far from a match for someone who had navigated the tumultuous entertainment industry for over 20 years. Lisa Rong elaborately painted dreams of grandeur with her words, and coupled with the tempting offer of a signing bonus of 100,000 yuan, it took little effort for her to persuade Han Shichu to surrender. He signed his name on the contract and pressed his fingerprint, thus unwittingly ensnaring himself in the grasp of Dayu Film and Television Media Company, becoming Lisa Rong's sole artist following her comeback. Setting the signed contract aside, Han Shichu pulled out his phone and opened the banking app. As he stared at the displayed balance, he confirmed that he wasn't simply dreaming. A delightful smile began to bloom across his face. Who would have thought that just this morning he had fretted over his next meal, only to find 100,000 quietly sitting in his account by noon? The surprises life has to offer. Picking up a mirror from the table, he gazed at his reflection and couldn't help but exclaim, who would have thought if this hard-working, simple me would have to rely on my looks for a living? What a curious twist of fate. Setting the mirror down with a chuckle, he shook his head. But now that it has come to this, overthinking is futile. Better to fill my stomach first. Okay, today for lunch I must treat myself to 4 dishes. Just as he was preparing to tidy up and head out to reward himself, a sudden, mechanical voice interrupted the moment. Congratulations, host, on officially embarking on the path of an artist. The Absurd Adventure Entertainment System has been successfully activated. Han Shichu froze for a moment, alertly scanning the cramped rental apartment. He raised his voice, sternly demanding, "Who's there? Show yourself. Stop playing tricks." As he shouted, he cautiously searched the small room. "Can you stop with the theatrics? This system resides within your brain." Stunned, Han Shichu gasped, "What? You mean you're in my head? Calm down. No need for such an uproar, just think your thoughts silently, and this system will be able to comprehend them." Unable to contain his curiosity, Han Shichu thought to himself, is this for real? Can it really be that incredible? Incredible? This is merely a standard operation, you know. Holy crap, it actually works. Han Shichu exclaimed, astonished by the voice resonating in his mind. What exactly are you? How are you in my head? I am a high-end intelligent technological product developed on a planet called Earth, a millennium in the future known as the Absurd Adventure Entertainment System. After an elaborate introduction, Han Shichu began to gain some understanding of the bizarre situation he found himself in. Before he could ponder further, the voice in his mind continued. To celebrate the activation of this system, I hereby present the host with an initial trio of tasks. First task, Within 10 minutes, head outside and embrace a utility pole plastered with old Chinese medicine advertisements, weeping passionately as you loudly proclaim, "Heavenly Father, my ailment has finally found a cure." Upon completion, the host will receive a chance to draw a reward. Failure will result in a 5 centimeter reduction in your new brother's height. Han Shichu stood there, stupefied. What the hell? This task and the punishment are truly fitting for such a ridiculous name, absurd indeed, and an outright adventure. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shichu shook his head vehemently and retorted, "I refuse. I am, after all, an outstanding young talent from my village, a leader of fashion among the top 10. Use how could I possibly degrade myself by doing something so absurd?" System notification. Tasks issued by this system cannot be refused. Should you decline, the system will automatically issue a failure verdict, resulting in an appropriate punishment for the host. This time, given that the host has not yet fully understood the system, we will overlook the refusal, but you shall receive an electric warning this time. Consider it a first and a last. Han Shichu scoffed dismissively. Yet in the next moment, he was jolted by an electric shock coursing through his body. The unexpected, intense jolt caused him to collapse to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. What the hell? It's for real? After 5 seconds, the electric shock subsided, and Han Shichu lay curled on the floor, trembling involuntarily. At that moment, his eyes were glazed over, his complexion pale, and his muscles still quivering. The electric shock sensation was nothing short of excruciating. It went far beyond just making his scalp tingle. It took a full 5 minutes before Han Shichu, utterly drained, managed to rise from the floor, the pounding in his chest lingering. Having experienced such a terrifying ordeal, he knew there was no way he would dare to endure another go. Of course, if Han Shichu had exhibited a strong masochistic tendency, the electric shock might have felt less like punishment and more like a thrilling ecstasy. But unfortunately for him, he was just an ordinary young man, not even close to being a manly figure. Taking a deep breath, Han Shichu now understood that this absurd system was not joking around, it truly meant business. Chapter 2. The Sand Sculpture System and Divine Rewards. Han Shichu adjusted his shorts, glancing at his prized possession. Despite being financially well off, he pondered whether a 5 centimeter reduction in length would still allow him to bring joy to his girlfriend and future wife. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to undertake the task at hand. Residing in a modest rental unit situated in a remote urban village, he was surrounded by telephone poles plastered with advertisements for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. At that moment, the streets were bustling with pedestrians during lunchtime. Han Shichu scanned his surroundings, seeking a telephone pole that was relatively uninhabited. However, the system's urging chime interrupted his thoughts. "Only 2 minutes remain until task completion. Please hurry." Host. Should you exceed the time limit, this system will deem the task a failure. Having developed a psychological aversion to the penalties imposed by the sand sculpture system, Han Shichu dared not delay further. He dashed across the street to a telephone pole, wrapped his arms around it, and, gazing at an advertisement promising miraculous cures, shouted fervently to the heavens, "Oh heavens, my ailment is finally curable." His dramatic display, coupled with his exclamation, instantly attracted the attention of all passers-by. Some pointed and whispered, others shot him peculiar glances, and a few couldn't help but chuckle. What the hell? This guy is really something. Goodness, how could such a young lad have such an affliction? He looks decent enough. Why not just date? Why engage in such reckless behavior? Oh dear, if you're going to act like a hero, at least wear a helmet. Youth truly is wasted on the young. Embarrassment flushed Han Shichu's cheeks crimson as he longed for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole. Fortunately, the sound indicating task success rang in his mind, prompting him to hurriedly lower his head and flee the scene that had nearly caused his mortification. Breathless, he returned to his rental, securing the doors and windows before finally exhaling in relief. Congratulations, host, for completing the initial task's first strike. You are awarded 1 random lottery draw. As soon as the system's notification concluded, a virtual screen illuminated in Han Shichu's mind. At its center spun a colossal wheel, densely populated with an array of prizes. There were divine-level singing abilities, extraordinary acting skills, exceptional painting techniques, masterful piano performances, remarkable swana playing, and superb eru skills. Han Shichu gawked at the wheel's multitude of offerings. Unable to suppress a gulp, goodness, surely there were over 1,000 options, and all of them were divine skills. He felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. In comparison, the earlier embarrassing task seemed trivial. Even acquiring just one of these skills would ensure a lifetime free from want. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "System, there's no hidden agenda here, is there?" "Rest assured, host. This system is entirely fair and impartial, with no deceit." Eagerly rubbing his hands together, he exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us commence the lottery." The host should think of start to initiate the spinning of the wheel. He'll halt the wheel. Simply think stop. Start. The massive wheel began to spin rapidly. Stop. At his command, the wheel abruptly halted. Upon inspection, he found the indicator pointing to the prize of Divine Level Painting Technique. Congratulations, host, for winning the Divine Level Painting Technique. In an instant, a brilliant golden light filled Han Shichu's mind. As the light faded, he realized an abundance of knowledge, skills, and experiences related to painting had been bestowed upon him. It was a miraculous revelation, surpassing even the most profound enlightenment. Yet, before he could fully revel in his newfound abilities, the system's voice chimed once more, announcing a new task. Initial task, triple strike, second strike. Please confess your feelings to a recently divorced woman at the Civil Affairs Bureau before 5 p.m. today. Task success will yield another lottery opportunity and unlock the system's shop. Failure will result in the system removing the root of your troubles. Han Shichu was filled with dread. Seriously? Is this sand sculpture system truly that ruthless? Frustrated, he cursed vehemently. What the hell? This ridiculous system is out to get me. If you assign me a task to eat feces, am I supposed to comply? Please note, host, this system operates under the auspices of a quirky adventure and entertainment system, not an unrealistic one. However, should the host express a strong desire in that direction, this accommodating system can certainly issue relevant tasks. And moreover, the rewards for completing such tasks are unimaginably generous. Would you care to give it a try? Get lost. Han Shichu discerned that the sand sculpture system could be interpreted in two ways. One aspect focused on quirky adventures, while the other centered on entertainment. The tasks issued were invariably bizarre adventures, while the rewards predominantly pertained to entertainment-related items. Of course, there were also rewards that had no relation to entertainment whatsoever. I have a question. You won't continuously bombard me with tasks, will you? That would mean I'd be busy with your tasks every day. No. After the host completes the initial triple strike tasks, this system will randomly dispatch tasks at irregular intervals. Han Shichu sighed in relief. Yet, the thought of the current task soon clouded his expression. The only silver lining was that the sand sculpture system did not stipulate that he must succeed in his confession. Contemplating the rewards of success against the penalties of failure, he resignedly sighed. Sometimes, one must take bold risks. He couldn't help but wonder whether this absurd sand sculpture system was a form of a cheat or merely a divine ordeal sent to test him. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past noon, with the Civil Affairs Bureau opening at 2 p.m. He had plenty of time. Although he contemplated stepping out for lunch, the embarrassment of his earlier antics made him decide against it. With little appetite left for a lavish meal, he settled for a simple rice bowl. Once the takeout arrived, he hastily finished his meal and took a refreshing shower. The short hairstyle not only looked neat and vibrant, but also saved him the hassle of blow-drying. Donning a sharp, tailored suit and polished shoes, Han Shichu, known as the walking clothes hanger, managed to pull off a sophisticated appearance, despite the garments being inexpensive. After all, no amount of frugality could overshadow good looks. Conversely, even the finest attire could not redeem an unattractive person. Chapter 3. The Object of Confession. The ice-cold CEO. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the clock struck 2. Whether it was due to the weekday or some other reason, the Bureau appeared particularly desolate that day. Han Shichu sat unceremoniously on the steps, waiting for over 2 hours without spotting a suitable candidate. He encountered a few couples, but they were all there to obtain marriage certificates. Not divorced as the closing time of the Bureau approached, despair washed over him. Time was not on his side. With each passing second, Han Shichu's anxiety escalated, prompting him to silently pray, "Please, dear heavens, send a divorced individual my way. Otherwise, my brother is in peril." Having learned from previous warnings, He no longer doubted the sand sculpture system's capacity to eliminate his troubles upon task failure. Just when he thought his prayers had gone unheard, a luxurious executive car pulled up to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The rear door swung open, revealing a seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man who appeared rather honest and unassuming. From the driver's seat emerged a tall, elegant woman exuding an air of sophistication. Her light chestnut waves cascaded down her back, and her exquisite features were accentuated by a perfectly tailored high-end business suit that highlighted her alluring figure. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, added an air of mystery that captivated the imagination. It was as though a mesmerizing beauty had stepped forth from a painting. Han Shichu was left speechless, both in awe of her breathtaking beauty and in shock, for he recognized her. In fact, he had seen her just that morning at Dayu Film and Television Media Company. How fortuitous! The woman before him was none other than Yu Chu-chan, the president of Dayu Film and Television Media. Carrying a limited edition luxury handbag, Yu Chu-chan strode into the Civil Affairs Bureau with an icy demeanor, while the middle-aged man sluggishly followed behind. Clearly reluctant, there was no doubt, they were there for a divorce. Han Shichu quickly stood up, brushed off his pants, and approached the entrance, eagerly anticipating his only chance of the day. Despite the fact that his target was his boss, the urgency of his brother's situation compelled him to muster his courage. Even if it meant risking his job, his brother's well-being took precedence, as the time set by the system drew ever closer. Anxiety gnawed at Han Shichu, causing him to pace back and forth at the entrance while occasionally peering inside. Finally, Yu Chu-chan emerged first. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shichu stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Time was of the essence, with merely a minute left before 5 o'clock. Han Shichu, caught unprepared, had no time to contemplate his words. Without any preamble, he boldly declared, "Director Yu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" The directness of his confession was strikingly straightforward. Regardless of success or failure, the act of confessing was all that mattered. The aloof and icy Yu Chu-chan stood frozen in astonishment, her expression akin to that of someone witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. As she scrutinized Han Shichu, then, her elegantly arched eyebrows lifted slightly, betraying an inscrutable thought. Han Shichu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he lowered his gaze, awaiting the system's notification tone. However, to his utter surprise, instead of the system's cold, mechanical voice, he received Yu Chu-chan's unexpectedly composed response, "All right." Huh. Han Shichu raised his head slightly, bewildered, wondering if he had misheard. Why Yu Chu-chan reiterated, "I said, all right." Instantly, Han Shichu was engulfed in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Standing there in a daze, "Congratulations, host, for completing the second task. You are awarded a chance for a lottery draw and access to the system marketplace." Finally hearing the system's notification, Han Shichu let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly began to explain, "I'm sorry, Director Yu, Yet, before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Yu Chu-chan. "Come with me." "What?" Before he could regain his composure, Yu Chu-chan grasped his arm, leading him towards the luxurious sedan parked at the entrance. Director Yu, wait, let me explain." "Not Director Yu. Can you please let go of me? Don't pull, I can explain." As Han Shichu struggled, desperately attempting to clarify, Yu Chu-chan remained impervious to his protests, forcibly dragging him into the car. Once seated in the passenger seat, Han Shichu repeatedly tugged at the door handle, pounding on the window, as if he were being abducted. "Director Yu, can you open the door? Can you let me out? What are you doing?" "I'm timid and scared. My mother is waiting for me to come home for dinner." Yu Chu-chan, expressionless, shot him an impatient glare and coldly commanded, "Be quiet." The icy demeanor of Yu Chu-chan, a formidable woman accustomed to authority, completely stunned the inexperienced Han Shichu into silence. "Buckle up." Under the undeniable pressure of her commanding presence, Han Shichu instinctively complied, fastening his seatbelt. Why Yu Chu-chan disregarded him, starting the vehicle and departing from the Civil Affairs Bureau. If he were not aware that she was the president of Dayu Film and Television Media, Han Shichu would likely be trembling in fear. Previously, he had scoffed at the adage, "A handsome boy must protect himself when out in the world." He had thought, if there were truly so many predatory women, why had his capable younger brother not faced any threats? Yet now, he felt the truth in that saying. Han Shichu covertly observed the icy beauty beside him, pondering her true intentions. Is she planning to kidnap and extort me? He shook his head slightly, realizing that she, as the president of one of the top 5 entertainment companies in China, surely lacked for money. Is she taking me to the police station? That seemed unlikely. It was merely a confession, not even a flirtation, so how could it be considered lewd? After much contemplation, Han Shichu could only arrive at one possibility. Yu Chu-chan was after his body, which was the only asset he felt he had. Heavens! She can't possibly be thinking of that. At this thought, Han Shichu shivered involuntarily. Chapter 4. Not wanting to marry, just wanting to fool around with a face full of trepidation, he stole glances at the focused Yu Chu-chan. His mind far from romantic fantasies, he had the system at his side, with various divine rewards. Why would he worry about not having a good meal? If Yu Chu-chan were aware of the wild narrative he was spinning in his mind, she would probably have no hesitation in kicking him out of the car. Han Shichu felt a tumult of anxiety and confusion. If her intentions were as he feared, would he resist to the death or surrender with tears? After another glance at Yu Chu-chan, he was taken aback by the wild spirit she seemed to conceal beneath her elegant and frosty exterior. Eventually, amidst his incessant speculation, Yu Chu-chan halted the car on a secluded roadside. She turned off the engine and engaged the handbrake. Through the window, Han Shichu scanned the quiet surroundings, prompting another wave of anxious thoughts. It couldn't be. Why had she suddenly stopped? And in such an isolated spot? Under the bright daylight on a main road, even if she were wild and unrestrained, surely she wouldn't dare to do anything to him? Yu Chu-chan slightly turned her head to look at him, surveying him from head to toe, nodding in apparent satisfaction. The intensity of her gaze felt akin to that of a predator appraising its prey. Han Shichu instinctively edged away, pressing against the car door, trying to create distance between them, his demeanor alert and wary. Why? Yu Chu-chan finally spoke, her tone frosty. You called me director, you. You must be an employee of my company, correct? Han Shichu nodded, responding, I just joined the company this morning. Signed in by Sister Rong. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yu Chu-chan, 26 years old, president of Dayu Film and Television Media, with a house, a car, savings, and a 3-year-old daughter, though she is not my biological child. Aside from managing the company and taking care of my child, I have no other hobbies. Of course, I have no undesirable habits. Han Shichu, bewildered, couldn't fathom her intentions. Oh? After a nonchalant response, he frowned, pondering whether this resembled a matchmaking scenario. Yu Chu-chan, with her strikingly large eyes, fixated her gaze on him, asking, Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Though still perplexed, Han Shichu introduced himself. My name is Han Shichu, 23 years old, and I just graduated from university this year. Upon hearing this, Yu Chu-chan lowered her gaze slightly, her brows furrowing as she quietly muttered, a bit young. Although her voice was soft, it was still audible in the confined, quiet space of the car, whether intentional or accidental. Her gaze fell on Han Shichu's lower half. Young. Han Shichu immediately bristled, puffing out his chest and retorting, I go by the nickname Wei Gu, you know? Clearly, he and Yu Chu-chan were not on the same wavelength. It was uncertain whether Yu Chu-chan grasped the underlying meaning of his words, as she merely remarked, Well, it's quite popular to be a little milk dog nowadays, isn't it? Han Shichu shot her an indignant glare. Was she being polite? Did she even know how to engage in conversation? Who on earth was a little milk dog? He was a big wolf dog, all right. Ugh, she was the dog. Her whole family was a pack of dogs. Yu Chu-chan appeared unperturbed by his silent fury, indifferent as she stated, Since you confessed to me and I accepted, we should now be considered a couple, in a romantic relationship, right? Huh? No. Han Shichu was taken aback. Quickly attempting to clarify, Director Yu, let me explain. It's not as you think, yet? Yu Chu-chan was uninterested in his excuses, cutting him off once more. How soon can we get our marriage certificate? Upon hearing this, Han Shichu's face turned to one of sheer astonishment, his mouth agape. I know. Stammering and struggling to articulate his thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. Why Yu Chu-chan's exquisite features grew colder, as if encased in a thick layer of frost, sending shivers down his spine. Her eyes, filled with an ominous glare, fixed on him as she questioned, What do you mean? You don't want to marry, just want to fool around? No. Han Shichu shook his head repeatedly. Speaking urgently, don't say that. How could I be fooling around? Yu Chuchan, with unwavering confidence, stated, any relationship that isn't aimed at marriage is defined as fooling around. But we aren't even dating. You confessed, I accepted. How can we not be in a relationship? Han Shichu protested, but I only confessed because I lost a bet. That doesn't concern me. Just tell me when we can register for marriage. The sooner, the better. Ideally tomorrow. This is unreasonable. You're being absurd. Han Shichu truly believed this woman must be out of her mind, who would hastily marry a complete stranger right after a divorce. Even if she were desperate, it couldn't come to this. And wasn't this a matter of desperation? Are you crazy? Han Shichu exclaimed. Why, Yu Chuchan retorted defiantly, are you on medication? Whatever illness you have, I have a remedy for it. Whatever remedy you have, I have an illness for it. I have a clean conscience. Yu Chuchan shot him a venomous glance eye in this round. Han Shichu felt victorious, casting a challenging look her way. Little did she know, he was no easy opponent. Yu Chuchan, with a cold glare, uncompromisingly declared, it's settled then. We will register for marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. A real man should take responsibility for his actions. Marriage? She must be out of her mind. Han Shichu was just about to refuse bluntly when unexpectedly, the absurd system delivered a fatal blow. Initial task, triple strike, third strike. Complete the marriage registration with Yu Chuchan before noon tomorrow. Task success. Reward of 1 lottery chance, an additional 10,000 popularity points, and the activation of the attribute panel. Task failure. The host will be paralyzed for 3 years. What the hell? Han Shichu exclaimed in shock. His eyes wide open, he realized he had been thrust into a predicament by this ridiculous system. He was convinced that this absurd system was indeed a tool of torment sent by the heavens. Moreover, it continued to ensnare him step by step, digging a pit for him to fall into. Alas, what a calamity! Stealing a glance at Yu Chuchan, it seemed that this was not entirely a torment. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, having unexpectedly acquired a wife of breathtaking beauty. Furthermore, she was a female CEO, a wealthy woman. Although she appeared somewhat cold, there might also be a hint of madness in her mind. Chapter 5. The Agreement of Marriage, a dramatic plot. Han Shichu shook his head, secretly scoffing, for she did not seem to be mad at all, nor did she appear to be insane. But why was she so intent on registering their marriage? Was she truly lusting after him? Come on, while he certainly had an appealing appearance, that was hardly a sufficient reason. Was this merely a peculiar penchant of the wealthy, marrying and divorcing at will? Who could afford to be so reckless? Clearly, that was not a possibility. Could there be some special reason behind this? Some unspeakable secret? With this thought, Han Shichu nodded in understanding. It seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Regardless, he was too lazy to dwell further on it. He needed to clarify this doubt or he would never feel at ease. However, before he could voice his inquiry, Yu Chuchan appeared to have read his thoughts and proactively retrieved a document from her handbag. Handing it to him, Han Shichu, both puzzled and curious, accepted the document and began to peruse it. It was only a few pages long, and he quickly grasped the general idea without spending much time on it. He looked at her in surprise and asked, a marriage of convenience, a sham marriage? Yu Chuchan nodded silently. So, the man who seemed so honest just now was also in a sham marriage with you? But why did you choose to divorce him? Ha! Yu Chuchan's expression turned to one of contempt, scoffing disdainfully. Yesterday morning, I signed the agreement with him and registered our marriage. That evening, I specifically invited him to dinner to test him. After all, one must always be on guard. However, while I pretended to go to the restroom, he audaciously attempted to drug me. Do you consider that honest? Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Han Shichu shook his head, though he had a modicum of understanding for that man. After all, Yu Chuchan was using her stunning beauty and alluring figure to probe the man's weaknesses. That was truly unfair. Any normal man would likely falter under such temptation, yet the man's methods were despicable and vile, which Han Shichu, being of the same species, found utterly contemptible. So, Ms. Yu, you were eager to terminate the contract with him today? What other choice did I have? Thankfully, I kept my wits about me and conducted a test. Otherwise, bringing such a base and loathsome scoundrel home would have been akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. While Yu Chu-chan was indignant, she also felt relieved. Han Shichu smiled slightly, raising an eyebrow, and curiously asked, "Oh, why you not fear that I might also be a wolf?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Chu-chan replied, "I do." Well, with her straightforwardness and lack of hesitation, Han Shichu felt as though he had received 1,000,000 points of damage. He was annoyed with himself for asking such an unnecessary question. Why did he have to invite discomfort upon himself? But you, a mere rookie fresh out of school, likely haven't experienced the darkness of society and the complexity of human nature, so you probably don't possess many tricks or ill intentions. Though the words were somewhat affirming, Han Shichu couldn't shake off the discomfort they brought. Why, Yu Chu-chan continued, "Moreover, you appear quite clean, and I do not merely refer to your outward appearance, but also your eyes. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Through them, one can glimpse into a person's heart, and your eyes are remarkably pure and clear. Unlike other men, including that seemingly honest man from earlier, their gazes towards me are inevitably tinged with greed and desire. Perhaps you may not believe it, but women are particularly sensitive to the gazes of men. Had it not been so, I would not have felt the need to test him. The outcome is, as you can see, quite evident." Her words provided Han Shichu with a sense of comfort. The crux of the matter is, my time is exceedingly limited. I must marry before noon tomorrow, leaving me no opportunity for further discernment or selection. Han Shichu, with a bitter smile and a hand to his forehead, remarked, "So, it seems I have inadvertently walked into your line of fire?" Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Yu Chu-chan's exquisite features. Her enchanting smile melted the frost from her face, striking Han Shichu's heart with the precision of a hidden dagger. This unintentional smile was like a gentle breeze over Lugu Lake, or autumn rain nourishing Jujai Gudai. In that moment, Yu Chu-chan appeared as though she had been reincarnated, akin to Shichu returning to the world. Even the strongest steel would soften under her gentle smile. It was breathtaking, so much so that Han Shichu found himself entranced, his face flushed with a hint of intoxication. Why, Yu Chu-chan sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere and quickly suppressed her smile. Once again shrouding herself in an air of frosty aloofness, feigning a cough. Startled by her cough, Han Shichu awkwardly forced a smile, foolishly ruffling his short hair, and hastily redirected the conversation to alleviate the awkward tension. "Ms. Yu, may I ask a question that may or may not be appropriate?" Given that he sought her assistance, Yu Chu-chan would not refuse. "Feel free to ask whatever doubts you may have. Why does it seem that you are in such a hurry to register our marriage? Is there a specific reason?" Yu Chu-chan sighed softly, contemplating for a moment before she began to explain. Han Shichu remained silent, simply listening attentively. Once she finished, he finally understood her urgency. The reason, while sounding rather melodramatic, could be summarized as familial pressure. Her elders had been pressing her for 2 years, having issued her an ultimatum: either return to manage the family business by the age of 26 or get married, after which they would impose no further constraints upon her. Tomorrow marked the deadline they had set. Should she fail to marry, she would be compelled to take over the family enterprise, a prospect that held no interest for her as she was passionate about her own endeavors in the entertainment industry. Clearly, she had no desire to relinquish the fruits of her hard work, and how could her family be unaware of her wishes? In essence, they simply sought to impose marriage upon her. Thus, she found herself with no choice, left only with the option of marrying. This was the reason she devised such a poor plan to appease her elders. However, Yu Chu-chan had another significant reason that she did not disclose. Chapter 6. Seizing an opportunity, fleeing with the cash. Yu Chu-chan's captivating eyes, filled with anticipation and plea, fixed upon him as she softly asked, "Could you help me?" She then assured him, "Rest assured, once we enter this sham marriage agreement, I will adhere strictly to the terms and will not interfere with your personal life. Moreover, the stipulated 5 million remuneration will be paid in full. If you have any reservations, I can pay you half in advance. The agreement lasts for 2 years, and once the term is up, we will promptly file for divorce. What do you think?" Not wanting to refuse due to the absurd task set by the ridiculous system, Han Shichu felt he had no choice. The prospect of being paralyzed for 3 years was enough to make anyone despair. With a heart secretly rejoicing, Han Shichu nodded, feigning reluctance, and said, "In that case, I shall begrudgingly agree to your proposal." What the hell? This was a typical case of someone taking advantage and then pretending to be virtuous. Yu Chu-chan's exquisite eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly produced a pen and urged, "All right, let us sign the contract." Having been cornered by the absurd system, Han Shichu had no qualms. He took the pen and signed his name. Then, with a slight frown, he glanced around before his gaze settled on Yu Chu-chan's vibrant red lips, and a look of delight crossed his face. In a bold move, Han Shichu, unrestrained, brushed his thumb against her luscious lips. It was only after he had finished that Yu Chu-chan realized what had happened. Her face instantly hardened, a thick layer of frost enveloping her features. Her gaze now fierce as if she were ready to devour him whole. With a voice as cold as ice, she admonished, "Han Shichu, what do you think you're doing?" Han Shichu pressed his thumb, stained with her vibrant lipstick, heavily onto the agreement contract. He then waved his thumb in front of her eyes, feigning innocence as he said, "Hey, it's just borrowing a bit of ink. Why the fuss?" Yu Chu-chan, still maintaining a frosty tone, retorted, "I have lipstick in my bag. Why did you have to meddle? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" "Nonsense. How was I to know you would carry lipstick with you? Besides, isn't it more convenient? After all, it's just a dab on the lips. What's the big deal?" His tone was filled with a sense of entitlement, as if he were oblivious to his misstep. Yu Chu-chan quickly realized that this fellow was likely a staunchly straight man, completely unaware of the essential makeup items women carry. Could he possibly be an innocent, inexperienced young man who had never even dated? What a waste of such a handsome exterior. She cast him a meaningful glance, a barely perceptible smile flickering at the corners of her mouth before vanishing. Carefully placing the signed contract into her handbag, she started the car and coldly stated, "Let us go." Han Shichu, puzzled, asked, "Go? Where to?" "Wherever you live." "That's where we're going. Direct me." "What do you want to go to my house for?" The more he listened, the more confused he became. "My little rented room can hardly accommodate 2 people. Yu Chu-chan shot him a disdainful look and replied curtly, "To help you move." "What? Move?" Han Shichu was increasingly bewildered. "I don't recall saying I wanted to move. What are you rambling on about? Didn't you just glance at the contract? It clearly states that Party B must reside in Party A's home. Are you having second thoughts?" Han Shichu had only skimmed through the document earlier, and he truly hadn't noticed that clause. Such a stroke of luck. He found himself with no reasonable grounds to refuse. Especially since refusal was not an option, he quietly pondered whether he should still strive for success in the next 2 years. Clearly, this was the rhythm of being kept, room and board included. Not to mention a substantial allowance. 2 years of living expenses totaling 5 million, averaging nearly 7,000 a day. Where on earth could he find such a lucrative opportunity? Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Of course, with his looks, he had previously encountered many who wished to keep him, but they were either hefty individuals or older women who still fancied themselves attractive, even some with peculiar tastes. None could compare to the present company. Yu Chu-chan caught sight of the smile, tugging at the corner of his mouth, and frowned, delivering a cold warning. "Although I'm allowing you to stay in my home, let me make this clear. Do not harbor any unrealistic expectations, understand? If you dare entertain any unsavory thoughts, don't blame me for being unkind." Han Shichu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her assertiveness. Unkind? What did she mean by that? Did she intend to smother him with facial cleanser? Naturally, he kept such musings to himself. Moreover, he prided himself on his sense of duty. Having accepted her money, he certainly felt obligated to fulfill his end of the bargain. After all, if he were to covet her despite receiving her payment, that would be greed beyond measure. Under his guidance, Yu Chu-chan soon arrived at his modest rented accommodation. Observing the surrounding squalor and the cramped, dilapidated room, she softly inquired, "You live here?" Her tone remained as icy as ever, devoid of any disdain. Though the place was somewhat worn and shabby, Han Shichu had kept it impeccably tidy. Everything in its rightful place, and there was no unpleasant odor. Rather, a faint fragrance lingered. After surveying the area, Yu Chu-chan nodded slightly, evidently satisfied with his living habits. It is often said that a clean room devoid of odors either belongs to a crossdresser or a gay man. Han Shichu was an exception. He simply cherished cleanliness. Yet, if he were indeed a cross-dresser or gay, Yu Chuchan would have been even more pleased. As Han Shichu packed his meager belongings, he replied without looking up, "I'm just a broke recent graduate. Having a place to stay is already a blessing. Who has the luxury to be choosy?" Yu Chuchan nodded and said, "Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer half your payment now." Without any pretense, Han Shichu pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to her. Genuinely curious, "Aren't you afraid I might run off with the money?" Yu Chuchan shot him a cold glare. "You don't really think the contract we signed was meaningless, do you? Besides, since you've joined my company, your personal information is no secret to me. As long as you're not afraid of being hunted down, why should I be? It's merely 5 million. Even if it were a lost cause, it wouldn't faze me. Moreover, it's just a sham marriage to deceive my family. Not like I'm asking you to face any life-threatening challenges, and it's only for 2 years. You can easily earn a substantial sum. I simply don't believe you would willingly forfeit the remaining payment. In addition, during the 2 years we're together, you will inevitably attend various social events, allowing you to network with elites from all walks of life. Just based on that, any sensible person would know how to earn back 5 million. You don't strike me as foolish, so I doubt you would make such a ridiculous mistake." Her words, though somewhat harsh, were undeniably factual. Even without the pressure of an absurd system, Han Shichu believed he would find it hard to refuse such a golden opportunity. After a few taps on her phone, Yu Chuchan declared, "All right." She returned the bank card to him. "You have SMS notifications enabled, right? This is a real-time transfer. Check if you've received the notification." No sooner had she finished speaking than Han Shichu's phone chimed with a text alert. Upon glancing at the bank's message, he nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "Thank you. Indeed, life is full of surprises." Just a few hours had passed, and there lay 2.6 million in his account, a sudden windfall that left him momentarily speechless. Yu Chuchan replied coolly, "No need for thanks. It's a fair trade, you've earned it." Han Shichu chose not to respond, merely smiling in acknowledgement. He truly had little to pack. Aside from a few seasonal outfits, there was nothing else of worth. As for the clutter, he couldn't be bothered to sort through it. It was hardly worth anything, so he left it for the landlord or the next tenant. After all, he was now a millionaire, and such small whims were permissible. After handing the keys to the landlord, he could leave without further ado. There was no deposit on the shabby rental, making it all the more convenient. As the car entered Epin Huafu, Han Shichu, having prepared himself mentally, was still taken aback by the opulence. He knew Yu Chuchan was wealthy, but he hadn't anticipated such extravagance. Epin Huafu was situated in the heart of the bustling metropolis, and the residences here were all grand standalone villas complete with swimming pools and gardens. Han Shichu had no idea how many aspirations it would take to purchase a villa here, but it was certainly beyond the reach of someone like him. The car drove straight into the villa's private garage, and as he beheld the array of luxury vehicles, over 10 of them from various prestigious brands, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Each car was likely unattainable for the average person, perhaps even for those who toiled their entire lives. For someone like Yu Chuchan, however, these moving vaults of wealth merely sat idle, collecting dust in the garage. Some of the cars had likely never been driven since their purchase, still pristine and new. Han Shichu, dragging his light suitcase, followed Yu Chuchan into the villa. The 3-story abode featured a private swimming pool in the front yard and a spacious garden in the back. Lushly landscaped and expansive, he couldn't help but feel his understanding of the wealthy had been entirely transformed. Like a country bumpkin, he stood agape at the opulent, palace-like living room. His reaction was entirely natural. Having grown up in rural surroundings and just stepped into society, he had never encountered such grandeur. "Here, put on these slippers first." Yu Chuchan retrieved a pair of brand-new slippers from the shoe cabinet at the entrance. Perhaps to spare his dignity, her tone softened considerably. She then removed her own high heels. Han Shichu looked at the men's slippers in his hands, momentarily taken aback. Noticing his surprise, Yu Chuchan proactively explained, "I had these specially prepared beforehand, to appease her elders at home." She had indeed gone to great lengths, displaying a meticulous thoughtfulness. Mama, is that you?" A little girl's sweet voice suddenly echoed from the second floor, followed by a woman's anxious tone. "Oh, Tangyuan, slow down. You might fall." Having changed into slippers, Han Shichu curiously glanced up. There he saw a doll-like girl, exquisitely crafted like a porcelain figure, holding onto a large golden retriever, carefully navigating the stairs with her short legs. Supported by the wall, right behind her was a woman in her 50s, extending her arms to protect her from falling. After finally descending the stairs, the girl let go of the dog's leash and dashed excitedly toward Yuchu-chan. The porcelain doll-like child continuously exclaimed, "Mama, why are you home so late today? Little Tangyuan has missed you." Yuchu-chan swiftly gathered the little Tangyuan into her arms, her previously frosty demeanor softening instantly. As her sharp, icy gaze transformed into one filled with warmth, accompanied by a gentle smile. Little Tangyuan misses Mama. Mama misses little Tangyuan too. In the presence of the adorably sweet Tangyuan, even her voice took on an unusually tender and delicate quality. It was no wonder that not just her, but even Han Shichu, who stood nearby, was nearly melted by the charm of this small being, so exquisite, so delightful, so irresistibly cute. Who could possibly withstand the allure of this little human cub? Even the most hardened man would be softened by her. Nestled in Yuchu-chan's embrace, the little Tangyuan gazed at Han Shichu with her bright, twinkling eyes, her voice soft and curious. "Mama, who is this handsome brother?" Yuchu-chan glanced at Han Shichu before gently releasing the little one from her hold. Caressing her delicate, porcelain-like face with a tender finger, she replied softly, "My dear, this is not your brother. He is your father." "Father? Is he really my father?" Little Tangyuan tilted her small head back, earnestly gazing up at Han Shichu. "Yes, my dear. Have you not been clamoring to see your father? Now that he is finally back, are you happy?" A brilliant smile blossomed on Tangyuan's exquisitely carved face as she nodded enthusiastically, "Happy, happy." She then clapped her tiny hands and joyfully cheered, "Yay! Little Tangyuan has a father now. Little Tangyuan has a father." With that, she tightly hugged Han Shichu's leg, looking up with a pitiful expression. "Father, where have you been? Little Tangyuan has really missed you so much." As she spoke, a veil of mist gradually enveloped her bright eyes. All the children in kindergarten have their fathers and mothers to take them to school and pick them up, but little Tangyuan only has Grandma Wang and Mama. When I see other children holding hands with their fathers and mothers, I feel so envious. Every time little Tangyuan misses her father, she can only climb into bed and go to sleep, because only in her dreams can she see her father. As little Tangyuan finished speaking, tears of grievance could no longer be contained, and large droplets cascaded down her cheeks. Nearby, Yuchu-chan discreetly wiped her own tears away, submerged in profound guilt. Little Tangyuan, Yu Baidan, was exceptionally understanding. Despite being just over 3 years old, she seldom cried or fussed. Except concerning her father, she had never caused Yuchu-chan any worry. Why Yuchu-chan had spent most of these years engrossed in her career, leaving little time for little Tangyuan? And her care had indeed been insufficient. She had never anticipated that at such a tender age, little Tangyuan could harbor such profound thoughts, concealing so much within her heart, especially since she had never voiced any of it. Finally, Yuchu-chan understood why little Tangyuan had cried and fussed for her father, only to quietly climb into bed afterward. She simply wished to fall asleep faster, hoping to see her father in her dreams. Seeing little Tangyuan's pitiful expression and reflecting on her words, Yuchu-chan felt an intense urge to slap herself. Was this how one should act as a mother? Han Shichu quickly knelt down, gently wiping away little Tangyuan's tears, his heart completely melted by her. He held her tightly in his embrace, wishing to envelop her within his very soul. A casual glance at Yuchu-chan, who was secretly wiping her tears, made him realize that perhaps little Tangyuan's desire for a fake marriage was largely due to her. After a long moment, Han Shichu reluctantly released little Tangyuan from his embrace, speaking tenderly, "My dear, your father misses you very much as well, and he dreams about you every night." Little Tangyuan looked at him with tear-filled eyes, softly asking, "Really? Am I good in Papa's dreams?" "Indeed," Han Shichu replied without hesitation. "The little Tangyuan in my dreams is exceptionally well-behaved. Exactly like the little Tangyuan I see before me." Little Tangyuan immediately broke into a smile, nodding her head, "Yes, yes, little Tangyuan is really good, very cute, very pretty, and very understanding." "Oh, this little one. Her unexpected self-praise was quite remarkable. Han Shichu, intrigued, asked her, "My dear, what does your father look like in your dreams?" Little Tangyuan shook her head, her expression turning pitiful as she replied, "Little Tangyuan doesn't know. Every time I want to see Papa's face, I wake up." But in little Tangyuan's heart, Papa looks just like this, tall, strong, handsome, and he smells nice. Han Shichu hadn't worn any perfume. It was likely the scent of the laundry detergent that little Tangyuan found pleasant. Having said this, little Tangyuan hugged his neck tightly, her eyes brimming with innocence as she pleaded, "Papa, can you please not leave little Tangyuan again? I don't want to be without Papa anymore. I promise I will always be good and understanding." Upon hearing these words, Han Shichu's heart constricted painfully. Rubbing her small head, he earnestly promised, "Papa promises little Tangyuan that he will never leave our little treasure again." "Really, Papa?" Little Tangyuan's eyes sparkled like bright stars. Han Shichu sighed inwardly but smiled gently, affirming, "Really? Papa, let us make a pinky promise." Little Tangyuan extended her tiny finger, looking at him with eager anticipation. Han Shichu, of course, would not disappoint her, extending his own finger to link with hers, as they made the promise. Little Tangyuan earnestly recited, "Pinky swear, if you break it, you'll hang." When he attempted to withdraw his finger, little Tangyuan stopped him, pouting, "Papa, we haven't stamped it yet." Han Shichu chuckled and extended his thumb to seal the promise. After completing the promise ritual, a pure, untainted smile illuminated little Tangyuan's face, as if this act had alleviated her worries about Papa reneging on his word. Her innocent heart found solace. What a little angel. A sprite that had fallen from the heavens. Observing the scene of little Tangyuan nestled in Han Shichu's embrace, Yu Chuchan felt a tinge of jealousy. "All right, my dear, Papa has just returned. Let him sit and rest for a while. Shall we?" Upon hearing this, little Tangyuan quickly withdrew from Han Shichu's hold. "Yay, Papa, let us go to the sofa." With that, she took Han Shichu's hand and led him toward the living room. After ensuring he was comfortably seated on the sofa, little Tangyuan hurried off to fetch a cup of warm water, eagerly presenting it to him. "Papa, drink some water." Witnessing this, Yu Chuchan felt even more envious. After all, this was once her exclusive privilege. And now, with the presence of Papa, little Tangyuan hardly seemed to remember her at all. It seemed she had long been forgotten. Han Shichu accepted the cup with delight, generously praising, "Thank you, little Tangyuan. Our little Tangyuan is truly wonderful." Little Tangyuan beamed, revealing rows of tiny, pristine teeth. "Then Papa must take good care of our little Tangyuan. Otherwise, such a good girl might be taken away by bad people." "Haha, Papa will certainly take good care of little Tangyuan. I will never let any bad people take her away." What an adorable little sprite. "Papa, you sit and wait. Little Tangyuan has a gift to give you." After saying this, she turned to the golden retriever lying at her feet, commanding, "Guatang Do, come with me upstairs." The obedient golden retriever promptly stood up, presenting its collar to little Tangyuan. Under the escort of Tang Do, little Tangyuan waddled up the stairs. After a few steps, she turned back to remind, "Papa, you must not leave. Sit tight and wait for little Tangyuan to return." Han Shichu smiled at her, saying, "Papa won't leave. I'm waiting to see little Tangyuan's gift." Though assured by his response, little Tangyuan remained uneasy, frequently glancing back to ensure Papa had not vanished. After little Tangyuan's figure disappeared from view, Yu Chuchan instantly transformed back into a frigid statue. The warm glow of maternal love that had just enveloped her dissipated completely. Han Shichu was left in astonishment, unable to help but admire her swift change. Yu Chuchan introduced, "Wang Ma, this is Han Shichu. From now on, he will be the master of our home. Shichu, this is Wang Ma, who has been with us for over 20 years. She watched me grow up." Han Shichu quickly rose to greet her. "Hello? Wang Ma." Wang Ma beamed with a kind and benevolent smile, nodding repeatedly, Good, good. What a fine young man." Naturally, Yu Chuchan did not conceal her dubious plan from Wang Ma, for even if she wished to, it would be impossible to hide it. Wang Ma saw through it, but chose not to expose the truth, planning to assist her in deceiving the family. Then she hurriedly continued, "Chuchan, Shichu, please take a seat and rest. I will go prepare dinner now." Having spoken, she hurriedly turned and made her way to the kitchen. Why Yu Chu-chan pondered for a moment before slowly responding. The little darling is named Yu Baidan. She is my elder brother's daughter. Not long after Xiao Tangyuan was born, my brother and sister-in-law were involved in a serious car accident on their way to work, and both tragically lost their lives in the incident. In order for Xiao Tangyuan to grow up healthily and happily, carefree and without worries, our entire family decided to keep this from her, and I brought her to the Magic City to live. Han Shichu nodded in understanding and agreement. After all, they all share the surname Yu. They are indeed a true family. So it hardly matters. My parents and grandparents have been urging me to marry soon because of Xiao Tangyuan, to provide her with a complete family. Han Shichu had already guessed as much. As single-parent families can be quite detrimental to a child's upbringing. I have been deceiving Xiao Tangyuan, telling her that her father is abroad. Han Shichu frowned and questioned, but how will you explain it to Xiao Tangyuan in 2 years? My absence will only cause her greater harm. Yu Chu-chan shook her head in frustration. I don't know. We'll take it one step at a time. Recently, Xiao Tangyuan has been persistently demanding to see her father, causing quite a ruckus and crying heartbreakingly. I can no longer pacify her with mere excuses. There is no other option. This is a temporary solution that serves 2 purposes. As for what will happen in 2 years, I truly haven't thought that far ahead. Han Shichu shot her an exasperated glance, unsure of what to say regarding her extremely irresponsible deceit. Shortly after, they saw Xiao Tangyuan return, escorted by Tongdo. She held a piece of paper in her hand. Upon seeing Xiao Tangyuan, Yu Chu-chan swiftly transformed her expression in an instant. Xiao Tangyuan waved the paper excitedly, running towards Han Shichu while exclaiming, "Daddy, Daddy." The little one dashed up to Han Shichu, presenting the drawing like a treasure, and sweetly said, "Daddy, this is a gift from Xiao Tangyuan to you." Han Shichu accepted the paper, which depicted a family of 3, with the father and mother holding hands with the little darling in the middle. Though the drawing was quite rudimentary, Han Shichu understood that it represented the scene Xiao Tangyuan longed for in her heart. Moreover, the father in the drawing had only a blank white face, devoid of features, as Xiao Tangyuan did not know what her daddy looked like. Observing the eagerly expectant Xiao Tangyuan, Han Shichu smiled and said, "Little darling, your drawing is truly wonderful." Hearing her father's praise, Xiao Tangyuan's face broke into a silly grin. Han Shichu thought for a moment and proposed, "Little darling, would you like Daddy to teach you how to draw?" "Yes." Xiao Tangyuan readily agreed without hesitation. For her, it mattered not what they did. As long as she could be with Daddy, she was content. Han Shichu stood up, taking Xiao Tangyuan's little hand. "Come on, little darling, let us go to the room. Daddy will teach you how to draw." Watching the sweet and warm figures of the big and small together, Yu Chu-chan couldn't help but smile faintly, momentarily lost in thought. After nearly an hour, Wang Ma brought the dishes to the dining table. Seeing Yu Chu-chan sitting alone on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, she softly inquired, "Chu-chan, where are Shichu and the little darling? Dinner is ready." Yu Chu-chan, hearing the call, set down her tablet, stretched her stiff neck, and replied, "They are upstairs drawing. I'll go fetch them." With that, she got up and headed upstairs. Pushing open the door to Xiao Tangyuan's room, she found Han Shichu sitting on the carpet, while Xiao Tangyuan snuggled affectionately in his embrace, earnestly learning to draw with a brush and paper. Just as she was about to call them down for dinner, Xiao Tangyuan exclaimed, "Wow!" Her expression was exaggerated with surprise. "Daddy, your drawing is amazing." Then she pointed at the characters in the drawing, saying, "This is pretty Mama. This is handsome Daddy, and this is adorable Xiao Tangyuan. Daddy, you drew it so well. It's so cute. I can recognize it at a glance. Daddy is super amazing, so awesome." With that, Xiao Tangyuan planted a kiss on Han Shichu's cheek. Yu Chu-chan, curious, approached to take a look. What she saw astonished her greatly. The paper still depicted a family of 3, rendered in a chibi style. The drawing was exceptionally intricate and endearing, vividly capturing their likenesses. Merely glancing at the portrayal of the characters, one could see them as lifelike and true to form. Not only was Yu Chu-chan astonished, but even Han Shichu himself was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the system would provide him with such extraordinary artistic skills. Though it was merely a chibi drawing, it hinted at a mastery that surely extended to traditional Chinese or oil painting as well. Truly, the system's output was a work of art. "Let's go downstairs for dinner." The sudden voice of Yu Chu-chan startled both Han Shichu and Xiao Tangyuan. They turned around, and before Han Shichu could speak, Xiao Tangyuan innocently asked, "Mama, When did you arrive? How come Daddy and I didn't hear you come in? Mama just got here. It was because Tangyuan and Daddy were so engrossed in learning to draw that you didn't hear me. Tan's big round eyes blinked as she nodded vigorously. Yes? Tangyuan was really focused on learning. Then she eagerly handed her drawing to Yuchu-chan. Mama, look, Daddy's drawing is so beautiful. Yuchu-chan took the paper, pretended to examine it briefly, and then said, Daddy really draws well. Mama? Quickly give the drawing back to me. This is a gift from Daddy to Tangyuan, and Tangyuan wants to keep it safe. If Mama wants one, you can ask Daddy to draw another for you. You can't take Tan's. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Shichu looked at Yuchu-chan with a warm smile. Chapter 10. Sweet Interactions. Provocative teasing. Yuchu-chan shot him an irritable glare and retorted, Mama doesn't he want it? Seeing that Tangyuan wanted to say something more, Yuchu-chan swiftly changed the subject. Wang Ma has finished dinner. Tangyuan, hurry and go downstairs to eat with Daddy. With that, she turned and descended the stairs, eager to prevent Tangyuan from saying anything inappropriate. Han Shichu chuckled, picking up Tangyuan as he said, Let us go, darling, it's time for dinner. At the dining table, after washing her hands, Tangyuan insisted on sitting right next to Han Shichu, clinging to him. The little one clumsily picked up a chicken leg with her chopsticks and placed it in Han Shichu's bowl, saying sweetly, Daddy, eat meat. Han Shichu was genuinely touched by her gesture. He returned the chicken leg to her bowl. Smiling gently, Tangyuan should eat. But Tangyuan pouted, stubbornly placing the chicken leg back in his bowl and insisting, Daddy eat. The sweet back and forth between the father and daughter made Yuchu-chan feel quite envious and jealous. Wang Ma, meanwhile, watched the duo with an amused expression, grinning from ear to ear. Unable to resist Tangyuan's persistent insistence, Han Shichu had no choice but to accept. Moreover, Tangyuan stared at him with wide eyes, seemingly needing to see him take a bite before feeling reassured. Han Shichu finally took a bite of the chicken leg. Delicious. Wang Ma, your cooking is truly excellent. Wang Ma smiled and continued to serve him vegetables while saying, if it's delicious, then eat more. Thank you, Wang Ma. Tangyuan curiously looked at Yuchu-chan and asked in her baby voice, Mama, why don't you serve Daddy some vegetables? Tangyuan and Wang Ma both helped Daddy with the vegetables. Yuchu-chan, already feeling jealous, couldn't help but feel her irritation rise upon hearing her daughter's words and seeing Han Shichu's provocative gaze and teasing smile. She coldly glared at him and angrily placed a pair of greens into his bowl, letting out a huff that carried a hint of warning. Han Shichu, wearing a mischievous smile, returned the favor by placing a piece of braised pork into her bowl. Wife, eat more meat. Look at how thin you've become. Yuchu-chan shot him a fierce glare. But in front of Tangyuan, she couldn't admonish him, so she merely replied coolly, I don't eat fatty meat. She then tossed the braised pork back into Han Shichu's bowl. However, Han Shichu's teasing did not cease. He once again placed the meat back into her bowl, stating, Wife, you're an adult now. You can't be picky, you need to set a good example for Tangyuan. Tangyuan, sitting closely next to him, nodded vigorously, adding her own support, Mama, you should be good like Tangyuan and not be picky. In light of the need to set a good example for her daughter, Yuchu-chan reluctantly steeled herself to eat the meat. If looks could kill, Han Shichu would have been slain multiple times over. The dinner was filled with warmth and laughter, except for the irritable Yuchu-chan. After the meal, Tangyuan stopped pestering Han Shichu and instead lay on the luxurious carpet in the living room, resting her head on Tongdo's soft belly, contentedly watching cartoons with her little legs kicked up. Why Yuchu-chan exasperatedly said, Come on, I'll take you to your room. Han Shichu smiled, grabbing his suitcase and following her upstairs. On the second floor, there are 6 rooms. Apart from Yuchu-chan's bedroom, there is a toy room belonging to Tangyuan, which was previously used for painting. The remaining rooms are all guest bedrooms, since Tangyuan is still quite young. She sleeps with Yuchu-chan, while Wang Ma resides on the first floor. Why Yuchu-chan pointed coldly at a guest room opposite her bedroom and said, You can stay in this room, the bedding is all new. Han Shichu shrugged, indicating his indifference. Upon opening the bedroom door, he found that all the furnishings inside were indeed brand new. The bedroom was spacious and even had a private bathroom, which was quite nice. Han Shichu began to organize his belongings from the suitcase. Leaning against the door frame, Yuchu-chan said in an unfriendly tone, I warn you, don't get too carried away in the future. Han Shichu understood what she meant and smiled slightly, saying, If I don't call you wife, what should I call you instead? Am I supposed to address you as you in front of Xiao Tangyuan? How do you think she would feel hearing me call you that? Yu Chuchan frowned and stubbornly replied, I don't care. Just don't call me wife again. Han Shichu raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, how about Chaner? Feeling a chill run down her spine. Yu Chuchan shivered and coldly refused, no. If that's not acceptable, then what do you suggest I call you? You figure it out yourself. After pondering for a moment, Han Shichu said, how about leader? Yu Chuchan nodded, that works. By the way, Yu Chuchan suddenly remembered something and looked at him nervously. Do you have your household registration book with you? Don't worry. I've got it. That's good. Yu Chuchan sighed in relief. My parents are coming to Modu tomorrow afternoon, so you better behave and not mess things up. I'll do my best. After packing his belongings, Han Shichu looked at Yu Chuchan, who was still leaning against the doorframe, and asked, so, leader, I'm planning to take a shower. Do you want to stay here or step out for a bit? Humph, pervert. After a disdainful snort, Yu Chuchan turned and left. As he approached the bathroom, he noticed that the toiletries were all very complete and also brand new, clearly prepared in advance by Yu Chuchan. After showering, Han Shichu changed into flamboyant beach shorts and a refreshing tank top, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Just as he opened the bedroom door, ready to head downstairs to check on Xiao Tangyuan, the door to Yu Chuchan's room opened at that moment. Their eyes met. Yu Chuchan had just finished showering as well, now dressed in a nightgown. The black lace satin nightgown accentuated her alluring figure to perfection, exuding an air of mystery and temptation. The low-cut design barely concealed her ample curves, which appeared to be a D cup. Han Shichu couldn't help but swallow hard, glancing down at his outstretched palm, secretly contemplating whether he could handle it. Perverted scoundrel. Feeling his heated gaze, Yu Chuchan's cheeks flushed slightly, and with an icy glare, she quickly retreated and closed her door. You dress so provocatively and blame me for looking. What's wrong with you? After muttering his dissatisfaction, Han Shichu went downstairs. Chapter 11. System Mall. Mom's call. As soon as Han Shichu descended the stairs, Xiao Tangyuan, who was lying on the carpet, quickly got up and rushed into his arms. The dog that had been resting under her head let out a long sigh of relief. It feared no one in the house except for this little human child. Although Xiao Tangyuan was quite sensible, her temper could be quite volatile at times, and as long as she had plenty of energy, she would unleash it without restraint. While others were reluctant to scold her, Xiao Tangyuan was genuinely capable of getting physical, but fortunately, she knew her limits, and being small, she lacked strength, merely giving the dog a light pat on the head. Daddy, can you watch cartoons with Xiao Tangyuan? She asked sweetly. Sure, Daddy will watch with my little darling. Xiao Tangyuan watched intently, her face occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Although Han Shichu appeared to be watching television, he was actually communicating with the system. System, I still have one chance to draw, right? Yes, host. I want to draw. As a virtual screen appeared in his mind, Han Shichu silently thought, start. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have drawn divine singing skills. To be honest, as long as the result wasn't thank you for participating, Han Shichu would be satisfied with any skill, especially something as essential and explosive as divine singing skills. I'm satisfied, very satisfied. Am I experiencing a stroke of luck? A broad smile spread across Han Shichu's face. System, hasn't the system mall been opened? Where is it? The lottery screen in the virtual interface promptly vanished, replaced by the mall page. The mall displayed numerous categories, including movies, TV shows, music, advertisements, crosstalk skits, literary works, and props. Han Shichu clicked on the movie category, which revealed many detailed subcategories, including comedy, romance, action, and thriller. It was incredibly thorough and comprehensive. After casually clicking on the comedy subcategory, an overwhelming number of comedy films appeared, each with varying popularity ratings beneath their promotional posters. System prompt: the host must consume popularity points to make purchases for film and advertising categories, as well as crosstalk skits. When purchased, the host will not only gain access to the original content, but also receive the script. For music products, if there is an MV upon purchase, the host can also watch it, not only listening to the original, but also receiving the lyrics and sheet music. Han Shichu nodded, quite pleased with the system's user-friendly design. After browsing for a bit, he felt he had gained some understanding. Curiously, he clicked on the props category, which left him dazzled and intrigued by the myriad of products available. Charm fruits, golden throat lozenges, injury ointment, lucky stars, misfortune talismans, indestructible powder, and bed-crushing oil, good stuff. All excellent items. Han Shichu clenched his fists, silently resolving to work hard to earn popularity points. Hey, I say, you're such an adult, laughing so brightly at a cartoon. Is it really necessary? Suddenly appearing beside him, Yu Chu-chan remarked, looking at his beaming face with disdain. Han Shichu turned to look, only to find that Yu Chu-chan had changed into a long-sleeved silk pajama set, completely concealing her previous enchanting figure. Han Shichu sensed a strong undercurrent of hostility. What was this about? Was she guarding against him? As if he would peek. What do you care? I'm just retaining my childlike spirit, all right? Yu Chu-chan sneered coldly, childish. Not wanting to engage further, Han Shichu gently addressed Xiao Tangyuan, little darling. Shall we stop watching? Your eyes might get tired. Daddy will play with your toys. Okay. Han Shichu picked up Xiao Tangyuan and headed to the toy room upstairs. Why, Yu Chu-chan pouted, jealousy distorting her features. Just then, Wang Ma approached with a smile, saying, Chu-chan, I need to go back to my hometown tomorrow. What's the matter, Wang Ma? Is there something going on? Do you need my help? Yu Chu-chan asked, her concern evident. Wang Ma shook her head, saying, my nephew is getting married back home, and they insist on having me attend. Yu Chu-chan exhaled in relief. That's a good thing. Wang Ma, have you booked your flight yet? Not yet. I wanted to inform you first. As Yu Chu-chan took out her phone, she said, let me book your ticket now. Since you rarely go back, you should stay longer this time. You don't need to worry about me. Xiao Tangyuan is in kindergarten now, and I'll be home on weekends. So you can enjoy your time back home as if on vacation. Wang Ma smiled knowingly. All right, it's been a long time since I've been back. I'll stay longer this time. I've booked the ticket. It's an 8 a.m. flight tomorrow. I'll drive you to the airport, Yu Chu-chan said. Wang Ma quickly waved her hand. No need. You have to work tomorrow. I can take a taxi. Yu Chu-chan thought for a moment and replied, that won't do. Tomorrow, I'll have Shichu take you. In the toy room on the second floor, Han Shichu, watching Xiao Tangyuan play with great enthusiasm, teasingly asked, little darling, who bought you your little car? Xiao Tangyuan looked at the small excavator in her hands and earnestly replied, I bought it myself. Her answer surprised Han Shichu. Oh, where did you get the money? I drew it myself. You drew it? Isn't that fake money? But this car is also fake. All right, Han Shichu admitted defeat. The imaginative thoughts and reasoning of the little child left him speechless. While playing with her, Han Shichu's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was his mother. He gestured for Xiao Tangyuan to be quiet, saying, little darling, don't speak. Daddy is going to answer the phone. Xiao Tangyuan quickly covered her mouth with her small hand, nodding vigorously. Seeing her adorable actions, Han Shichu smiled and answered the call. Hello, Mom. Shichu, what are you doing? It took you so long to answer the phone. I haven't done much. My phone was just not by my side. So, have you found a job yet? If not, just come back and help us sell vegetables. Your father and I are currently overwhelmed with work. Mom, I've already secured a job. If you're too busy, you and Dad can hire someone. Don't exhaust yourselves. I'll transfer some money to you shortly, so don't hesitate to spend it. No, you should keep your money for yourself. Your father and I have enough. The important thing is that you found a job. So focus on doing well. Just as Han Shichu was about to respond, Xiao Tangyuan suddenly interjected, Daddy, is that Grandma? Xiao Tangyuan wants to talk to Grandma. Chapter 12. The Chatty Nature. Sharing the same bed as Xiao Tangyuan's sweet voice rang out. Both Han Shichu and his mother on the other end of the line were taken aback. After a prolonged silence, Han's mother incredulously asked, Son, have you gotten married? Do you have a daughter now? Her voice trembled. Reflecting her shock, Han Shichu managed a wry smile, and with a forced resolve, he replied, Yes, I got married. His mother, exasperated, exclaimed, Such a significant event, and you didn't inform your parents? Han Shichu distanced the phone from his ear, covering the microphone, and softly instructed Xiao Tangyuan, Sweetheart, play by yourself for a moment. Daddy will join you once the call is over. Xiao Tangyuan nodded in agreement. He then exited the toy room and returned to his bedroom, closing the door behind him to explain the situation. However, he refrained from mentioning the pretense of marriage and simply elaborated on Tangyuan's circumstances, urging her to keep it to herself. All right, Mom understands. I'll hang up now. I'll call you via video so you can see my granddaughter. With that, he decisively ended the call. As Han Shichu stepped back into the toy room. His mother's video call came through. Once connected, she eagerly prompted, "Where's my granddaughter? Hurry and let me see her." Han Shichu smiled helplessly. Tangyuan, didn't you want to talk to Grandma? Come here quickly. Upon hearing this, Tangyuan promptly tossed aside her toy and scampered over with her little legs. Seizing the phone Han Shichu offered, she beamed at the screen, calling out, "Grandma, is that you?" The sight of the cherubic child on the screen instantly brought a loving smile to Han's mother's face. "Ah, it's Grandma. My sweet little one is so beautiful." Whenever she heard praise, Tangyuan would beam widely, graciously accepting every compliment. "Grandma, where are you? Why don't you come to see Tangyuan? Grandma is at home. You can come back with Daddy during your vacation. What fun things are there at Grandma's house?" Tangyuan chattered on like a little chatterbox, thoroughly enjoying her conversation with Han's mother. Han Shichu had not anticipated that Tangyuan possessed such a loquacious trait and an insatiable curiosity. Through video, she requested to see geese, ducklings, cows, sheep, and little rabbits. Tangyuan displayed not only politeness and good behavior but also a sweet disposition, keeping Han's mother delighted, her smile never fading throughout the conversation. Reluctantly ending the video call with Grandma, Tangyuan eagerly inquired, "Daddy, when are we going back home to see Grandma? I miss her." Han Shichu teasingly replied, "Are you missing Grandma or the big goose, little duck, and bunny at her house?" Caught off guard, Tangyuan simply giggled, "I miss them all." Han Shichu ruffled her hair and said, "When summer vacation comes, Daddy will take you back to see Grandma." "All right. Yay." Tangyuan responded joyfully, dancing around. Just then, Yuchu-chan entered the room and curiously asked, "What has Tangyuan so excited?" "Mommy, Tangyuan is going back home to play with Daddy." Yuchu-chan looked at Han Shichu with a puzzled expression. After a brief explanation, she understood what had transpired. However, she did not express her opinion on the matter but urged, "Tangyuan, it's time for bed. Hurry and go wash up with Mommy." "Oh." Tangyuan replied obediently. Han Shichu felt a slight tension, fearing she might ask him to help her wash up. After all, she wasn't his biological daughter, and some psychological barriers inevitably existed. Fortunately, Tangyuan did not create any fuss and followed Yuchu-chan back to the bedroom to wash up. Han Shichu first tidied the scattered toys, then returned to his own room, lying on the bed to clear his mind. Today had been overwhelming for him, signing with an entertainment company, activating a system, and entering into a faux marriage. Everything felt surreal. While he was sorting through his thoughts, a small figure rushed into the room, climbed onto the bed, and dove into his embrace. "Moi!" Tangyuan planted a kiss on his chest. Breathing in the sweet scent of milk emanating from the little one, Han Shichu chuckled. How wonderful it was to have such a warm and clingy little cotton jacket. Just then, Yuchu-chan appeared at the door. Exasperated. "In the blink of an eye, you've vanished. Hurry back to sleep with Mommy." Tangyuan clumsily clambered off him and tugged at his hand, urging him to follow. Han Shichu sat up and asked, "What are you pulling Daddy for?" "Daddy, didn't you hear Mommy calling us to sleep? Hurry up, otherwise, Mommy will get angry." Tangyuan tells you, Mommy is super fierce when she's angry. Han Shichu was momentarily taken aback, glancing uncertainly at Yuchu-chan. Upon hearing Tangyuan's words, Yuchu-chan's delicate face initially darkened, then gradually flushed a delightful shade of red. Noticing Han Shichu's gaze, she became somewhat flustered. Neither of them had anticipated that Tangyuan would request to sleep together. Tangyuan continued to tug at him, insisting, "Hurry up, Daddy. Otherwise, Mommy will really get mad." Yuchu-chan paused for a moment. Without time to concoct an excuse, she glanced at Han Shichu and reluctantly said, "Let us go." Han Shichu looked at her in astonishment. Yuchu-chan's response was entirely unexpected. He had assumed she would find some excuse to dismiss the situation. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." Yuchu-chan rolled her eyes at him. "Oh, all right." Coming to his senses, Han Shichu regarded her with confusion, unsure of her intentions. Upon entering Yuchu-chan's bedroom, Xiao Tangyuan excitedly climbed onto the bed and settled down in the middle. Why Chu-chan, blushing, lay down on her left, while Han Shichu had no choice but to lie on Xiao Tangyuan's right, with half of his body hanging off the bed. An inexplicable atmosphere enveloped the room. Why Chu-chan took out her phone and immersed herself in it. Ding ding. Han Shichu's WeChat notification chimed. He picked it up to find a message from Chu-chan. Big fish. Don't think too much. Just get Xiao Tangyuan to sleep and then return to your own room. Han Shichu smiled slightly, not replying, but turning to glance at her. Why Chu-chan remained engrossed in her phone, pretending as if nothing was amiss. In truth, she had been covertly watching Han Shichu out of the corner of her eye. Ultimately, it was Xiao Tangyuan who broke the silence, gazing up at Han Shichu with wide, hopeful eyes, and sweetly said, "Daddy, I want to hear a bedtime story." Han Shichu had no idea how to tell a children's bedtime story and immediately cast a pleading look at Chu-chan. Stealing glances, Chu-chan noticed his desperate gaze but remained indifferent, continuing to play on her phone. A barely perceptible smile crept onto her lips as she thought to herself, "Humph, now you know to seek my help? Weren't you quite confident before? Now, you're on your own to entertain your little cotton jacket. I want to assist." Seeing the eager anticipation in Xiao Tangyuan's eyes, Han Shichu realized he could not refuse the little one. He silently implored the system within him. System, does the store sell bedtime stories? After inquiring, he discovered that he seemingly had no popularity points to make a purchase. Great, that was a waste of time. Unexpectedly, the system benevolently extended a helping hand. Yes, and this system can also provide interest-free loan services. Han Shichu casually purchased a copy of Grimm's Fairy Tales, listed at a price of 100,000 popularity points. Not knowing its quality but reasoning that a more expensive choice could not be wrong, Host borrowed 100,000 popularity points to purchase Grimm's Fairy Tales. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and a multitude of fairy tales filled his mind. Han Shichu smirked slightly, casting a dismissive glance at Chu-chan, thinking, "You think you can outsmart me?" Clearing his throat, he began, "Xiao Tangyuan, Daddy will tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood." Xiao Tangyuan nodded vigorously, resting her little hands under her chin, ready to listen attentively. Once upon a time, there was a lovely little girl whom everyone adored. Is she as cute as Xiao Tangyuan? Xiao Tangyuan interrupted with wide eyes. Just as cute as Xiao Tangyuan, Han Shichu continued, but the one who loved her the most was her grandmother. Whatever she wanted, her grandmother would give her. Xiao Tangyuan's grandmother loves her very much too. The attributes of the little chatterbox have once again been activated. Han Shichu gently patted her on the back. Once, Grandma gifted the little girl a lovely red cap, which fit her perfectly and looked particularly beautiful. From that day forth, the little girl refused to wear any other hat, and so everyone began to call her Little Red Riding Hood. Little Tangyuan listened with rapt attention, but the little chatterbox always liked to interrupt Han Shichu. Meanwhile, Chu-chan, having unknowingly set her phone aside, was completely engrossed in the tale. When she heard about Grandma and Little Red Riding Hood being devoured by the wolf, tears began to stream down little Tangyuan's cheeks. Why Chu-chan shot him a stern glance. Han Shichu, unwilling to dawdle, hurriedly continued the story. After finishing the tale of Little Red Riding Hood, little Tangyuan erupted into joyous laughter. Truly an emotionally vibrant little creature. In the future, little Tangyuan should be like Little Red Riding Hood, listening to her mother and not trusting strangers. Little Tangyuan nodded, saying, Little Tangyuan wouldn't he believe the big bad wolf. After saying this, she turned to Han Shichu and said, "Papa, little Tangyuan really wants to go back to Grandma's house." Han Shichu playfully pinched her little nose and replied with a smile, "You little rascal, is it Grandma you want to see? Or is it her lovely red cap you desire? All right, didn't we agree that when you finish your summer vacation, Daddy would take you back? Now, be a good girl and go to sleep." Han Shichu turned off the bedside lamp, and little Tangyuan happily closed her eyes. Chu-chan cast a complex glance at Han Shichu, who was soothing little Tangyuan to sleep, as an inexplicable feeling quietly took root in her heart. The carefree little Tangyuan soon fell into a steady sleep. Han Shichu quietly got out of bed and gently exited the room, closing the door behind her. Ding ding. Just as Han Shichu lay down in her own room, she received a WeChat message. "Dayu? Thank you." Han Shichu understood what she meant and replied, It's all in a day's work. No need for thanks, of course. If the big friend wishes to hear his story again, it will require an additional fee. Seizing the opportunity to tease her, Dayu, get lost, with a knife emoji. Seeing her response, Han Shichu smiled, shook her head, and muttered to herself, a volatile woman can be quite troublesome. Dayu, by the way, can you drive Wang Ma to the airport tomorrow morning? Her flight is at 8. The car keys are in the small cabinet on the garage wall. The code is 0909. Okay. After replying, Han Shichu set her alarm and promptly fell asleep. After a long day, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. However, across the hall, Yu Chu-chan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, lost in her thoughts. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Han Shichu was awoken by her alarm. After getting up, washing up, and changing her clothes, she went downstairs. Wang Ma had already prepared breakfast and was a bit surprised to see Han Shichu. Shichu, why are you up so early? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Wang Ma, aren't you going to the airport? I'll take you. Oh, didn't I tell Chu-chan that I could just take a taxi? It's so early, and I've made you get up. It's fine. Wang Ma, it's not a bother at all. Wang Ma shook her head helplessly, saying, all right then, Shichu, sit for a moment while I get your breakfast. The breakfast was sumptuous. Carrot and beef porridge, handmade meat buns and fried dumplings from Wang Ma, boiled free-range eggs, and several small dishes, a truly authentic huaxia breakfast, which Han Shichu greatly enjoyed. After finishing breakfast, Wang Ma, having packed her luggage, left a note and followed Han Shichu to the garage. The garage wall housed a small safe. After inputting the code, it opened to reveal a dozen car keys lying quietly inside. Han Shichu chose a car similar to Yu Chu-chan's, an executive sedan, rather than opting for the flashy limited edition sports car or the extended luxury car. Throughout the journey, Wang Ma regaled her with amusing anecdotes from Yu Chu-chan's childhood and various mischievous escapades, allowing Han Shichu to witness another side of the cold and noble female CEO. After dropping Wang Ma off at security, Han Shichu prepared to drive back. Just as she sat in the car, she noticed a man wearing sunglasses and a mask stealthily approaching her vehicle. To her surprise, he directly opened the car door and got in. Without waiting for Han Shichu to speak, he made a gesture for silence and a pleading sign. Han Shichu furrowed her brow. The stranger took off his backpack, pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills, and hastily urged her, brother, drive quickly. Chapter 14. Fellow apprentice, rich woman 4 treasures. Goodness, judging by the thickness, there must be at least 7 or 8,000. However, Han Shichu did not reach out to take it. The man, with his sunglasses and mask, plus his previous sneaky behavior, clearly did not appear to be a good person, and Han Shichu was cautious about accepting his money. Seeing that he was unmoved, the stranger anxiously said, brother, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Noticing Han Shichu's wary gaze, it was evident that he didn't believe him. The stranger sighed in resignation, slowly removing his sunglasses and mask, pointing to his face, and asked, brother, do you recognize this face? Han Shichu was taken aback by the strikingly handsome face before him. No misunderstandings, his orientation was entirely normal. While the face was indeed handsome, it still paled in comparison to Han Shichu's. He was shocked because he recognized this face. Bai Luming, currently a rising star in the entertainment industry. Despite his youthful appearance, he was a bona fide powerhouse actor. The period dramas he starred in were immense hits, and no one dared to rival his viewership ratings during the same airing periods. With his charming looks and superb acting skills, he had captured the hearts of countless young girls and mothers alike, rivaling even the most popular young idols. Even someone like Han Shichu, who was not particularly invested in the entertainment world, knew of him, which attested to his immense popularity. Moreover, and more crucially, this guy was also from Dayu Film and Television Media Company, making him Han Shichu Sr. Han Shichu couldn't help but tease, that face of yours does seem somewhat familiar. What the hell? Is that even human language? Bai Luming shot him an irritated look. Are you selling marinated meat or something? Familiar face? Just a joke. Don't take it to heart. You are Bai Luming? Bai Luming nodded and said, now, do you believe I'm not a bad person? Han Shichu looked at him with great perplexity, asking, what on earth are you doing? Ah, Bai Luming sighed heavily, saying helplessly, I just wanted to shake off my manager and assistant and have a good day of fun. Don't think that we public figures have it easy. Often we have no freedom, and our schedules are packed to the brim, leaving us with no personal space or time. Can you believe I haven't had a day off in 6 months? So today, no matter what, I have to enjoy myself thoroughly for an entire day. Han Shichu rolled her eyes at him, saying with annoyance, just give it a rest. Other celebrities would jump at the chance to be busy. So don't start your humble bragging here. When you fade into obscurity, do whatever you want. When you have time to rest, who cares about you? Well, Bai Luming stared at her blankly. Are you being polite? Can you even chat? The first thing you say is that you're fading into obscurity. Can't you hope for something better? Han Shichu started the vehicle and slowly drove away from the airport. Hey buddy, what is your surname? The familiar Bai Luming took the initiative to strike up a conversation. No need for formality, my surname is Han Shichu. A nice name. What is so nice about it? Bai Luming looked at him with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Awkwardly smiling. This guy must be a devil, right? I merely offered a casual compliment. Little Han, you're impressive. Driving a luxury car worth millions at such a young age. A rich second generation? Han Shichu turned slightly to glance at him, confirming that he was indeed a friendly and thick-skinned person. Not a rich second generation, but rather, I'm hanging on to a rich woman. Bai Luming was once again rendered speechless. That's great. With your looks, which are on par with mine, living off a rich woman should be a piece of cake. He then curiously asked, Little Han, I have a question that has puzzled me. Do people like you have candles? Rope art, collars, handcuffs, and queen whips? Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of offending. It's purely curiosity. Hey, if he wants to ask these questions, Han Shichu perked up. With a knowing smile, he said, all right. Little Bai, I didn't realize you were quite knowledgeable. Bai Luming quickly clarified, no, it's all superficial knowledge learned from books and videos. Let me tell you, in our line of work, it's far more than what you mentioned. There are many tools beyond your imagination. Oh? Little Han, hurry up and tell me. I'm eager to learn. Bai Luming looked as if he were thirsting for knowledge. Little Bai, do you know the 4 treasures of a rich woman? Bai Luming shook his head vigorously. The 4 treasures refer to the rich woman's joy ball, the rich woman's joy fish, the rich woman's flaming mountain, and the rich woman's closed moon fan. Bai Luming stared wide-eyed, eagerly asking, what are those? Han Shichu wore a mysterious smile, saying, Dante Rush. Let me explain it to you slowly. By the time he finished his explanation, Bai Luming was utterly astonished. His worldview shattered. He gulped several times, looking at Han Shichu with admiration, and couldn't he help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Bro, you truly are my bro. I'm impressed. Little brother is in awe. Hangu, with the way you indulge in such wild escapades, can your body truly keep up? My dear younger brother, the average person would undoubtedly struggle, but I possess the means, excellent means. I can manage a vigorous night of 10 or so rounds without issue, and there are no side effects. Wow, is it really that impressive? Hangu, would you be willing to give me a glimpse of this? I apologize, dear brother, but I don't have it on me at the moment. How about this? Let us add each other on WeChat, and next time I'll bring it for you. Sounds good. Bai Luming nodded eagerly as he hastily retrieved his phone from his backpack. Hangu, please pull over at the upcoming intersection. Just drop me off here. All right, take care, my young friend. Let us keep in touch. In the end, Bai Luming firmly pressed a stack of cash into Han Shichu's hands. Insisting that earning money was no easy feat, Han Shichu could only sigh in admiration, thinking to himself that Bai Luming was indeed a man of principle. Upon returning to Yiping Huafu, it was barely past 8 o'clock. Having already memorized the door lock code, he entered the house directly. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with the heart-wrenching cries of Xiao Tangyuan filled with sorrow from the living room. Without even pausing to change his shoes, he rushed into the living room and saw Xiao Tangyuan, who was holding onto Tongdo, weeping inconsolably. He quickly asked, What is wrong? Why is my little darling crying so sadly? Originally displaying a mix of helplessness and heartache, Yu Chu-chan sighed in relief upon seeing Han Shichu return. The moment Xiao Tangyuan heard his voice, she instantly stopped crying and looked up with her tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Han Shichu, she hurriedly climbed off Tongdo and dove into his embrace. Daddy, where have you been? I thought you had left me again. Han Shichu picked her up, gently wiping her tears while softly saying, Grandma Wang has returned to her hometown, and Daddy want to send her off. But Daddy promised Xiao Tangyuan that he wouldn't leave her. Yu Chu-chan interjected with mild annoyance. You ungrateful little thing. Your mother has explained this countless times, yet you refuse to believe it. Now that daddy is back, you should be happy, right? Xiao Tangyuan quickly smiled through her remaining tears, admitting, I'm sorry, Mama. Chapter 15. Registering for Marriage. A deep plot. The moment Xiao Tangyuan realized that daddy was missing upon waking, she began to cry, while Yu Chu-chan tirelessly reassured and explained, resulting in them not having eaten yet. Han Shichu emerged from the kitchen with the meal that Wang Ma had warmed before leaving. After they finished eating, they took Xiao Tangyuan to kindergarten, which was her wish. Even while seated in the car, she was excitedly flailing her arms and legs. Due to the heavy traffic, Han Shichu parked the car on a side street and they walked the rest of the way. As soon as they got out of the car, Xiao Tangyuan eagerly took her parents' hands. Her little legs kicked joyfully, and her face was adorned with pride and happiness. Yu Chu-chan and Han Shichu exchanged a fleeting glance, but she quickly turned away, avoiding his gaze, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. Han Shichu felt a unique sensation. Despite knowing it was all an act, he couldn't suppress the wave of satisfaction, joy, and happiness that washed over him. Stealing a glance at Yu Chu-chan, who was focused on walking straight ahead, he wondered what she was feeling. Unbeknownst to him, after he averted his gaze, Yu Chu-chan discreetly glanced at him from the corner of her eye. The three of them, resembling a perfect family, attracted the attention of passers-by as they walked down the street. Daddy was handsome, Mama was beautiful, and their daughter was adorable, provoking envy and admiration. At the kindergarten gate, the principal and teachers were welcoming the little ones. Upon seeing the trio, they cast curious glances. Hello, principal. Hello, Teacher Li. Xiao Tangyuan greeted them cheerfully. The principal and Teacher Li responded in unison. Hello, Xiao Tangyuan. It must be said that Xiao Tangyuan was truly cherished. The teachers and principal at the kindergarten adored the sweet and sensible little girl. Xiao Tangyuan proudly declared, Principal, Teacher Li, this is my daddy. Han Shichu promptly extended his hand and greeted, Hello, Principal, Teacher Li. I am Xiao Tangyuan's father, Han Shichu. Hello, Mr. Han. Teacher Li, a pretty young woman who had just graduated from university, blushed shyly as she shook his hand. Indeed, Han Shichu's looks were undeniably striking, a significant allure for someone like Teacher Li. Han Shichu knelt down, adjusting Xiao Tangyuan's dress and teddy bear backpack, while softly stating, Xiao Tangyuan, be good at kindergarten, listen to the principal and Teacher Li, and Daddy will come to pick you up after school. Xiao Tangyuan nodded earnestly, Daddy must come. Han Shichu handed Xiao Tangyuan over to the teacher. Smiling as he said, Principal, Teacher Li, I entrust my little Tangyuan to you. The principal smiled back, saying, Mr. Han, you're too polite. It's our duty. Besides, Xiao Tangyuan is such a well-behaved girl. She saves us so much worry. After bidding farewell to the little one, Han Shichu and Yu Chu-chan headed straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shortly after, they emerged from the bureau. Sitting in the car, Han Shichu gazed at the red marriage certificate in his hands. A subtle smile gracing his face. Yu Chu-chan appeared relatively unfazed, as it was not her first time. Yet a peculiar feeling lingered in her heart. Han Shichu tapped the marriage certificate and looked at her, saying, Leader, my first time was with you. With Xiao Tangyuan absent, Yu Chu-chan reverted to her cold demeanor. She shot him a sharp glare. Are you trying to provoke me? Han Shichu refrained from arguing and instead asked with a smile, Leader, would you grant me one wish? Yu Chu-chan frowned in suspicion. What wish? Speak up. Noticing his hesitance, she impatiently urged, Just say it already. Han Shichu took a discreet glance and inhaled deeply, speaking slowly, Leader, you see, regardless of whether it's real or not, we are now officially recognized as a legal couple by the state. Could you call me husband just this once? Yu Chu-chan glared at him with deadly seriousness, her tone icy. Han Shichu, do you want to die? If you won't, then fine. Why get angry? Han Shichu muttered, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to hear it to ease the complex feelings I have after obtaining the certificate. Humph. Yu Chu-chan scoffed. No other motives? Dream on. Han Shichu shrugged and started the car, asking, Shall I take you to your office or somewhere else? To Kaixin Shopping Plaza. What for? Of course, to shop. After receiving the instruction, Han Shichu drove while stealing glances at Yu Chu-chan. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he casually remarked, Leader, Do you know why people in ancient times referred to their wives as nyangzi? Taken aback by his random question, Yu Chuchan paused before asking, why is that? Because they respected her as a mother and loved her as a child. Noticing her nod, Han Shichu continued, and do you know why people today call their wives Lapa? Yu Chuchan shook her head. Because it begins with the matchmaker and ends with the soul guide. That sounds quite romantic. Han Shichu smiled faintly. Do you know how women refer to their husbands after marriage? Without a moment's thought, Yu Chuchan answered, husband. Han Shichu burst into laughter. Aha! The moment the words left her mouth, she realized she'd fallen into his trap. The blush that had crept onto her cheeks was swiftly replaced by a layer of frost. Pa! Shameless! In the face of Yu Chuchan's furious retort, Han Shichu simply smiled, unfazed. Did he really think he couldn't handle her? Did he earn his rogue certificate for nothing? After parking in the underground lot of Kaishian Shopping Plaza, they took the elevator to the first floor. Han Shichu curiously asked, Leader, what are we here to buy? Still fuming, Yu Chuchan huffed in annoyance and didn't respond, instead wandering off on her own. Han Shichu, not feeling embarrassed at all, simply followed her around. As they walked through the mall, they drew countless admiring glances. After all, both Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan possessed stunning looks that were truly top tier. They had long grown accustomed to the envious stares from those around them and were unbothered by it. Why Yu Chuchan entered an upscale international men's clothing store, and Han Shichu, puzzled and intrigued, followed her inside. Chapter 16. The overbearing CEO, hidden intrigues. As soon as they stepped into the lavishly decorated, high-class store, the neatly arranged sales associates, dressed in uniform suits and skirts, stood with their hands folded before them. With warm yet reserved smiles, they bowed respectfully and greeted in unison, welcome. The flagship store of an international high-end luxury brand was indeed different, just from the appearance and demeanor of the sales associates. As well as their soft service attitude and polite manners, customers couldn't help but feel a sense of delight and comfort, as if they had returned home, before the sales associates could approach them. Yu Chuchan coolly stated, please help him choose a few suitable outfits. Very well, madam. Sir, please follow us this way. Han Shichu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yu Chuchan had come to buy him clothes. However, upon reflection, he soon understood that it was likely to appease her parents. There was no reason to refuse, as it was a matter of maintaining decorum, which not only signified self-respect but also respect for others. Moreover, when meeting the in-laws, one must certainly avoid anything too lowbrowed. High-end luxury brands are indeed incomparable to ordinary ones. Their designs are exquisite, fabrics comfortable, cuts flattering, craftsmanship superb, and they pay meticulous attention to detail. Once clad in the outfits selected by the sales assistant, Han Shichu transformed into a mature and composed figure, exuding the commanding presence of a business elite, showcasing his striking masculine charm to its fullest. Even Yu Chuchan, seated in the lounge area, could not help but be taken aback, nodding slightly in approval. The attractive saleswomen in the store were equally captivated by the dashing Han Shichu, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Cheeks flushed and hearts fluttering, wishing they could shower him with affection. Damned hormones, restless and uncontainable. What was once thought to be love at first sight was merely lust at first glance, particularly for women, who, despite claiming indifference, are ultimately drawn to handsome appearances. However, upon noticing Yu Chuchan seated on the sofa, they were compelled to lower their heads in defeat, feeling inadequate, and no matter how competitive they felt, there was simply no basis for comparison. The disparity was too great, too evident, and they were not on the same level at all. Thankfully, Yu Chuchan was present. Had Han Shichu come alone, he would likely have been surrounded by a throng of admirers by now. Perhaps upon leaving, he would have discovered several vouchers for romantic encounters tucked away in his clothing or pockets. Nonetheless, professionals are professionals. Armed with a keen eye, a unique aesthetic sensibility, and extensive dressing experience, the sales assistant swiftly and accurately curated several outfits for Han Shichu from head to toe. Han Shichu could not help but admire the prowess of the elite sales assistant. Ultimately, it was his handsome visage and well-built physique that made the selection process so effortless. Even wrapped in burlap, he would still exude a sense of fashion, and of course, with high-end luxury brands, the price tag is naturally steep. Although Han Shichu was mentally prepared for it, he was still taken aback upon seeing the bill. Goodness, for just 5 outfits, it amounted to over 600,000. Why not just rob a bank? It was clear he had misunderstood. This was far quicker than any heist. What he was purchasing was not mere clothing. It was genuine gold. Spending over 600,000 would not merely cause him a pang of regret. It would feel like losing his very life. Just as he was contemplating the audacity of returning the items, Yu Chu-chan produced a gold card and handed it over. Her tone as cold and concise as ever. No password. Han Shichu merely glanced at her, offering no resistance. After all, a pauper like him was hardly worthy. This substantial sum would cause him great distress, but for Yu Chu-chan, it was a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. There was no need to inflate his ego for the sake of pride, nor to struggle against financial reality. Moreover, he was, in a sense, being supported. What was the harm in indulging in a little food and drink? Even if he wished to maintain a facade of independence, Yu Chu-chan would likely not afford him the opportunity. After all, in her eyes, he was merely playing a role for himself, and these were just slightly more expensive props that he was expected to provide. She had no habit of exploiting subordinates or consuming the earnings of others. Thus, Han Shichu accepted the soft life with a clear conscience. A wealthy woman like her was 10 a penny. Carrying numerous shopping bags, Han Shichu followed closely behind Yu Chu-chan, stepping into a renowned international luxury jewelry store. As before, they were greeted with warm welcomes and attentive service. However, this time, the spotlight was clearly on Yu Chu-chan. Initially thinking she would casually select a piece just to appease her parents, he was surprised to find her meticulously deliberating over her choice. She spent nearly 2 hours selecting, showing no hint of impatience. This truly caught Han Shichu off guard, prompting him to speculate on her true intentions. "Madam, you certainly have an eye for beauty," the sales assistant chimed sweetly. "This pair of rings is crafted by the esteemed Master Nan Jinping. The reason for the surprisingly low price is due to Master Nan's special instructions. And there is only this one pair." Yu Chu-chan was taken aback. Master Nan Jinping, in her 50s, was one of the world's top jewelry designers. Any piece crafted by her hand commanded no less than 10 million. It was hard to fathom that this ring, created by her, cost a mere 2 million. In truth, Yu Chu-chan was drawn to the ring not only for its exquisite beauty, but also for its perfectly reasonable price. It was neither too cheap to be unworthy nor too expensive to be regrettable. Her furtive glances at Han Shichu made her intentions unmistakable. Han Shichu, unaware of Master Nan Jinping's reputation, could not help but exclaim inwardly upon hearing the price. Goodness, was this a ring or a luxury vehicle, or perhaps a house? Certainly, for the super-rich Yu Chu-chan, it was inconsequential. If she were to disregard all other considerations and motives, she would gladly pay even more. Adding a 0 or 2 to the price, as long as she liked it. Wealth allows for such indulgence. Chapter 17. Exchanging rings, the system teases, is this not reality? What is priceless to you is but a drop in the ocean for another. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Chu-chan declared, "All right, we'll take this one. The size is just right for us. Please wrap it up." "Very well, madam." Han Shichu proactively approached the cashier, presenting his bank card. Spending over 2 million transformed him once more into a bona fide pauper. The pang of regret was inevitable, yet compared to the previous expenditure of over 600,000, he felt it was worth it, far more palatable. After all, the significance was entirely different. Yet, Yu Chu-chan did not intervene, merely revealing a trace of a barely perceptible smile, which she expertly concealed. Both harbored their own thoughts, perhaps mutually understanding yet unspoken. "Let's go home." Yu Chu-chan's voice, now devoid of its previous icy tone, was far more gentle. Sitting in the car, Han Shichu did not rush to start the engine but instead opened the small box containing the ring, slowly revealing it. He removed the women's ring and looked up at Yu Chu-chan, softly asking, "May I place it on your finger?" Yu Chu-chan met his gaze, her sensuous lips parting slightly, yet no words came forth. After a prolonged moment of eye contact, she finally extended her left hand. Han Shichu gently grasped her delicate hand, meticulously sliding the ring onto her ring finger. Thus, her ring finger was no longer without a name. Holding her fair, tender hand, he admired it closely, a smile gracing his lips. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "It's truly beautiful." After a long while, she finally retorted, "Have you finished gawking?" With that, she withdrew her hand. Han Shichu chuckled, "How could I ever gaze enough?" He then removed the men's ring, preparing to wear it himself. However, Yuchu-chan snatched it from him, taking his right hand and sliding it onto his ring finger. Compared to Han Shichu's gentle finesse, her actions were decidedly more brusque. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm merely returning the favor, Yuchu-chan clarified. Yet, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, quickly reverting to her usual dignified demeanor. How disingenuous! Such a flimsy excuse, and yet she uttered it so effortlessly. Han Shichu simply smiled. Let's go home. With that, he started the vehicle, gradually departing the shopping plaza. Upon returning to the villa, it was nearly midnight in the sweltering heat of the day. Having spent the entire morning shopping, both of them, fastidious about cleanliness, hastily retreated to their respective rooms to shower and change. While showering, Han Shichu was not idle. Do not misunderstand. He was not exercising. System, the third task has been completed. What rewards do I receive? Task completed. Reward: 1 lottery chance, 1,000 popularity points, and activation of the attribute panel. Attribute panel. What on earth? Let's take a look. Instantly, a virtual screen lit up in his mind. On the left side was his three-dimensional likeness, while the right displayed various attributes. Aside from his basic information such as name, gender, age, height, and weight, there were some peculiar attributes. Physical attributes: strength, speed, agility, resistance, etc. 60, maximum value 100. The average for a normal adult male is 50. Gazing at this attribute, Han Shichu frowned. What the hell? A robust young man like me only rates a mere 60 points. On what basis? This is hardly better than a weakling. Discontent may linger, yet the precise values provided by the system are not subject to his whims. Charisma: 90, intelligence: 75. The system's assessment of his intelligence further vexed Han Shichu. Popularity: negative 90,000. Skills: divine level painting technique, divine level singing ability. Han Shichu stared blankly at the attribute panel. Aside from being handsome, was he truly devoid of any merit? How lamentable. His previously buoyant mood was instantaneously shattered by this ridiculous system. I shall draw a lottery, Han Shichu resolved. Seeking solace for his disheartened spirit, the virtual screen abruptly transformed, presenting the lottery interface. Start, stop. Congratulations to the host for winning the divine level guitar playing skill. Well, not bad at all. Han Shichu felt a surge of elation once more. System notification: deducting 10,000 points of popularity for this reward. The host now owes 90,000 points. Please repay the loan promptly. Goodness. Han Shichu perceived that this foolish system was deliberately tormenting him. Just as his spirits had lifted, this debt collection brought him back down to earth. However, the system's torment and teasing were far from over. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the initial 3-hit task, gaining the system's recognition and receiving a big gift package. This unexpected windfall left Han Shichu pleasantly surprised. Hey, you silly system. Are you purposely trying to mess with my mindset? In the span of a mere moment, Han Shichu's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting in a tumultuous fashion. Let's open the big gift package and see what treasures lie within. Han Shichu eagerly rubbed his hands together. Rubbed his hands together in anticipation. The big gift package opened successfully, rewards scattered across the floor. What the hell? Is this akin to monster hunting for gear? Is it amusing to toy with me? Congratulations to the host for acquiring divine-level culinary skills. A compilation of cheesy pickup lines, a complete collection of couplets, a bottle of bed-breaking oil, 1 song, and 1 classical poem. Physical rewards are automatically stored in the system's storage space, should the host require them. Merely think of them. Han Shichu was taken aback. Oh, there's even a hidden feature? System, can I store external items in the system space? Yes, but currently the system space is only open to the host for 1 cubic meter. Though the space was limited, it was already enough to astonish Han Shichu, and he could continue to develop it. After all, no need to rush. However, the rewards from this big gift package left him feeling quite disappointed. What on earth were these items? Divine-level culinary skills. Wasn't he that merely adding more chores for himself? Cheesy pickup lines. Who would he even say those to? The ice-cold female CEO? He'd probably be foaming at the mouth trying to flirt with her. A complete collection of couplets. What use was that? Writing spring festival couplets? Pairing couplets? Wasn't he that nonsensical? Bed-breaking oil? What a joke. There was no place to use it now. Classical poetry. Was he meant to become a great literary figure? Fine. Han Shichu felt he had once again been played by this absurd system. Fortunately, there was a song as a consolation prize. After taking a shower and donning comfortable beach shorts and a tank top, he headed downstairs. Just as he settled onto the sofa, he noticed Yuchu-chan, dressed in layers as if to ward off thieves, descending the stairs. With a disdainful curl of her lips, he thought to himself that this girl was utterly dull and uninteresting. Chapter 18. Testing Culinary Skills, Fierce Mother Dash and Dash Law. Why Yuchu-chan made her way to the living room and took a seat on the sofa, slightly tilting her head as she attended to her cascading locks, inadvertently showcasing her languid side. Fresh from her bath, her skin, delicate and rosy, emitted a subtle wine-red glow, and she radiated an elegant fragrance. Han Shichu inhaled the sweet scent in the air, his already restless heart growing increasingly agitated. His Adam's apple bobbed as he instinctively swallowed. As Yuchu-chan continued to fix her hair, she casually inquired, "What do you want for lunch?" "I can order takeout." Han Shichu pondered for a moment. He was ultimately keen to experiment with just how remarkable his divine-level culinary skills truly were. He replied slowly, "Let us eat at home. Takeout isn't healthy. I'll check the fridge for ingredients first." Yuchu-chan paused, then looked at him skeptically. "You can cook? Is it edible?" He shot her an exasperated glance and retorted, "Who grows up in the countryside and doesn't know how to cook? You one starved to death on my watch." With that, he rose and headed toward the kitchen. Upon opening the fridge, he was pleasantly surprised to find it brimming with ingredients. Without further ado, Han Shichu rolled up his sleeves, tied on an apron, and got to work. In the living room. Just as he departed, Yuchu-chan's phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was a video call request from her mother. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the answer button. Instantly, a strikingly beautiful woman, bearing a resemblance to her, appeared on the screen. One could tell from her facial features that the elegantly made-up woman had been a stunning beauty in her youth. And even now, thanks to her diligent self-care, the passage of time had left only light traces on her face. Those unaware might even mistake her for Yuchu-chan's sister. Why Yuchu-chan, shedding her usual cold and regal demeanor, transformed into a sweet and endearing little girl, her delicate face illuminated by a warm smile as she cooed, "Dear mother, what brings you to video call today?" Goodness, what a true chameleon. If Han Shichu were to witness this side of her, he would surely find it hard to believe his eyes, and his worldview would shatter. The beautiful woman, Yu's mother, immediately darkened her expression, retorting sternly, "Don't play coy with me. You haven't forgotten what day it is? Have you? How could I? I'm right here at home waiting for you and Dad to arrive." Yu's mother hesitated for a moment, unable to believe. "You really got married? You're not just fooling me, are you?" Yuchu-chan rolled her eyes dramatically. "Mother, do you still not know your daughter? Do I look like someone who would joke about such a serious matter?" With that, she waved her right hand in front of the camera. "Tada! See this? Do you know what it is?" Yu's mother stared intently at the wedding ring on her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her reaction was, of course, anticipated by Yuchu-chan, who knew she wouldn't be easily convinced. "Hold on. Mother, let me show you something else." With that, she swiftly ascended the stairs, returning to her room. She retrieved the marriage certificate from her bedside table and slowly opened it in front of the camera, displaying it for Yu's mother. "Well, what do you think, mother? Do you believe me now?" Yu's mother nodded in astonishment, but her face soon broke into a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Wonderful, my dear daughter has finally married. Our entire family can finally rest easy. By the way, how is my little darling's relationship with him? I warn you, if my little darling doesn't like him, no matter how good or excellent he is, I won't recognize him, and neither will our family. Mother, do you think I am such an unreliable person? I must have gained little darling's approval to marry him. Rest assured, their relationship is splendid. Little darling practically clings to him for 24 hours a day. I am even a bit envious." The smile on Yu's mother's face could not be contained as she nodded repeatedly. That's great, that's great. How about my son-in-law? Tell me all about him." Without hesitation, Yuchu-chan replied, "He is quite decent, very handsome, and has a wonderful personality. He is young, just graduated from university. What do you think? Isn't your daughter impressive?" Yu's mother nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Who would have thought you'd learn to date younger men? You've got your mother-s flair from back in the day. Mother. Yuchu-chan pouted playfully. What are you saying? Am I really your daughter? Is there anyone who would belittle their own child like that? Yu's mother scoffed dismissively. Why Yuchu-chan pondered for a moment, appearing hesitant, before finally murmuring, Mother, I won't hide it from you. Actually, Shichu comes from a rural background, and his family conditions are quite ordinary. The moment she finished speaking, Yu's mother's face fell, fury evident as she scolded. What's wrong with being from the countryside? Do you look down on rural folk? How did I raise you? Have you forgotten your grandfather and grandmother's words? You little rascal, have you grown wings now? Where did you learn these nasty habits? You're driving me mad. Hearing her mother's scolding, Yuchu-chan was not angered. Instead, she chuckled, Mother, please don't be upset. If I were to be dismissive or concerned, do you think I would marry Shichu? The only reason I mention it is to avoid you. Before she could finish, Yu's mother interrupted her roughly, Shut it. Do you think we are so despicable? You little ingrate. Let me tell you, our family has never followed those old-fashioned notions of social standing and wealth. What if his family is less fortunate? Even if they were well off, would they treat us better? Yu's mother paused for a moment, then said earnestly, My daughter, while we have always urged you to marry, what we truly hope for is that you marry for love, to someone you genuinely like. Do you understand? The sudden sentimentality caught Yuchu-chan off guard. With reddened eyes, she choked out, I understand. Thank you. Mom. Yu's mother playfully scolded, Silly girl. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Where is my son-in-law? Let me see him. He is cooking in the kitchen, and aren't you and Dad supposed to come to the magical city this afternoon? Is there anything interesting to see right now? Oh, I didn't expect my daughter's husband to be able to cook. My girl, your taste is commendable. This is a point where you surpass me. Yuchu-chan, with a hint of pride, replied, Of course. Then Yu's mother continued, Your father and I cannot make it. He has been swamped with work lately and simply cannot spare the time. Moreover, I have my own official duties to attend to. How could I disregard national matters for your trivial affairs? Chapter 19. A clash between mother and daughter. Cheesy love talk. Upon hearing that her mother could not come, Yuchu-chan was practically overjoyed. Although she could only secretly revel in her happiness while maintaining an impassive facade, she even pretended to be disappointed, saying, Oh, you can't come. I had prepared so many things with Shichu. What a remarkable performance. It would be a pity if she didn't pursue a career in acting. Little did she know, Yu's mother smiled and said, It's all right. Summer vacation is just around the corner, right? You can take my granddaughter and son-in-law back to the capital then. Yuchu-chan quickly brainstormed, her big eyes twinkling as she devised a counter-strategy. Feigning helplessness, she said, Mother, it's such a pity. Shichu has already promised the little darling that she would take her back to our hometown during the summer vacation. Humph. You have your clever schemes, and I have my own tricks. Yu's mother frowned for a moment before responding. Since you've promised the little darling, there's no helping it. Besides, as a daughter-in-law, you should meet your in-laws first. That's fine. Coming back to the capital during National Day or Mid-Autumn Festival works too. All right. Let me see my son-in-law first. Yuchu-chan took her phone and walked downstairs, saying, Mother, let me show you secretly. Shichu isn't quite prepared yet. Don't scare him with an unexpected call. Yu's mother nodded with a smile. All right. Stealthily approaching the kitchen door, the camera focused on Han Shichu, who was engrossed in cooking. A rich aroma wafted through the air, and Yuchu-chan could not help but swallow hard. The scent was irresistibly enticing. Watching his tall figure with a complex gaze, she mused that serious men are indeed the most handsome, and she found herself momentarily lost in thought. After regaining her senses, she quietly retreated from the kitchen. Returning to the living room, she asked, Mother, what do you think of your son-in-law? Yu's mother nodded in satisfaction. Quite impressive, tall, handsome, and refined. I am very pleased. She then solemnly advised, My daughter, now that you are married, it's time to rectify your bad habits. You cannot continue as you did before. In the kitchen, after nearly an hour of effort, Han Shichu finally prepared a sumptuous lunch. He tested his cooking skills and nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. Truly, culinary expertise of this level was no exaggeration. He had never tasted such delicious dishes before. Whether it was his cutting techniques or other aspects, He was worthy of the title of a culinary master. The food produced by the system was undoubtedly superb. After placing the dishes on the dining table, Han Shichu looked towards Yu Chu-chan in the living room and noticed a rosy glow blooming on her enchanting face. He approached her, concerned, and asked, "Leader, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Chu-chan quickly shook her head. "No. It's probably just the heat. As long as you're fine, let us eat." Gazing at his retreating figure, Yu Chu-chan let out a sigh of relief, inwardly grumbling. Why did mother have to say such embarrassing things all of a sudden? How indecent, truly indecent. The dining table. The lavish spread made Yu Chu-chan's mouth water. Boiled meat slices, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, white oil taro, and a sour cabbage vermicelli soup. Why Yu Chu-chan glanced at him and remarked, "How did you know I love these dishes?" Han Shichu casually replied while serving her rice, "Wang Ma mentioned that you enjoy Sichuan cuisine. So I just made a few random dishes. How does it taste?" Yu Chu-chan eagerly picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of boiled meat to pop into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, a medley of rich flavors and textures exploded on her palate. Delicious, truly delightful, spicy, fragrant, and the meat was tender and flavorful. This was the most authentic and delicious boiled meat she had ever tasted. She had thought Wang Ma's cooking could rival a top chef, but Han Shichu's culinary skills surpassed even hers. Whose disciple is this? How is it? Tasty? Han Shichu asked with a smile. Good. She was about to blurt out, but quickly caught herself, feigning composure and pride. It's all right, just average. Han Shichu shook his head with a smile. He knew very well how delicious the food was. He chose not to expose her fib and instead continued to serve more dishes into her bowl. Eat more. Yu Chu-chan, for once, did not refuse and eagerly dug in. Her movements appeared remarkably elegant. If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, Han Shichu would find it hard to believe that she had devoured nearly all the food on the table. Goodness, she was indeed a hidden foodie. After finishing the meal, Yu Chu-chan, thoroughly satisfied, reclined on the sofa, rubbing her belly, indulging in post-meal relaxation. Meanwhile, Han Shichu begrudgingly tidied up the dishes. Just as he finished washing the dishes and stepped out of the kitchen, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was his manager, Lisa Rong. He answered, "Hello, Sister Rong." "Shichu, where are you now? I need to talk to you about something important." "I'm at home." "What's the matter, Sister Rong?" Lisa Rong's laughter came through the receiver. "It's good news. Just tell me your address, and we can discuss it further." My address?" Han Shichu hesitated, unsure whether to share it that moment. Yu Chu-chan reached over and said, "Just give me the phone." Once she took the phone, she stated, "Sister Rong, just come to my house directly." After hanging up, she returned the phone to him. The Big Fish Film and Television Media Company. Sitting in her office, Lisa Rong was in disbelief, holding her phone and staring blankly. Is that really Chu-chan's voice? She couldn't help but question if she had misheard. What on earth is happening? How could Shichu be at Chu-chan's home? In a daze, she grabbed the car keys from her desk and rushed out, her insatiable curiosity ignited. Han Shichu curiously asked, "Leader, do you know Sister Rong?" Yu Chu-chan nodded. "Sister Rong is my close friend. She had already stepped back from the industry, but I invited her to make a comeback. The company is currently in a transitional phase, and I want her to help bring a new batch of talent." "I didn't expect the first newcomer she signed would be you," Han Shichu said, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Leader, do you know why it's such a coincidence?" "Why?" "Because I went to seek blessings yesterday." Yu Chu-chan, puzzled, asked, "Seek blessings? What kind of blessings?" "It's because we are destined to meet in this life, which is why we are so fated." Goodness, such cheesy pickup lines could fill an entire courtyard. Han Shichu couldn't help but feel a bit nauseated by his own words. Why Yu Chu-chan shot him an angry glare, disgusting. Although she felt a wave of revulsion, a hint of sweet joy inexplicably blossomed in her heart, akin to the taste of candy. Chapter 20. Overwhelming assault. Penniless as long as I am not embarrassed, the one who feels awkward is the other person. Thus, Han Shichu decided to carry on with the cheesy pickup lines, launching a full frontal assault on the cold and dignified female CEO. Han Shichu gently inquired, "Leader, are you tired?" The sudden concern made Yu Chu-chan feel slightly uncomfortable, yet she responded honestly, "Not really, I'm fine." How could that be? Han Shichu feigned surprise, questioning. You've been running through my mind all day and night. How could you not be tired? Han Shichu gazed intently at her, frowning as he said, Leader, you have something on your face. Yu Chu-chan quickly reached up to touch her face. What is it? You have a bit of beauty. Without giving her a chance to react, Han Shichu pressed on, Leader, why do you seem a bit different today? Yu Chu-chan instinctively blurted out, What? What is different? Different in a good way. Han Shichu was eager to continue his flirtation. However, Yu Chu-chan stood up, shot him a fierce glare, and retorted, You smooth talker, how boring. She swiftly made her way upstairs, her body slightly swaying as she went. Her face, already painted with a rosy hue, could not bear to linger any longer. Han Shichu's relentless cheesy lines were too overwhelming for her. Even the cold and aloof facade she maintained was beginning to crumble under his assault, leaving her feeling flustered and weak. Watching her retreating figure, Han Shichu smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased with himself. Despite her aloof demeanor, didn't she still blush and flutter under the barrage of my cheesy lines? Han Shichu rose and headed upstairs, chuckling at the sight of Yu Chu-chan's tightly shut door. He then entered the toy room of the little dumpling, picking up a drawing board, brushes, and paper before heading back downstairs. Settling back in the living room, he found golden retriever Tongdo lying contentedly at his feet. Thoroughly satisfied with her new feeder, Han Shichu earnestly began to draw, intending to turn the fairy tale he had planned to tell Little Dumpling into a comic strip, with the characters and story fresh in his mind. He simply needed to illustrate them as they were. Not long after she began painting, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of Lisa Rong. Upon opening the door, indeed it was Rong Jie. The moment she laid eyes on him, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, and she stammered, You, Shichu, you? Unable to articulate her thoughts, she faltered for quite some time. Rong Jie, perhaps it would be best if you came in first before we discuss anything, he suggested. After slipping into her slippers, Lisa Rong remained in a state of bewilderment. Where is Chonner? In the room, he replied in a hurried rush. Lisa Rong dashed up the stairs. Puzzled, Han Shichu shook his head and continued with his painting. Approximately an hour later, they descended the stairs, hand in hand. With Yu Chu-chan and Lisa Rong chatting and laughing merrily, it was evident that Lisa Rong had discerned the nature of their relationship. Once seated, Rong Jie turned to Han Shichu and said, Shichu, I've secured a spot for you on a wildly popular variety show. You should debut through this program. Curious, Han Shichu inquired, Rong Jie, which show are you referring to? It's called As a Penny. No way, Rong Jie. Is it true that I'm diving into something so grand right off the bat? Can I decline? As a Penny is immensely popular. Even someone like Han Shichu, who has no interest in variety shows, is aware of it and enjoys watching it. This show is produced by Longting Live, the largest streaming platform in Huaxia. Each episode features one or two of the hottest stars from the entertainment industry. The guests must survive for 2 days and 1 night without a dime to their name, prohibited from borrowing money, accepting gifts, or relying on favors for food and shelter. They must solely depend on their own skills, whether washing dishes, serving, or even begging, as long as they adhere to the rules. Of course, if one can manage to go 2 days and nights without food or drink while sleeping in a park, that is permissible as well. This program is broadcast live for 36 hours on Longting Live, which is why it cannot be aired on television. Participants of As a Penny often lament their experiences, finding them unbearable. Who in their right mind would join such a grueling show? Yet, the reality is that due to its overwhelming popularity, any celebrity who participates, unless they sabotage themselves, sees their fame and public attention soar. Thus, despite the show's harshness, a steady stream of stars eagerly seeks to join. Lisa Rong shot him a knowing glance and replied, What do you think? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to secure you a spot on this show? Furthermore, in this episode, you won't even be the main character. You'll merely be an addition. System task. Please participate and perfectly perform in As a Penny. Task success. Reward. 1 chance to draw from the lottery, along with an additional 50,000 popularity points. Task failure. Punishment. 5 years of facial paralysis. Well then, Han Shichu, who had initially intended to refuse, found himself unable to do so in light of the system's coercive intervention. Moreover, the system had imposed a condition that he must perform exceptionally well on the show. Truly, blessings do not come in pairs, nor do misfortunes arrive singly. With a resigned sigh, Han Shichu acquiesced. Fine. Lisa Rong's face lit up with joy. This is the spirit. Shichu, let me tell you, although the show is tough, its popularity is undeniable, and it attracts a multitude of fans. As your debut showcase, it's undoubtedly the most suitable choice, but you must remember, do not bring harm upon yourself. Han Shichu nodded in agreement. Lisa Rong then elaborated on numerous precautions and potential pitfalls, which Han Shichu took to heart with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Yu Chu-chan sat nearby, engrossed in her tablet. By the way, Rong Jia, when do we go to participate in the show? Tomorrow. Goodness. They're going on the show tomorrow? How audacious of her to inform him only now. Lisa Rong glanced at her watch, stood up, and said, All right, that's settled. I'll come to pick you up in the morning. At that moment, Yu Chu-chan finally lifted her head and implored, Rong Jia, why not stay for dinner before you leave? Why the rush? Lisa Rong shook her head, declining. Do you think everyone can be as carefree as you? The female CEO, tossing work onto others and forgetting all about it? I have a multitude of tasks to attend to, including assembling a team for your husband. I have an appointment with a top-notch stylist, so I must take my leave. With that, she grabbed her bag and departed. Han Shichu glanced at the time and remarked, Xiao Tangyuan should be out of school now. Are you going to pick her up? Initially reluctant, Yu Chu-chan suddenly recalled what Xiao Tangyuan had said earlier and changed her mind, nodding, Let us go together. Chapter 21. Please drink dog milk. A heartwarming daily life. Daddy, daddy. The adorable Xiao Tangyuan, sporting a cute bear backpack, spotted Han Shichu and Yu Chu-chan waiting outside the door from a distance. Clearly, however, she had selectively forgotten about Yu Chu-chan. With her short legs moving eagerly, she rushed towards Han Shichu. He crouched down, arms wide open, and embraced her as she leaped into his arms. Giggling, the delighted Xiao Tangyuan laughed heartily as she planted a wet kiss on Han Shichu's cheek. With her cheek now smeared with saliva, Han Shichu smiled warmly and gently asked, Xiao Tangyuan, were you a good girl at kindergarten today? Did you listen to Teacher Li? Did you eat well and sleep soundly? He spoke with the concern of a loving father. Xiao Tangyuan nodded enthusiastically, her sweet little voice chiming, Daddy, I was so good. I finished a whole bowl of rice, and I slept really well. Han Shichu planted a kiss on her tender face, eliciting more giggles from her. Observing this scene, Yu Chu-chan felt like an outsider, envy and jealousy swirling within her as she watched the father-daughter duo. Daddy, daddy, put Xiao Tangyuan down. As they passed a convenience store, Xiao Tangyuan suddenly called out eagerly. Han Shichu assumed she wanted to walk on her own and set her down. To his surprise, the moment her feet touched the ground, she grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the store. Curiously, Han Shichu asked, Is Xiao Tangyuan looking to buy something? I want to buy a dog. A dog? Han Shichu was utterly bewildered. Did the convenience store sell dogs? Unsure, he followed Xiao Tangyuan into the store. Upon entering, she gazed up at the store owner with wide eyes and sweetly asked, Auntie, do you have any dogs for sale? The store owner was equally perplexed by the adorable child but smiled and replied, Little one, we don't sell dogs here. Perhaps charmed by Xiao Tangyuan's cuteness, the owner patiently explained, To buy a dog, you need to ask your daddy to take you to a pet store. Xiao Tangyuan, slightly anxious, responded, Not that kind of dog. I want to buy a drink dog. A drink dog? Both Han Shichu and the store owner were left utterly confused by this kindergarten logic. Finally, it was Yu Chu-chan who clarified, She means Wangzai milk. What does Wangzai milk have to do with a dog? Han Shichu still couldn't grasp it. Wong wong. Woof woof, dog. Xiao Tangyuan only remembered the word dog. Ah, now it made sense. Han Shichu nodded and turned to the store owner. Could you please get me a case of Wangzai milk? The shopkeeper was amused by Xiao Tangyuan's whimsical naming. When Han Shichu attempted to pay, Xiao Tangyuan chimed in, Daddy, Xiao Tangyuan will pay. She pulled out a 100 yuan note from her bear backpack, grinning widely, Daddy, Xiao Tangyuan has money. Xiao Tangyuan will treat Daddy to a drink dog. It turned out her impulsive foray into the store was to buy a drink for herself. And Han Shichu was genuinely touched. However, he cast a questioning glance at Yu Chu-chan, who replied, This is her saved-up New Year's money and pocket money. If it makes the little penny pincher treat you to a drink, you should be grateful that I've never enjoyed such treatment myself. Han Shichu laughed heartily. In the end, it was the determined Xiao Tangyuan who paid. After opening a bottle of Wangzai milk and inserting a straw, Han Shichu held the milk in one hand and embraced the little girl in the other, feeling immensely content. Despite holding her favorite drink, Xiao Tangyuan didn't sip it, but instead offered the straw to Han Shichu, saying, "Daddy, drink. The drink dog is really delicious." Xiao Tangyuan loves drink dog. Her little gesture tugged at his heartstrings. She truly was a thoughtful little darling. Not wanting to disappoint her, Han Shichu pretended to take a sip and smiled, "Delicious. The drink dog is really good." Xiao Tangyuan beamed with joy and offered the straw again. "Daddy, drink more." Han Shichu shook his head. "Daddy is thirsty right now. He just wants to watch Xiao Tangyuan drink." Xiao Tangyuan pondered for a moment, then declared, "All right, then Daddy can just watch Xiao Tangyuan drink. If Daddy wants to drink the drink dog, just tell Xiao Tangyuan." As she observed the deep bond between father and daughter, Yu Chu-chan felt a whirlwind of emotions, joy, happiness, and even a hint of sweetness, all mixed with a strong sense of jealousy. Upon returning home, Han Shichu tied his apron while addressing his little one. "Xiao Tangyuan, go play with Tango for a while. Daddy will prepare something delicious for you." "MHM." Xiao Tangyuan obediently nodded. As soon as Han Shichu entered the kitchen, Xiao Tangyuan began issuing orders to the golden retriever. "Guodongdu, put my teddy bear backpack back in my room." Guodongdu picked up her teddy bear backpack and scampered upstairs. At that moment, she suddenly recalled the forgotten Yu Chu-chan. "Mama, why haven't I seen Grandma Wang? Grandma Wang hasn't been eaten by the big bad wolf, has she?" Clearly, she had not forgotten the story Han Shichu told last night. However, she had overlooked Grandma Wang returning to her hometown. Observing the worried expression on her little face, Yu Chu-chan couldn't help but smile wryly. Grandma Wang has gone back to her hometown. Xiao Tangyuan visibly sighed in relief. But then it seemed she remembered something else and scampered towards the kitchen. "Baba!" Bursting into the kitchen, Xiao Tangyuan wrapped her arms around Han Shichu's leg, her voice sweet and tender. "Baba, Xiao Tangyuan misses Grandma. I want to talk to Grandma." How could her little intentions possibly escape Han Shichu's notice? Yet, he said nothing and simply took out his phone, sending a video call request to his mother. Before long, the video was connected. Before Han Shichu could say anything, his mother spoke first. "What's up, son? Is there something on your mind?" Han Shichu shook his head. "What could I possibly have? Your granddaughter misses you. She wants to talk to you." After saying this, he handed the phone to Xiao Tangyuan. "Here, say whatever you wish to Grandma. Hurry out to talk. Daddy needs to cook." Xiao Tangyuan took the phone, walking outside while sweetly calling, "Grandma, Grandma, did you think of Xiao Tangyuan today? Xiao Tangyuan misses Grandma so much." The little chatterbox resumed her conversation with Grandma. By the time Han Shichu finished preparing dinner, the little talker was still engrossed in her chat. "All right, Xiao Tangyuan, enough chatting. Come eat." Reclining on the carpet, resting her head on Guodongdu, with her little legs crossed, upon hearing his call, Xiao Tangyuan quickly replied, "Grandma. Baba is calling Xiao Tangyuan to eat. I'll talk to you tomorrow." Chapter 22. Ambiguous flirtation, jealousy. With Xiao Tangyuan around, Han Shichu naturally couldn't prepare anything too heavy for dinner, opting instead for lighter fare. The meal consisted of boiled shrimp, steamed bass, sweet and sour ribs, braised lion's head meatballs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and crucian carp tofu soup, ensuring a balanced and rich nutritional profile. As Yu Chu-chan gazed at the sumptuous dinner, her salivary glands instinctively kicked into overdrive, and she swallowed hard. Xiao Tangyuan was no different, but she could express her enthusiasm without reservation. "It smells so good." Han Shichu picked up a lion's head meatball and placed it in her bowl, breaking it apart and spooning some into her dish, saying, "Xiao Tangyuan, quickly try Daddy's cooking. Is it tasty?" Without the slightest hesitation, trusting her father implicitly, Xiao Tangyuan popped the meatball into her mouth, her face lighting up with delight. "So delicious. Baba's cooking is even better than Grandma Wang's." Xiao Tangyuan eagerly took up her spoon and began eating, her voraciousness nearly melting Han Shichu's heart. As he peeled shrimp, he gently cautioned, "Xiao Tangyuan, eat slowly. There's plenty more." After placing the peeled shrimp into her bowl, Xiao Tangyuan offered him a shrimp, saying sweetly, "Baba, try the shrimp." Han Shichu smiled slightly, "Thank you, little one." After tenderly peeling shrimp for her, he meticulously removed the bones from the fish, fearing she might choke. Meanwhile, Yu Chu-chan had evidently grown accustomed to it. Focusing solely on her meal, not even glancing at the father-daughter duo, quietly enjoying the feast. Han Shichu placed a bowl of soup before her, gently saying, "Don't just focus on eating. Have some soup too. It's nourishing and good for your complexion. There's no harm in drinking more." Yuchu-chan looked up at him, nodded, and surprisingly expressed her gratitude softly. "Thank you." Noticing a grain of rice and an oil smudge on her lips, Han Shichu instinctively pulled out a napkin, saying, "Don't move." Yuchu-chan, on reflex, froze, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. He gently and carefully wiped away the remnants of her meal. All done. Yet Yuchu-chan remained in a daze, her face gradually flushing a delicate pink. One might think she had been enchanted. Han Shichu's sudden affectionate gesture caught her off guard, sending her heart racing and her mouth dry. Regaining her composure, she quickly lowered her head, fervently sipping her soup to mask her fluster and shyness. In his subtle and unobtrusive manner, Han Shichu was quietly winning her heart. Of course, when he would fully conquer it remained uncertain. "Baba, Tangyuan is full now." Han Shichu glanced down to see her little belly round and content. He lifted her off the chair, chuckling, "Once you're full, go feed Guodongdu." However, Tangyuan stood her ground, looking up at him with her small head tilted. Her voice sweet and innocent, "Baba, you haven't wiped my mouth yet." Well, the little one had also learned to be a tad jealous. Hearing this, Yuchu-chan's cheeks flushed once more. Han Shichu, helplessly glancing at the clever little rascal, then gently took a napkin to wipe her mouth clean. "Thank you, Baba." Satisfied, Tangyuan patted Guodongdu's head, saying, "Guodongdu, go get whatever you want to eat. I'll feed you." Before long, Guodongdu returned with a bag of beef-flavored dog food. Tangyuan clumsily opened the bag and poured the contents into Guodongdu's bowl, determined to fill it to the brim before stopping. Perfect, a straightforward feeding method. After cleaning the bowl, Han Shichu searched the house for Tangyuan's presence but found no trace of her. Growing a bit anxious, he asked Yuchu-chan, who was lounging on the sofa digesting her meal, "Have you seen Tangyuan?" Yuchu-chan sprang up, urgently asking, "Tangyuan is missing? I've searched the entire house. I just can't find her." "I'll help you look again. She might be hiding in some corner." Thus, the two began a frantic search around the house, calling out for Tangyuan and Guodongdu. After a thorough search, they still couldn't locate her, and Yuchu-chan was on the verge of tears. Han Shichu comforted her, "It's all right. I'll check the front and back yards." He hurriedly opened the door and headed to the front yard, but after a thorough search, he found nothing. Only the backyard garden remained unchecked, and even Han Shichu began to feel a twinge of panic. Fortunately, as soon as he stepped into the backyard, he discovered Tangyuan squatting behind a cluster of flowers, utterly still, with Guodongdu quietly lying beside her. Han Shichu exhaled a sigh of relief and approached, only to find Tangyuan intently observing small worms wriggling on the green leaves. He scooped up the little one, saying, "Tangyuan, Daddy and Mama are calling you. Didn't you hear?" With her big, round eyes wide open, Tangyuan innocently replied, "No, Tangyuan didn't hear." Han Shichu could only shake his head helplessly. Couldn't he possibly feel angry at this adorable little one in the living room? Yuchu-chan was anxiously pacing, and upon seeing him enter with Tangyuan, she rushed forward. Snatching the little one from Han Shichu's arms, she scolded, "What were you doing in the backyard? Do you know how worried Mama was when she couldn't find you?" Her tone was slightly more severe than usual. Realizing she might have erred, Tangyuan quickly tried to appease her, wiping her tears with her tiny hands, looking pitiful as she said, "Mama, don't cry. Tangyuan knows she was wrong. I want to go to the garden again." Although she didn't fully understand what she had done wrong, she figured it was best to admit fault. Seeing Tangyuan with her head bowed and a woeful expression, Yuchu-chan couldn't help but smile through her tears. With a gentle tone, she said, "Mama isn't forbidding you from playing in the garden, but you must tell Mama and Baba before you go. When Mama and Baba can't find you, they will worry, understand?" Tangyuan nodded her little head, saying sweetly, "Tangyuan understands." Yuchu-chan set her down and shot a stern look at Guodongdu. Chiding, Tangyuan didn't hear, but you didn't either, did you? Didn't you know we were looking for her? Are you hoping for dog meat? Well, that was a bit harsh. Even Guodongdu was threatened. Yet, it proved effective, as Guodongdu trembled on the ground, softly whimpering. Chapter 23. Gift of Roses. The little wealthy girl Tangyuan tugged at Yuchu-chan's pants, looking up with pleading eyes, her voice tearful. Mama, the dog is so cute. And it's Xiao Tangyuan's friend. We can't eat the dog. Han Shichu quickly clarified. Mama was just teasing Guangdu. We don't eat dogs. He then swiftly changed the subject to prevent her from dwelling on it. Xiao Tangyuan, why did you run off to the garden alone? To his surprise, Xiao Tangyuan leisurely pulled a red rose from her little backpack. With a beaming smile, she presented it to him, saying, Baba, this flower is for you. The red roses are undoubtedly plucked by her own hands in the backyard. Han Shichu did not reach out for the roses. Instead, he hurriedly knelt down, grasping her tiny hand to examine it closely, anxiously asking, Little Tangyuan, are you hurt? Did you prick your hand while picking the flowers? Little Tangyuan shook her head and smiled, saying, Baba, my hands are fine. I was very careful while picking the flowers. Upon hearing her words, and with the reassurance of not finding any wounds on her fingers or arms, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It had indeed been a night filled with anxiety. The little ones in kindergarten were both endearing and exasperating. With a smile, he took the roses from her hand and curiously inquired, Are these for Daddy? Little Tangyuan nodded, then shook her head. This left Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan utterly perplexed, unable to grasp her meaning. What do you mean, little one? Aren't they for Daddy? Little Tangyuan cheerfully replied, They are for Baba, but I want Baba to give them to Mama. I saw that other kids' daddies all gave flowers to their mommies, so I want Baba to do the same. Ah, so that was it. What a clever little rascal. Han Shichu patted her little head and said, All right. Daddy will give the flowers to Mama. He then presented the red roses to Yu Chuchan, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he said, Mama of the child, here is a rose for you. May your beauty remain intact, your youth everlasting, and may you shine as brilliantly as a flower. Goodness, what a typical man. Was he not just teasing? Such sweet nothings rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Why Yu Chuchan's face flushed with shyness, casting him a playful glare that seemed to scold him for speaking such nonsense in front of the little one. Nevertheless, she accepted the roses, her heart filled with sweet delight. Han Shichu led little Tangyuan into the toy room. Engaging her in a game of building blocks in the midst of their play, he suddenly asked with curiosity, Little Tangyuan, how much money have you saved up? Upon hearing his question, little Tangyuan promptly stood up, ran to the door to check if anyone was around, and upon confirming their solitude, she closed the door. Her cautious actions made Han Shichu want to laugh. She truly was a little miser. Little Tangyuan tugged on Han Shichu's hand, whispering, Baba, follow me. She guided him to a cabinet, opened it, and astonishingly revealed a safe within. Goodness, even a kindergarten child uses a safe to store money. How much could she possibly have? However, the little one's safe was quite simple, equipped only with an electronic password lock and no other complex security measures. She was evidently at ease with Han Shichu, as she began entering the password right in front of him. Han Shichu memorized her password at a glance. It was quite simple, the same as the password for the garage key cabinet, 0909. He guessed it must be the little one's birthday. When little Tangyuan opened the safe, Han Shichu was genuinely taken aback. Inside lay dozens of bundles of brand new banknotes, each bundle worth 10,000, and the bank's binding paper was still intact. Indeed, poverty had limited Han Shichu's imagination. Little Tangyuan was undoubtedly a little heiress. Baba? Do you need money? Little Tangyuan inquired with wide eyes, her voice soft and sweet. Han Shichu chuckled and replied, Little one, Daddy doesn't need money, and besides, Daddy has money. Then if you ever need money, just tell little Tangyuan. For she has plenty. Seeing her proud expression, Han Shichu gently patted her head, replying, All right, if Daddy needs money in the future, he'll come to little Tangyuan. Okay, now close it up. Little Tangyuan beamed and proceeded to close the safe. She then beckoned Han Shichu to crouch down. Though unsure of her intentions, he complied and knelt beside her. Little Tangyuan leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Baba, I'll tell you a secret. My password is 0909. If I'm not home, you can come take some. After saying this, she playfully pecked his cheek. Goodness, what a little miser. This was a complete misrepresentation. Han Shichu felt that the little one was quite generous and had a grand outlook. Should Yu Chuchan ever speak ill of little Tangyuan again, Han Shichu would surely defend her vigorously. Thank you, little Tangyuan. Little Tangyuan shook her head. No need to thank Baba. What mine is yours. Her innocent words once again touched Han Shichu deeply. He embraced her, showering her with kisses, causing little Tangyuan to giggle uncontrollably. Just then, Chu-chan entered, witnessing the playful scene between father and daughter, and curiously asked, "What are you two up to? Why are you so happy with the door closed?" Han Shichu, of course, would never betray little Tangyuan's secret, even if it was likely already common knowledge. "Oh, nothing much. Little Tangyuan was just telling me about your cooking." Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to tease her. Little Tangyuan readily played along, her voice sweet and innocent. Mama's cooking is black and smelly, and there were huge flames and lots of smoke. The little one was referring to the only time Chu-chan had attempted to cook. It had been during a moment of whimsy when she, without Wang Ma's supervision, decided to try her hand at cooking using a recipe book. Unfortunately, as a novice in the kitchen, she had thought that knowing the theory would suffice for practical execution, which nearly resulted in a kitchen disaster. Han Shichu had only learned of this from Wang Ma. Otherwise, he would have been none the wiser. Little Tangyuan's innocent revelation of her faux pas left Chu-chan blushing with embarrassment. Her cheeks tinged a delicate crimson. The once cool and aloof CEO had transformed into a shy little homemaker over the past few days, her blushes surpassing the total count accumulated over her 20-plus years. What had caused this change? Stealing a glance at the mischievous Han Shichu, she shot little Tangyuan an exasperated look, admonishing, "You little chatterbox, hurry and go wash up with Mama." When one cannot bully the bigger, they must resort to the smaller. Chapter 24. Soothing the baby. The show goes live leaning against the headboard in Chu-chan's bedroom. Han Shichu had more than just a drawing board and brushes in hand compared to the previous night, and he was fully reclined on the bed instead of hanging off the edge. The freshly bathed little Tangyuan lay obediently in his arms, exuding a delightful milky fragrance that was utterly enchanting. Chu-chan also reclined against the headboard, but this evening, she did not engage with her phone. Instead, she quietly awaited Han Shichu to begin the story. "Baba, little Tangyuan is ready. You can start now." A sly smile crept onto Han Shichu's face as he looked at Chu-chan. Teasing, "If the little one is ready, is the big one prepared as well?" Chu-chan remained silent, merely shooting him a fierce glare. Cough, cough. Han Shichu cleared his throat and began. "Little one, today I shall tell you the story of Snow White." Little Tangyuan's eyes widened with anticipation, her expression brimming with eagerness. Once upon a time. As Han Shichu narrated the tale in his gentle, melodic voice, he simultaneously sketched. However, he had only reached the halfway point when the low-battery little Tangyuan fell into a deep slumber. Carefully, he laid her down, tucking her in snugly before tiptoeing out of the room. "Good night." After sharing a soft smile with Chu-chan, he quietly pulled the bedroom door closed. The following morning, Han Shichu rose early, first heading to the gym on the third floor to work up a sweat. Then, after showering, he began preparing breakfast. Just as breakfast was ready and he was about to call the mother and daughter duo, they happened to descend the stairs. During breakfast, little Tangyuan looked at Han Shichu and sweetly said, "Baba, can we go to the zoo today to see the little brainy ones, big Westies, and little fierce ones?" "Okay." Han Shichu gently patted her head, responding, "Not today, sweet pea. Daddy needs to work for the next couple of days. Can we go next weekend instead?" Little Tangyuan's disappointment was palpable as her lips pouted. "Baba, are you leaving?" Her big eyes instantly misted over. Seeing that she was on the verge of tears, Han Shichu quickly clarified, "Daddy isn't leaving. He's just going out to work, and you can see Daddy on the television." This immediately piqued little Tangyuan's interest, and she eagerly asked, "Is Baba going to be on TV?" The little one was quite astute. Han Shichu nodded, explaining, "Yes, Daddy will be on TV, and you can watch him with Mama at home." "All right, but once Baba finishes on TV, you must return early, otherwise little Tangyuan will miss you so much." "I promise, little Tangyuan. I'll come back as soon as I finish work. If you miss Baba, you can call me, all right?" "Yes, yes." After finishing breakfast and comforting little Tangyuan for a bit, his manager, Lisa Rong, rang the doorbell. With a reluctant glance from little Tangyuan, Han Shichu stepped onto the stage of his debut performance, that moment, on the Longting Live platform, in the broke and penniless live room. Although the broadcast had yet to start, countless viewers were already eagerly awaiting. The online viewer count had surged to over 500,000. Goodness, the anticipation for this show was palpable. Once it aired, it was sure to cause a stir. I am uncertain as to which guest has been invited by the production team for this episode. Regardless of who it may be, What truly captivates me is the prospect of unexpected antics. I wonder if this guest will go hungry or perhaps even find themselves sleeping on the streets. Haha. The idea of washing dishes or adopting the guise of a beggar is rather amusing as well. My adoration for this show knows no bounds. Being penniless is undoubtedly a breath of fresh air in the realm of variety shows. Not only does it deliver entertainment, but it also possesses an authenticity that is refreshingly unabashed, replete with laughter and amusing blunders. I absolutely adore this program. Who could disagree? The only lament is that we must wait an entire month to witness a new episode. From the viewers' barrage of comments, it is evident that they harbor minimal expectations regarding the guest. What they yearn to see are the genuine struggles and tribulations faced by celebrities that, of course. If the guest happens to be a high-profile star, their excitement would reach new heights. The audience has clearly grasped the production team's pattern, recognizing that each episode features a popular celebrity, which alleviates any concerns. Just as the lively discussion was underway, the previously dimmed live stream suddenly illuminated with a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 1. As the countdown concluded, the scene transformed to reveal the iconic skyline of Shanghai, the Oriental Pearl Tower, with the host appearing on screen. Greetings, dear audience. Welcome to the exclusive new variety show Being Penniless, brought to you by Longting Live Platform. I am your host, the soy sauce pineapple, Marco. Haha. Sister Pineapple is as quirky and humorous as ever. Soy sauce pineapple. Spot on. After all, we only get to see her at the beginning of each episode. Now, I bet you are all incredibly curious about this episode's guest, aren't you? Brace yourselves for a surprise. The host, Sister Pineapple, intentionally built suspense, enhancing the atmosphere of the live stream. All right, I don't even need to look at the comments to know you're all threatening to send me sharp objects. Your lives are precious, so I won't stoke any enmity here. This episode's guest is none other than the illustrious costume heartthrob by Looming. Wow, it's actually by Looming, that goofball. Fantastic. Haha, are you sure by Looming isn't just here to provide comic relief? Oh my. Is my darling husband appearing on the show? That silly by Looming is probably going to go 2 days without food. I can hardly wait. By Looming made his entrance clad in a refreshing outfit, a white t-shirt, gray casual trousers, and canvas shoes, radiating youthful energy. With a smile, he waved at the camera and greeted everyone politely. Hello, I am actor by Looming. The host, Marco Pineapple, chuckled as he interviewed him. Looming, may I inquire who provided you with the courage to join our show? By Looming wore a bittersweet smile and replied helplessly, Sister Pineapple. To be honest, it was my manager who gave me the courage. As you all know, apart from acting, I am a linguistic giant, a total goofball in daily life. With my survival skills that barely surpass those of a weakling, do you think I would dare to participate in such a merciless program? It was my manager who lured me here under the pretense of a vacation. There's no way I could resist such temptation. Considering my love for FUNITS, just 2 days of hunger and sleeping outdoors, right? To enjoy a holiday, I had to grit my teeth and go for it. Chapter 25. The Goofy Simpleton. Purely silly. By Looming is indeed a goofball, yet one cannot deny his authenticity. Indeed, it's quintessentially by Looming. As long as he can take a vacation, there's nothing he wouldn't do. My heart aches for you. Looming baby. Mama loves you, but how can I help but laugh? Unquestionably, whether it be passersby or by Looming's fans, there is a palpable sense of schadenfreude in the air. Host Sister Pineapple could not help but chuckle. Looming? After learning you would be participating in our Being Penniless show, did you prepare anything in advance? By Looming nodded and proclaimed, Absolutely. I made ample preparations. Oh. Sister Pineapple's curiosity was piqued. What kind of preparations did you undertake? Without hesitation. By Looming replied, I had a hearty breakfast this morning. 3 large meat buns, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 3 tea eggs, and a big steak. Goodness, I nearly made myself sick. Sister Pineapple exclaimed incredulously. Is this truly your idea of preparation? Indeed, By Looming responded defiantly, I reckon I can last until tonight without feeling hungry. Haha. This fool is surely a simpleton. Alright, I think I understand now. This guy is not only a goofball but also a total dimwit. I seriously suspect that the production team invited him solely to amuse the audience. At a loss for words, Sister Pineapple placed a hand on his shoulder and sighed heavily. Looming, we've known each other for quite some time now, and I must advise you, never give up on seeking help. Looming looked puzzled and regretful. What's wrong? Sister Pineapple, I'm not ill. What do you mean by giving up on seeking help? No, you are unwell. You are gravely unwell. Hey, Sister Pineapple, don't think that just because we have a good relationship, you can say whatever you please. Be careful, or I might just sue you for defamation. Viewers in front of the screen were already laughing uncontrollably. Looming truly lived up to his reputation as a goofball. Sister Pineapple shook her head slightly, wearing a look of pity, and then slowly said, perhaps the show has taken your unique circumstances into account, which is why they have specially invited another guest to partner with you. Not only were the online viewers curious, but Looming was also filled with intrigue. Another guest? Who could it be? Sister Pineapple smiled and replied, a newcomer, and interestingly enough, he happens to be your junior from the same school. Oh. Looming's curiosity intensified. As far as I know, our company hasn't signed any new talent recently. Who could it be? It appears you are unaware, so let us welcome our second guest, a newcomer from Dayu Film and Television Media Company. Han Shichu. The camera then panned to a nearby van, where the door slowly opened, revealing Han Shichu, who was dressed similarly to Looming. His entrance ignited a frenzy in the comments section, with male viewers feeling envious while female viewers found it impossible to remain seated. Wow. This guy is way too handsome. I feel my self-esteem threatened. Indeed, he truly is excessively handsome. I think I'm in love. I'm sorry, Looming, but I must jump the wall. Mom, come look at your son-in-law. Upon hearing the name Han Shichu, Looming was momentarily taken aback, suspecting it was merely a case of shared names. However, upon seeing him, he could not help but exclaim, oh my, Hongo? Han Shichu was equally astonished to discover his fellow guest was Looming, and he responded with a shout, Xiao Bai? The two then embraced warmly. Once released, Han Shichu greeted the camera, hello everyone. I am the newcomer Han Shichu. Sister Pineapple chimed in, you two know each other? They both nodded in unison, saying, we do. Sister Pineapple smiled and remarked, since you're already acquainted, that makes things easier. We won't waste time on introductions. She glanced at her watch. It is now exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, and I declare the 36th episode of Being Penniless has officially commenced. I wish both of you an enjoyable experience over the next 36 hours. With that, she and the crew swiftly exited, leaving Han Shichu, Looming, and a cameraman behind. The two exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Hongu, you're not? Looming began to ask, but fortunately, he caught himself in time. Had he blurted it out, Han Shichu would have had no place to cry. He patted Han Shichu's shoulder. Oh, Xiaobai, don't sweat the small stuff. I just want to know what your plans are moving forward. At that moment, Looming's attention was completely captivated by the ring on Han Shichu's finger. Filtering out the rest of his words, pointing at the wedding ring on Han Shichu's left hand, he exclaimed in astonishment, This, Hongu, you. Han Shichu raised his left hand nonchalantly, saying, what's wrong? Never seen a wedding ring before. Hongu, you got married at such a young age? What were you thinking? Han Shichu shot him a look, replying irritably, Xiaobai, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but don't just believe everything you hear. Forget it. Telling you is pointless. The happiness of married life is something a single dog like you cannot comprehend. Oh dear, I never expected my love story to end before it even began. Exactly. This is how it should be. Looking this handsome, why not get married? Leave some opportunities for the ladies. Very good. I truly appreciate this guy. He knows how to leave chances for us men. I'm sorry. Looming, can I still jump the wall and come back? Oh, why did he have to get married? Looking so attractive, it would be a shame not to be a heartthrob. Bro, should we not just leave? Han Shichu asked, puzzled. What's wrong? We've barely taken a few steps and you can't move. Looming shook his head and said, no, brother. Don't you know that walking consumes energy? Won't you get hungry quickly? I just want to conserve some strength. Han Shichu looked at him in astonishment and replied, is it really that serious, brother? Are you planning to endure these 36 hours? What else can I do? Aside from acting, I'm worthless. Do you have any good ideas? Han Shichu sighed and patted his shoulder, confidently stating, "Xiao Bai, rest assured. Sticking with your older brother is a sure thing." Bai Luming nodded, "Brother, I trust you. Why am I so skeptical?" "Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Truly one speaks boldly while the other believes it. Following your older brother, 3 days starving 9 meals, no problem. Xiao Bai, are you pure or just foolish? Your big brother is deceiving you." "No, he's just purely foolish. Haha." Chapter 26. Following the big brother, a stunning display. The two strolled confidently along the bund, naturally attracting countless passers-by and tourists, yet they remained oblivious. Suddenly, Han Shichu noticed a young girl setting up a small stall ahead. Surrounded by a considerable crowd, he pulled Bai Luming over to take a look, discovering that the young lady was sketching portraits for people at 20 yuan each, with quite a line forming. Observing from behind her, Han Shichu noted that her drawings were quite decent and reasonably priced, explaining her thriving business. She was likely a university student from an art academy, taking advantage of her spare time to earn some extra cash while honing her artistic skills. An idea struck Han Shichu. Just as the girl finished a sketch, he stepped beside her and softly inquired, "Beautiful lady, may I discuss something with you?" Upon lifting her gaze, the girl was met with a handsome face mere inches from hers. Han Shichu's proximity caused her heart to flutter uncontrollably, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she shyly replied, "What would you like to discuss?" You see, this is the advantage of good looks. Had Han Shichu been less attractive, it's likely the girl would have completely ignored him. Han Shichu smiled slightly, "Lovely lady, there are so many people here, and you seem overwhelmed. May I assist you in sketching? We can split the earnings. How does that sound?" Setting aside other matters, this arrangement was undeniably beneficial for the young lady, and she had no reason to refuse, especially not in front of a strikingly handsome young man. Moreover, she and the surrounding crowd had noticed Bai Luming and the camera with the program's logo, making refusal for the sake of her image out of the question. After agreeing, she handed Han Shichu her extra drawing paper and pencils, though unfortunately there was only one drawing board. Yet, this minor issue posed no challenge for him. Han Shichu glanced at Bai Luming, who was striking poses for the cameras, and cheerfully called, "Xiao Bai, come here." Bai Luming hurried to his side and said, "Brother, I have a request." "What request? We're brothers, just say it." "Brother, could you refrain from calling me Xiao Bai? When you called Xiao Bai, come here, it felt a bit like calling a dog." "Haha, I can't help but laugh. This guy truly is a joker. And not gonna lie, it does resemble that a bit, haha. I'm more curious now, can his big brother actually draw? Hard to say, he might just be putting on a show. He surely knows the program prohibits showing faces, right? If he intends to leverage Xiao Bai's popularity to sell paintings, that would be amusing. Alright, from now on, I shall call you Luming, is that acceptable?" Bai Luming beamed with joy, "No problem. By the way, brother, what were you calling me for just now?" Han Shichu chuckled and replied, "I'm planning to draw to earn some money." Bai Luming looked at him skeptically, "Brother, can you really do that?" "Luming, please omit the can. I must be able to." Han Shichu patted his shoulder again. "Don't worry, staying with your big brother will guarantee you a life of luxury. Just treat these days as a vacation. But you might have to endure a bit of hardship first." Bai Luming was entirely taken in by Han Shichu's grand promises, eagerly stating, "Brother, just give me your orders, and as long as I can do it, I will fulfill them with clarity." He then passionately shouted, "Brotherhood!" Han Shichu responded in kind, "I will not let you down." This exuberant exchange nearly caused the onlookers to burst into laughter. "All right. Luming, please sit down on the ground. Yes, just like that. And slightly bow your head while hunching your back. Perfect." Pleased with his human canvas, Han Shichu turned to the gathered crowd and called out, "Portrait sketches for 20 yuan each. If you're not satisfied, you don't have to pay." Whether it was due to the program's influence, the allure of a celebrity, or his audacious words, a group eagerly raised their hands to request sketches. Han Shichu smiled and said, "No rush, one at a time. Let us start with this lovely lady." A woman in her 40s called out, cheekily referring to herself as sister. While it was somewhat shameless, it worked. The older lady approached Han Shichu with a beaming smile. "Young man, draw as you wish. Even if it turns out poorly, I will pay." Despite feeling a bit uneasy, Han Shichu politely smiled back. He then swiftly began sketching on Bai Luming's back. From his brother's technique, the fluidity of the lines, and the structure of the contours, it was clear that he was a professional. Certified by art students. I dare not claim otherwise, but regarding sketching, I bet he is at a master level. Forgive my ignorance, but it seems his brother is quite impressive. In less than half an hour, Han Shichu completed the older lady's portrait. Handing it to her, he cheerfully asked, "Sister, are you satisfied with this?" As she gazed at the drawing, her eyes widened in astonishment. The likeness was uncanny, and Han Shichu had subtly enhanced certain details, making it not only strikingly similar but also remarkably more beautiful. The lady examined the drawing for several minutes, unable to part with it, before beaming with joy. "Young man, this is amazing. I absolutely love it. I'm so satisfied." She promptly rummaged through her bag, likely searching for cash, fully aware they were participating in the program, which made electronic payments inconvenient. She pulled out a 100 yuan note and placed it in Han Shichu's hand, generously declaring, "Young man, no need for change. This artwork is worth it." She then retreated into the crowd, admiring the piece once more. The onlookers curiously gathered to take a look, erupting into exclamations of admiration. When the camera focused on the finished artwork, the chatroom exploded with comments. "Wow, his brother is indeed impressive. Is this even a sketch? It's so exquisite and lifelike, resembling a black and white photograph. Sadly, I lack education, but I can only express my astonishment. His brother is incredible. Could this be the correct approach to the program? It seems all previous shows were wasted. Participating in this one requires a skill. With such exceptional drawing skills, how could one worry about daily meals? But I must say, this artwork is truly valuable. If I were there, I would gladly pay more for a sketch." Chapter 27. Living lavishly, boasting boldly, Han Shichu worked like an unfeeling drawing machine, completing each piece in roughly 20 minutes. By noon, he had just finished the 8th sketch. All 8 individuals who received portraits were thoroughly pleased. Mirroring the first lady's enthusiasm, thanks to the initial lady's endorsement, the subsequent patrons all handed over 100 yuan notes. In just 3 hours, from 9 to noon, they earned 800 yuan, which Han Shichu found quite satisfactory. Yet, it was a different story for Bai Luming, who lay on the ground like a spent dog, pleading, "Brother, can we call it a day? If I bend any further, I fear my back will give out." "All right, get up and stretch a bit." Bai Luming struggled to stand, placing his hands on his hips to twist and loosen his stiffened back. A look of pain etched on his face. Haha, Xiao Bai might just be his brother's tool. Poor Xiao Bai, suffering under the weight of his brother's demands. I feel for Xiao Bai, but I must say, his brother is doing splendidly. Han Shichu addressed the still curious crowd. "Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for your generous support and kindness. It's already noon, and Luming and I need to grab some lunch, so you all should do the same. Don't let yourselves go hungry. Once again, thank you all for your kindness." With that, he bowed alongside Bai Luming. Subsequently, Han Shichu approached the young lady and handed her 400 yuan, saying, "Thank you for your help today." The female university student casually snatched a banknote from his hand, flashed a sweet smile, and remarked, "No need for thanks, and please don't insist. 100 yuan is more than sufficient." She continued, "Moreover, I've taken quite a few lessons from you today, I must say. Your skills are impressive. I feel you surpass even the professors in our academy." Han Shichu, both puzzled and bewildered, inquired, "Your brother? What do you mean?" Before the female student could respond, someone from the crowd, laughing, explained, "That's how netizens refer to you." "Goodness, your brother? What a nonsensical title." Han Shichu chuckled, bid farewell to the female student, and resumed his leisurely stroll with Bai Luming, earning 700 yuan in just 3 hours. Now that's the true essence of being penniless. Thus, in navigating the world, one must possess a unique skill. It seems that the brother Xiao Bai follows is quite reliable. He surely enjoys the good life. On the importance of artisanship, Han Shichu promptly handed the earned 700 yuan to Bai Luming. Bai Luming, perplexed, asked, "Bro, what's this all about?" "I'm leaving it in your care. Buy whatever you fancy." No need for hesitation. Bai Luming was immediately moved. Although the sum was modest, the current circumstances needed to be acknowledged. Upon receiving the money, Bai Luming's face lit up with joy. The earlier fatigue seemed trivial. "Bro, are you hungry? Shall we go for a meal?" "All right, let us go." "Bro, let us just find a cheap little eatery, shall we? Let us save some money." The goal is simply to fill our stomachs. Han Shichu's eyes sparkled with a sudden bold idea, recalling the system's requirement for a splendid performance. Shaking his head, he put his arm around Bai Luming's shoulder and declared, "That won't do. I promise to treat you to a lavish meal. And I shall see it through." Bai Luming glanced at the 700 yuan in his hand, a hint of worry on his face. "Bro, do we have enough money?" Han Shichu, brimming with confidence, assured, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll make sure everything is clear and straightforward for you." This fellow inexplicably trusted his words, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll follow your lead." "My goodness, I take back what I said earlier. I suddenly feel that your brother is somewhat unreliable. Is he trying to stir up trouble? I like it. What a duo, one daring to speak and the other daring to believe. They truly are remarkable." After walking for a while, Bai Luming could no longer contain himself and asked, "Bro, where are we going to eat?" Without hesitation, Han Shichu replied, "Shanghai Fang." "What? Shanghai Fang?" Bai Luming instinctively exclaimed, almost blurting it out. Perhaps realizing he had raised his voice too much, he lowered it and added, "Bro, please don't joke around. With our meager funds, can we even afford a single dish?" It was no surprise that Bai Luming was so astonished. Shanghai Feng's reputation was immense. Shanghai Feng, renowned in the Magic City and across all of Huaxia, solely focuses on Chinese cuisine, inheriting and promoting the culinary traditions of the nation. They excel in preparing various delicacies and are known for their light yet rich flavors, emphasizing freshness, tenderness, and crispness. Their hallmark lies in using precious ingredients, meticulous selection, and exquisite knife work. The dishes are soft and tender with a subtle hue, elegantly presented. Signature dishes include imperial bird's nest, heavenly fish fin, squirrel fish, lion's head, Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage, and wincy tofu, among others. The characteristics of Shanghai Feng suggest that it meets the standards of a national banquet. Furthermore, their signature dishes are often featured in state banquets. Shanghai Feng is not a mere pretender capitalizing on the banquet's name for marketing. They are genuinely authentic. It is said that every chef at Shanghai Feng has participated in state banquets, with head chef Yang Taifeng having participated in 3 such events. The third time as the chief chef. Clearly, Shanghai Feng is quite extraordinary. Bai Luming continued, "Bro, let us not even discuss whether we have enough money. Even if we do, we can't get in without a reservation." Han Shichu smiled and replied, "Back in college, our dorm leader was a rich second generation. I had the fortune to visit Shanghai Feng once, and the flavors of the dishes are still vivid in my memory. Hence, we must experience it again today. Trust me. Just follow my lead." Bai Luming wore a bittersweet smile. "Bro, dear brother, are you sure you have a plan? If we're refused entry or thrown out in front of so many viewers, how embarrassing would that be? If not, we'll just find a random restaurant to fill our bellies." "Bro, don't worry. After the show, I'll sell everything I own to treat you to a meal at Shanghai Feng. What do you think?" Han Shichu shook his head, adamantly insisting, "No way. I'm set on dining at Shanghai Feng today. Not even Jesus could dissuade me." Goodness, your brother is truly something else. At this point, it seems he is not just unreliable but downright reckless. I can't wait to see Xiaobai and his brother get unceremoniously kicked out of Shanghai Feng. The program's entertainment value will skyrocket. Haha. Splendid. Stirring up trouble is precisely what we need. Otherwise, what is the point? Goodness, not even afraid of the wind catching his tongue. But I admire your brother's audacity. I like it. I'm a fan now. Chapter 28. Brotherhood. Unyielding forward a quaint and elegant courtyard, rich in antiquity, nestled beside the imperial city's roots. After a weekend video call with her little one, Yuma, unable to contain her excitement, hurriedly opened the Longting live streaming platform and entered the penniless live room. Upon entering, she caught a glimpse of Han Shichu painting and immediately called out to her parents, who were watering flowers and feeding birds in the yard. "Dad, Mom, hurry and come see your son-in-law." The elderly couple, with their gray hair yet vibrant spirits, dropped whatever they were doing and rushed over. "Why, you grandma?" Slightly hurried, asked, "Where is he? Where is my son-in-law?" Yuma smiled gently. "Mom, don't rush, just a moment, it's almost ready." She then cast her phone onto the television screen. The elderly couple settled on the sofa, captivated by the scene. The dignified and amiable you grandpa, sipping tea brewed by his daughter-in-law, smiled kindly and remarked, "This young painter, is he Xiaochan's husband? What was his name again? Han Shichu, right?" Although the old man was quite affable, he unconsciously exuded a dignified air befitting one of high status. Indeed, despite his retirement years ago, the aura of authority remained. Wai Yuma nodded, smiling, "Yes, that's him. Xiaochan's husband. Dad, what do you think?" Before the old man could respond, the graceful Yu grandma interjected, "He is quite a handsome young man, but I wonder about his character and morals." Yu grandpa took a sip of his fragrant tea. Smiling lightly, "Let us not rush to judge. Let us observe a bit longer." As they watched Han Shichu's finished painting appear on screen, the old man asked, "Wife, didn't you study painting before? What is your take on this young man's work? I sense a certain level of skill in his painting." Yu grandma nodded, "I can't speak for everything, but in terms of sketching, this young man's foundation is indeed profound, and his technique can be described as peak excellence. In the realm of sketching, he can certainly be regarded as a master." Hearing this, both Yu grandpa and Yu ma were taken aback. It's evident that the young man possesses some talent, but is he really that remarkable? A master? How old is he, after all? Yu grandma shook her head, explaining, "In the realm of art, one should not judge based on age. Talent is far more crucial. It's clear that Xiao Han is an exceptionally gifted artist." Well, the way Han Shichu was being referred to was quietly evolving. Wow, this young man is quite bold. He dares to venture into Shangshifeng with just 700 yuan for 2 people. Quite commendable. Yet, Yu grandma pondered, "I don't think Xiao Han is reckless. He appears quite confident, and I believe he might have a real plan." "Daughter-in-law, what do you think?" Yu ma smiled softly. "Need I say more? As a mother-in-law, I unconditionally believe in my son-in-law." "Oh, it seems you're quite pleased with Xiao Han as your son-in-law?" "Absolutely. If you don't believe me, let us just keep watching." Agent Lisa Rong did not return to the office or home, but sat in a van, trailing Han Shichu from a distance. She was engrossed in watching the live stream on her phone, a smile playing on her lips, evidently pleased with Han Shichu's performance in the program. She mused to herself, "Who would have thought this kid not only paints but also possesses great variety show charisma?" Regardless of success, the entertainment value is through the roof, generating discussion and boosting popularity. "I didn't expect he would turn out to be such a promising talent. Quite impressive." At the entrance of Shangshifeng, Bai Luming grabbed Han Shichu's arm, who was intent on entering, and anxiously said, "Bro, are we really going in?" Han Shichu, exasperated, replied, "We've come all this way. How can we not at least try to get in? If you are afraid of losing face, you may wait outside for your brother. How about waiting until your brother makes arrangements and then calls you out?" In truth, Bai Luming yearned to agree, yet the thought of brotherly loyalty made him feel disloyal. Gritting his teeth, he stubbornly declared, "No way, if I lose face, so be it. It's not as if I haven't faced embarrassment before. And this time is no different. That's the spirit, my friend." Han Shichu patted him on the shoulder. "We absolutely won't back down. Let's go." With that, the two strode confidently into the Shangshifeng. Goodness, they really dare to enter? Stirring the pot, it's a must. His brother is undoubtedly a tough guy. I'm in awe. I bet, within 5 minutes, these two will come out looking dejected. Let the barrage bear witness. If Xiaobai and his brother can dine in Shangshifeng and leave unscathed, I'll do a handstand while eating instant noodles on live stream. Let the barrage bear witness. If these two can truly succeed, I'll live stream with a fan on the highest setting. At this moment, the live stream was bustling with activity, and the number of viewers had already surpassed 20 million, with numerous comments making outrageous bets. The barrage was filled with claims of doing handstands, eating instant noodles, and countless other antics. There were also cheers for his brother, but it was evident that these viewers were simply reveling in the chaos. Han Shichu led the way, with Bai Luming closely following, and the cameraman trailing behind. As they stepped into Shangshifeng, a professionally attired hostess in a qipao approached them with warmth and enthusiasm. After bowing in greeting, she politely yet elegantly asked, "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you are here for a meal?" Han Shichu nodded. The hostess inquired again, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Han Shichu shook his head. "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but without a reservation, Our establishment cannot accommodate you, I hope you understand. Han Shichu smiled and replied, beyond dining, we have a particularly important matter to discuss. Might I ask what that matter is, sir? Well, this is something you truly cannot decide on your own. Could you kindly fetch your manager for us? The hostess glanced at Bai Luming and then at the cameraman before politely responding, please, gentlemen, have a seat for a moment. I will go fetch the manager. Han Shichu was unhurried, leisurely settling into a recliner in the waiting area. That moment, a server brought them tea. Han Shichu calmly lifted the teacup, blowing gently on the leaves floating on the surface before taking a sip. He then sighed contentedly, exclaiming, what a delightful tea. His understanding of tea was superficial at best. His remark was merely an attempt to impress. Bai Luming, however, was far less composed, feeling restless and anxious, uncertain of his companion's intentions. Chapter 29. The brash man challenges the establishment, establishing a bet before long. The hostess returned, leading a strikingly attractive woman in a vibrant red qipao, whose graceful figure exuded sensuality. Before she even approached, her seemingly casual gaze had already swept over the three men. With a bewitching smile, she extended her delicate, supple hands and greeted, good day, Mr. Bai. I am Mei Lan, the manager of Shanghai Feng. Bai Luming, not daring to overstep, quickly stood and shook her hand, smiling as he said, Sister Lan, it is an honor to finally meet you. I have long heard that Shanghai Feng boasts three exceptional qualities: the cuisine, you, and the peach blossom brew personally crafted by you. Today's meeting certainly lives up to its reputation. Mei Lan smiled modestly, replying, Mr. Bai, you flatter me. While it is indisputable that our cuisine is exceptional, as for myself and the peach blossom brew, we are merely favored by various esteemed patrons. I am not worthy of such praise. Han Shichu raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman's first impression was one of sophistication. Yet, more than that, she was certainly no ordinary individual. It was no wonder she held the position of manager at Shanghai Feng. The woman like her should never be trifled with. She was undeniably dangerous. Mei Lan then turned her attention to Han Shichu, extending her hand once more. Forgive my lack of discernment. May I inquire your surname, sir? Gently taking her fingertips, he released them almost immediately, smiling as he replied, I am Han Shichu. Pleased to make your acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries, Mei Lan slowly asked, are you here filming the show Penniless? Speaking of which, I am a loyal fan of the program. Bai Luming stole a glance, noticing that Han Shichu merely smiled and did not intend to respond. He could only feign a slight smile. Truly, he was a skilled actor. Even in the face of awkwardness, he managed to maintain a facade of composure. However, his little gestures could hardly escape Mei Lan's keen observation. She noted every subtlety. With a knowing look, she assessed Han Shichu, realizing he was not joking around. He was quite serious. After a prolonged silence, Han Shichu continued, so, are you afraid to accept the challenge? Mr. Han, I would advise against unreasonable antics. If anyone could simply waltz in here and declare a challenge, how could Shanghai Feng possibly continue to operate? Mei Lan's tone began to carry an edge of irritation, her previous politeness fading. This was understandable. After all, Han Shichu had essentially come to their doorstep to flaunt his bravado. Even the most patient of individuals might feel a surge of anger in such a situation. Mei Lan was being quite restrained. Had she encountered someone with a slightly more volatile temper, they would likely have been shown the door by now. Han Shichu remained unfazed, shaking his head with a sigh. Lu Ming, let us go. It seems this renowned Shanghai Feng is nothing more than a facade, living off its past glories. With that, he stood, preparing to leave. However, just as they had taken a few steps, Mei Lan's voice, tinged with indignation, rang out behind them, wait. Han Shichu paused and turned to face the somewhat irate Mei Lan, casually asking, what's this? Has manager Mei changed her mind? Had Han Shichu and Bai Luming come alone, Mei Lan would not have dared to plead for their stay. The crucial factor was that they were currently recording a show. Live stream to millions. To allow them to exit without a word would undoubtedly tarnish Shanghai Feng's reputation. Particularly, Han Shichu's preceding remark had been a dagger to the heart. Moreover, as a centuries-old establishment, Shanghai Feng valued its reputation and standing above all. Permitting them to belittle the establishment without a retort would invite ridicule from peers and competitors alike. Thus, Mei Lan had no choice but to intervene. Even now, Her alluring visage maintained a subtle smile, revealing the depth of her cunning. Han Shichu became increasingly aware of her complexity. If Mr. Han wishes to learn a few tricks from our chefs, that can certainly be arranged. However, should you lose, there must be a token left behind, for once this precedent is set, we shall inevitably be inundated with requests for similar challenges, and we must establish some boundaries. Otherwise, how can Shanghai Fang continue its business? It was evident she intended to set a wager. Han Shichu smiled calmly and replied, "If I lose, I shall cover the expenses of today's meal at Shanghai Fang. Is that agreeable?" Chapter 30. A lifetime ban from the kitchen? Boldly going forward upon hearing these words, Mei Lan offered a slightly disdainful smile and replied slowly, "There is truly no need for that. Those who dine at our Shanghai Fang are all individuals of considerable means. A mere trifle of meal expenses is insignificant to them. Therefore, there is no need for Mr. Han to incur any costs." It was evident that Mei Lan had little interest in the wager he proposed, yet her reasoning was not without merit. Han Shichu maintained a subtle smile throughout, and if he were not acutely aware of his own capabilities, he might have doubted his own composure, as others might perceive him as somewhat pretentious. Then, what is the implication of Manager Mei's words? Mei Lan, having reined in her smile, spoke with utmost seriousness. If Mr. Han should find himself outmatched, I do not require him to kneel and apologize for his earlier brash words. However, bowing 3 times before the plaque of our Shanghai Fang and sincerely apologizing should not be too much to ask. Should it? Faced with her assertive stance, Han Shichu had no reason to be offended, as he had initiated the provocation. He nodded and replied calmly, "That is not excessive. It is only appropriate." In that case, Mr. Han, please proceed. Manager Mei, please hold on a moment. Mei Lan said coolly, "What? Is Mr. Han feeling stage fright? If that is the case, all you need to do is apologize to our Shanghai Fang, and we can call off this duel." How does that sound? Manager Mei has misunderstood. I merely wish to inquire whether filming is permitted. After a moment of contemplation, Mei Lan responded, "In principle, filming is not allowed, but in the interest of fairness for this culinary competition, I shall make an exception this once. However, I must declare in advance that certain crucial steps are strictly off-limits for filming. If there are no issues with that, Mr. Han, please proceed." Thus, under Mei Lan's guidance, the group made their way directly to the kitchen of Shanghai Fang. Wow, does this reckless fellow truly dare to go? Seeing the confidence exuding from this bold individual, I can't help but feel he might actually possess some skills. Regardless, I support this bold individual. Go. Bold one, victory is yours. Stop kidding around. I've long seen through this bold fellow, who is merely putting on a facade of calmness despite knowing his impending defeat. Indeed, one must understand that the chefs at Shanghai Fang are all top-tier chefs who have participated in state banquets, some even being heirs of imperial chefs. How can this reckless fellow even hope to compete with them? Even if this bold individual has been learning culinary arts since birth, he is at most in his early 20s. With only about 20 years under his belt, how could he possibly compete with masters who have dedicated decades to their craft? Unbeknownst to him, the online community had already begun referring to Han Shichu as the reckless fellow. Just as Mei Lan led everyone into the kitchen, the bustling chefs turned their curious gazes toward them. The executive chef, Yang Taifeng, in his 50s, approached immediately, his tone stern as he inquired, "Manager Mei, what does this mean? Do you not understand that the kitchen is a restricted area for outsiders?" Mei Lan, aware of Yang Taifeng's notoriously difficult temperament, quickly smiled and explained, "Chef Yang, please do not be upset. The situation is as follows." After hearing her explanation and grasping the situation, Yang Taifeng cast a disdainful glance at Han Shichu and sneered, "So, it is you who has come to challenge us?" It is common for highly skilled artisans to possess a corresponding level of arrogance. Han Shichu smiled slightly. "Indeed, that would be me. May I inquire as to your culinary lineage? What cuisine do you specialize in? How many times have you participated in state banquets?" Yang Taifeng posed the 3 fundamental questions right away. "I am self-taught, proficient in various cuisines, and have never participated in a state banquet." Not only Yang Taifeng, but even the surrounding chefs could not help but laugh. Yang Taifeng shot them a glare, and instantly, silence fell upon the kitchen. It was clear that Yang Taifeng commanded considerable authority there. "Young man, do not take it personally, But what qualifications do you possess to challenge us at Shanghai Fang? Han Shichu, unflustered, replied slowly, I wonder if Chef Yang has ever heard the saying, there are masters among the common folk. Since I dare to challenge, I must possess some skills. As for the level of those skills, that will only be revealed through competition. Without further ado, will Chef Yang accept the challenge? Yang Taifeng now regarded him seriously. Haha. After a moment, Yang Taifeng could not help but burst into laughter. Do today's youth not understand the gravity of their actions? After mocking him, he posed a serious question. Are you truly ready to compete? Han Shichu nodded firmly. It must be done. If we are to compete, I, Yang, am not opposed to playing along with you. Before he could finish, Han Shichu interrupted. Chef Yang, please state your conditions directly. If you lose, you must grant me one request. What request? A lifetime ban from cooking. Yang Taifeng stated expressionlessly, perhaps you do possess some talent. But one such as you, who is arrogant and overbearing, relying on a modicum of skill to act so presumptuously, brings shame upon our culinary profession. Beside him, Bai Luming tugged at Han Shichu's sleeve and whispered, Brother, if it comes to that, shall we simply apologize? There is no need to take it this far. Han Shichu merely patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. Without a moment's hesitation, he stated, Very well, I accept. Should I lose, I shall never cook again. Do not accuse me of exploiting my position. You may determine the terms of our competition. I have heard that Chef Yang is particularly skilled with a knife and is a contemporary master of Huaiyang cuisine. Let us compete in knife skills and Huaiyang cuisine. Yang Taifeng was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Young man, since you are aware of my proficiency with knives and my status as a contemporary master of Huaiyang cuisine, do you still dare to choose that? How do you intend to defeat me in my area of expertise? It seems you are truly beyond arrogant. Han Shichu merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. Are you certain you wish to compete in knife skills and Huaiyang cuisine? Absolutely. Only by defeating you in your strongest field can I prove my abilities. Correct? Very well. Since you have chosen your own path of suffering, I have nothing more to say. Today, I, Yang, shall help you temper your arrogance and simultaneously rid you of your culinary aspirations. The atmosphere in the kitchen of Shanghai Fang was taut with tension. The culinary showdown on the verge of erupting. Meanwhile, on Weibo's trending topics, a post titled, Reckless Fellow Challenges Shanghai Fang, was rapidly climbing the charts, soon reaching the top trending spot. On the Longting live streaming platform, the penniless live stream room was inundated with a surge of viewers. The newly arrived audience members were primarily drawn in by the Weibo trending topic. Chapter 31. Knife Skills Competition. Wensu Tofu. The real-time viewership in the live stream room had already shattered historical records, exceeding 80 million and continuing to rise, likely reaching 100 million shortly. This delighted the production team and the executives of Longting live streaming platform. Fortunately, they were well prepared and reacted swiftly, adding numerous backup servers and establishing multiple alternative lines. Otherwise, not just the penniless live stream room, but the entire platform would have faced collapse. In the courtyard, the composed elder Yu wore a gentle smile as he queried, Does this young man possess culinary skills? Indeed, replied Yu Ma with a smile. The last time I spoke with that troublesome girl via video call, I happened to see Shichu cooking in the kitchen. Moreover, I distinctly observed that troublesome girl, from a distance, salivating at the enticing aroma. Elder Yu nodded, smiling as he remarked, I am increasingly convinced that this young man is quite capable. Why do you say that? Have you noticed the look in this young man's eyes? He remains unfazed, even exuding confidence, and has audaciously come to challenge us, specifically choosing to compete in the areas where others excel, and he accepted the bet without a moment's hesitation. To act in such a manner, he must either be infinitely arrogant or possess genuine confidence. Do you truly believe he is an arrogant fool, or do you think he is merely seeking fame and notoriety? Furthermore, from various perspectives, we can deduce that our little Chuaner has certainly sampled every delicacy imaginable. If the mere scent of food can lead her to salivate, one can imagine the flavor of the dish. Additionally, since he is now married to Chuaner, he must have some understanding of our family circumstances. Would he truly resort to unscrupulous means for fame or wealth? Most importantly, throughout this encounter, aside from his provocative challenge, He has behaved with courtesy, grace, and proper etiquette. Thus, for this culinary wager, I place my bet on his victory. You Ma and Grandma you nodded in agreement, fully supportive of Elder Yu's analysis in the Epin Huafu villa. Yu Chuchan and the little Tangyuan sat motionless on the sofa, their eyes glued to the screen. Though Yu Chuchan believed in her husband's culinary skills, she couldn't help but clench her fists in anxious anticipation. Tangyuan, do you think Daddy will win? Little Tangyuan gazed with her round, sparkling eyes and confidently declared, Daddy will definitely win. He is the most formidable. She then sprang up, standing on the sofa, energetically cheering for Han Shichu. Go, Daddy, rise to greatness. Guangdou, let us cheer for my daddy together. The reluctantly engaged Tang Do echoed her enthusiasm, barking, woof, woof. In the back kitchen of the restaurant, Yang Taifeng looked at Han Shichu with a proud expression and inquired, How shall we compare our knife skills? Without a moment's hesitation, Han Shichu replied, How about we compare our skills with Wensi tofu? Sounds good. Wensi tofu, a specialty of Huaiyang cuisine, is renowned for its exacting knife work among the 8 major culinary traditions. A box of silken tofu requires a minimum of 15,000 strands to be sliced. The challenge lies in ensuring that the strands do not exceed 10% in length, each measuring no less than 5 centimeters, and with a uniform thickness of approximately 0.3 millimeters. This dish is a true test of knife skills. Having prepared 2 boxes of silken tofu, Yang Taifeng casually said, Shall you go first, or shall I? Or perhaps we could do it together. As you are the senior, please go ahead. Without further ado, Yang Taifeng placed the silken tofu on the cutting board. He began by removing the tofu's outer skin, then divided the tofu into 2, and subsequently halved the height, effectively transforming 1 box of silken tofu into 4 pieces. Given that silken tofu is more delicate than regular tofu, he could not press down on it while cutting. His hands had to remain on either side. While slicing, not only must the cuts be even, but his hands must also retreat slowly. This step relies solely on experience and intuition. One must not rush. Before long, Yang Taifeng had finished slicing a piece. He rinsed the fragments off with clean water, revealing the tofu's cut texture, clean and uniform strands. Next, he carefully ran a small knife over the bottom of the sliced tofu twice. Bai Luming, both curious and puzzled, whispered, Brother, what is Chef Yang doing? Han Shichu patiently explained to him and the millions of online viewers, Can't you see? The sliced tofu is standing upright. If we were to cut it directly now, the tofu strands would come out flat. By running a small knife along the bottom, it allows the tofu slices to gently and naturally tilt downwards. This method avoids damaging the delicate tofu slices, making them easier to cut, resulting in smoother and more rounded strands. Bai Luming and the audience in the live stream couldn't help but nod in agreement in the midst of their conversation. Yang Taifeng had completed his task. However, the freshly cut tofu strands had become tangled together, rendering them indistinguishable. At that moment, someone handed over a transparent container filled with water, and Yang Taifeng carefully placed the tofu strands inside. As they submerged, the long, slender strands elegantly dispersed in the water, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The kitchen erupted in gasps of astonishment and thunderous applause, Bai Luming, gazing at the uniform, elongated tofu strands in the water. Swallowed hard, his face awash with surprise, and he felt a deep admiration welling up within him. Meanwhile, the live stream's comments exploded. Wow, incredible. This is simply astounding. When I try to cut silken tofu at home, even cutting it into blocks is a challenge, and yet he manages to slice it so finely. I've gained a new perspective. I can only say, before entering the water, I was on par with Chef Yang. But after, I feel completely outclassed. Impressive, truly impressive. My titanium alloy eyes are dazzled. The tofu strands are thinner than my potato shreds. Unbelievable. Chef Yang cuts swiftly and skillfully. How can the brute hope to win? Can anyone slice faster, finer, or longer? I doubt it. In this round of knife skills, it will be exceedingly difficult for the brute to triumph. Chef Yang's technique is surely unparalleled. In response to the astonishment and applause from the crowd, Yang Taifeng merely smiled slightly and prepared to continue slicing the remaining 3 pieces. However, Han Shichu suddenly interjected, gently stating, Chef Yang, there is no need to continue with the remaining pieces. What you have done thus far is already sufficient. Chapter 32. Heartfelt respect for Huayang's renowned cuisine Milan, with her arms crossed, cast a disdainful glance at Han Shichu, her alluring face displaying a faint, haughty smirk as she arrogantly remarked, "What this, Mr. Han? Are you contemplating conceding? Surely, it isn't too late for that." Not only she, but everyone present, including the millions watching the live stream, believed Han Shichu was about to admit defeat. Han Shichu shook his head, clarifying, "I apologize. I was unclear in my statement. What I meant was that there is no need to waste more time. The outcome is already evident." With that, he disregarded the crowd's anger and mockery, proceeding to the sink to meticulously wash his hands. "Chef Yang, may I borrow your knife?" Yang Taifeng gestured for him to proceed. Han Shichu took the silken tofu. Removing the outer skin from all 5 sides, he did not divide it nor cut it horizontally. Instead, he began slicing directly. Astoundingly, his other hand never touched the cutting board, nor did it come into contact with the tofu or the knife. Showcasing his immense confidence in his knife skills, Yang Taifeng's eyes widened in disbelief at his technique. To slice Wensi tofu with one hand was a feat he had never imagined possible. Moreover, Han Shichu showed no signs of hesitation, moving with remarkable speed. Once he finished slicing, there was no need to rinse with water, for there were no fragments or debris left behind. The silken tofu appeared just as it had before slicing, standing square and pristine on the cutting board. Even upon closer inspection, one could not discern any trace of the knife. This singular act left the kitchen in stunned silence, each individual rendered speechless in awe. What the hell did I just witness? Was that just a dream? Earlier, I distinctly saw the brute's knife cut through the tofu, yet now it remains entirely intact. Goodness, is this the true extent of the brute's prowess? It is terrifying. Han Shichu held the knife, gently tapping the blade against the cutting board. The previously flawless silken tofu began to lean gracefully to one side. Compared to Yang Taifeng's deliberate adjustments with a small knife, Han Shichu's approach was nothing short of astonishing. Subsequently, still wielding the knife in his right hand and placing his left hand behind his back, he continued to deftly maneuver the knife with remarkable speed. Moments later, he paused. With a swift motion, the tofu strands leaped onto the blade, and he placed them into the prepared water container. Each slender strand of tofu floated gracefully, without a single one breaking. And nearly all were of identical size. The spectacle was breathtaking, truly breathtaking. Yang Taifeng stared at Han Shichu, his face a portrait of shock. After what felt like an eternity, he took a deep breath and with a wry smile admitted, "Mr. Han, I concede." There was no room for argument. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. From the very moment he divided the tofu into 4 pieces, he had already lost. The higher and longer the silken tofu, the greater the difficulty in maintaining control while slicing, in terms of difficulty, speed, precision, and the uniformity and finesse of the tofu strands. Yang Taifeng was utterly defeated. My jaw has dropped in astonishment. The brute is astonishingly impressive. I must sincerely apologize for my earlier mockery. My apologies, brother brute. Culinary arts. This is the profound depth of our Chinese culinary heritage. Truly breathtaking, truly breathtaking. I have nothing more to say. For this awe-inspiring display of knife skills, I will support you for a lifetime, brother brute. Brother brute, I'm sorry. The comments in the live stream were filled with expressions of awe and apologies. In the restaurant's back kitchen, everyone present was captivated by Han Shichu's extraordinary knife skills. The scornful glances that had previously been cast aside were replaced by admiration and respect. Bai Luming couldn't help but give him a double thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother, you're like a little cow raising the roof. Absolutely incredible." Han Shichu smiled lightly, indicating humility and a sense of decorum. Yet, to his surprise, Yang Taifeng approached him, respectfully bowing, and slowly said, "I apologize, Mr. Han. I was overly proud and presumptuous earlier. Please forgive my rudeness." "What a gentleman!" Han Shichu quickly replied with a smile, "Chef Yang, you are being too modest. In truth, I was the one who was impolite, provoking a competition with my words, so you need not feel this way." Yang Taifeng shook his head, sighing, "I've lived for decades, yet I remain unaware that there are always those who are superior and beyond comprehension. How embarrassing." "Mr. Han, let us consider this culinary duel concluded. Let us engage in a discussion of culinary techniques instead. Han Shichu smiled and replied, that sounds splendid. Next, I shall prepare a renowned dish from the national banquet, a celebrated specialty within Huaiyang cuisine. The Yangzhou lion's head. I invite you, Mr. Han, to critique it. Han Shichu gestured for him to proceed. Without further ado, Yang Taifeng rolled up his sleeves and got to work. The Yangzhou lion's head is a classic traditional dish of Huaiyang cuisine, known for its tender texture, rich flavor without being greasy, and its nutritional value. Whether braised, steamed, stewed, or simmered, it is universally acclaimed. The lion's head has maintained its esteemed reputation for centuries, successfully balancing traditional cooking methods with seasonal adaptations. Not only the lion's head, but the majority of dishes within the Huaiyang cuisine are astonishingly reliant on the quality of the broth, which directly influences the overall excellence of the dish. Ever since acquiring divine culinary skills from the system, Han Shichu's mind has been enriched with an innumerable array of recipes. Most importantly, many of these recipes are long-lost treasures of Huaxia. Furthermore, a significant portion of the renowned dishes currently circulating in Huaxia is incomplete, with various elements missing to some extent. Excluding the divine culinary prowess, this also serves as a crucial reason for his audacious visit to challenge the kitchen. For example, the Yangzhou lion's head prepared by Yang Taifeng, which Han Shichu had tasted once during his university days, had a lineage that was not entirely complete, differing from that of the mysterious ancient Eastern nation mentioned by the system. Thanks to the specially crafted broth available in the kitchen, a considerable amount of time was saved for this dish. Nonetheless, it still required 2 hours of gentle simmering. Having completed all preparations, Yang Taifeng now merely needed to wait patiently. Seizing the opportunity, Han Shichu smiled and inquired, Chef Yang, as the contemporary heir of Huaiyang cuisine, I imagine you possess a profound understanding of the lion's head, do you not? Yang Taifeng, brimming with confidence, replied, naturally, not to mention the lion's head. I dare say no one understands the entirety of Huaiyang cuisine better than I, Yang. Han Shichu shook his head slowly, responding, Chef Yang, your words may be somewhat exaggerated. Chapter 33. The 4 Seasons and 4 Flavors. Generously shared by Lu Ming cast a slightly aggrieved glance at Han Shichu, clearly anticipating yet another display of bravado. Yang Taifeng furrowed his brow and remarked, Mr. Han, while your knife skills may surpass mine, when it comes to Huaiyang cuisine, I am confident I shall not be outdone. Han Shichu refrained from responding directly, instead smiling as he asked, specifically regarding the lion's head, are you aware of the concept of the 4 seasons and 4 flavors? Upon hearing this, Yang Taifeng's expression changed dramatically, staring intently at him. His unusual reaction did not go unnoticed by the others present, with the camera capturing the mix of shock and excitement on his face. What does this mean? What are the 4 seasons and 4 flavors? Can someone enlighten us? As a true resident of Yangzhou, this is the first time I've heard of the lion's head's 4 seasons and 4 flavors. Sculptor, come translate. What does 4 seasons and 4 flavors mean? Stop bothering us with every little thing, we're busy, please do not disturb. Not knowing is not shameful, why pretend to be knowledgeable? Yang Taifeng, with an expression of urgency, eagerly pressed, Mr. Han, how do you know of the 4 seasons and 4 flavors regarding the lion's head? Han Shichu smiled enigmatically, choosing not to respond at that moment. Bai Luming voiced the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Brother, what exactly does the 4 seasons and 4 flavors mean? Han Shichu gestured for Yang Taifeng to elaborate. Yang Taifeng, understanding the cue, slowly explained, to be honest, I don't fully comprehend it either. Why Master passed away suddenly from a heart attack, leaving the transmission of Huaiyang cuisine incomplete. Not only in our Huaiyang cuisine, but all 8 major culinary schools have, to varying degrees, experienced interruptions in their traditions. Over the years, through the efforts of several generations, many dishes have been refined and completed. However, for some lost fame dishes, no amount of research or contemplation seems to yield the essence. It truly pains me to think that these lost dishes were once classic traditional foods of Huaxia, now irretrievably severed from our heritage. After expressing his lament, Yang Taifeng continued, I once heard my master mention the 4 seasons and 4 flavors of the lion's head. Each season presents a distinctly different dish, and cannot be generalized. As for which 4 flavors correspond to each season, I am unaware, as my master did not have the chance to impart this knowledge before his passing. I have also made numerous attempts over the years, yet I have been unable to grasp the nuances. With a heavy sigh, Yang Taifeng shook his head despondently. Then, with a sincere and pleading expression, he turned to Han Shichu and said, I sincerely hope Mr. Han will generously share your insights. He gestured as if to kneel in gratitude, but Han Shichu quickly restrained him. There is no need for such formality, Chef Yang. The essence of our traditional Huaxia cuisine has suffered severed transmission, which grieves me deeply as well. However, this is not solely due to certain unavoidable external factors. The most significant reason lies in our tendency to cherish our own possessions too dearly, especially the notion passed down by the older generation that a disciple must starve their master, which often leads to intentionally withholding knowledge. Over time, this naturally results in a gradual severance of transmission. I shall refrain from commenting on the perspectives of the older generation, but should we continue to cling to such notions, not only culinary skills but even the quintessence of Huaxia will slowly fade away. Thus, we must be courageous in our exchanges and bold in our innovations, for this is the only way to rejuvenate our traditional culture. Therefore, Chef Yang need not be modest. Whatever I know, I shall share without reservation. Han Shichu's words left the audience in awe, prompting a spontaneous round of enthusiastic applause. However, Mei Lan felt a blush of embarrassment creeping upon her cheeks. Well said, this speech from Meng Fu is truly thought-provoking. Indeed, it is a fact that much of our traditional culture in Huaxia has been lost due to our overly protective tendencies. We must take heed and place importance on this issue. I have nothing more to say. Just based on Meng Fu's words and his broad-mindedness, I shall support him for a lifetime. In the courtyard of the capital, Elder Yu nodded in satisfaction after listening to Han Shichu's heartfelt words. A look of appreciation crossing his face as he mused, I underestimated this young man after all. Quite remarkable indeed. Yuma could not hide her smile, proudly declaring, Dad, I told you my son-in-law is exceptional. Are you convinced now? The old man retorted playfully, What are you so smug about? He is still my granddaughter's husband, however. You should heed what Han said. We truly cannot afford to lose any more of our traditional culture. Yuma smiled. Rest assured, Dad. Our department has already taken action in this regard. That is splendid. Han Shichu continued. The 4 seasons and 4 flavors of the lion's head refer to braised river clam in spring, steamed lotus leaf in summer, crab meat stew in autumn, and braised phoenix chicken in winter. Upon hearing his explanation, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Wow, who knew a lion's head could encompass such depth? I feel quite ignorant. People often claim Western cuisine is more refined than Chinese, but those who truly appreciate fine dining must be unaware of the intricacies of Chinese cuisine. I have learned much today. Though they are all lion's heads, the selection of ingredients and cooking methods vary with the seasons. This truly demonstrates a rigorous approach to culinary art. I once thought Meng Fu was already impressive, yet he continues to exceed my expectations time and again. I am in awe, truly in awe. Damn it, Meng Fu has stunned us once again. After a brief moment of distraction, Yang Taifeng regained his composure and became animated, exclaiming, I see now. I see now. No wonder I could never grasp it. How foolish of me not to have realized sooner. After a while, once he had calmed down, Yang Taifeng respectfully approached Han Shichu, bowing deeply and sincerely stating, Thank you, Mr. Han, for your generous insights. Subsequently, all the chefs in the kitchen bowed in gratitude to Han Shichu, collectively exclaiming, Thank you, Mr. Han, for your generous insights. Han Shichu smiled gently. There is no need for such formalities. We are merely engaging in mutual exchange and learning. Bai Luming once again gave him a thumbs up, his face alight with admiration as he quietly remarked, Brother, you're amazing. I truly admire you. At that moment, the lion's head prepared by Yang Taifeng was nearly ready. He presented the lion's head before Han Shichu, offering chopsticks with both hands and humbly saying, Mr. Han, please provide your critique. Han Shichu accepted the chopsticks without ceremony and took a bite. As soon as the dish touched his palate, he furrowed his brows. Yang Taifeng cautiously inquired, Mr. Han, is there something amiss? Chapter 34. Soft-bellied fish. Tasting and critique. Han Shichu replied slowly, The lion's head itself is without fault. However, your broth contains issues, very serious issues. You must understand. Huayang cuisine relies heavily on quality broth. If the broth is flawed, the entire dish is rendered useless. Yang Taifeng, puzzled, asked, "The broth has issues. That should not be the case. I personally crafted the broth. How could there be problems?" Han Shichu smiled slightly. "Then allow me to ask, did you prepare this broth using pig leg bones, old hens, ham, and other ingredients, simmering them for over 8 hours on low heat?" Yang Taifeng nodded. "Indeed. The ingredients are correct. And the method of preparation is also proper, but you have omitted one crucial ingredient." Han Shichu paused for a moment before continuing. "The flavor of the lion's head derives from the broth. Pig leg bones provide the base. Old hens deliver freshness, and there is one key aromatic ingredient, the old goose. All three are the soul of the broth, each with distinct flavor profiles, which is why they must coexist to achieve a layered freshness. Thus, none can be absent." Yang Taifeng nodded thoughtfully, then respectfully replied, "I am grateful for your guidance. Mr. Han's culinary skills far surpass my own. I, Yang, concede wholeheartedly." Although the outcome is already determined, Yang still wishes to witness Mr. Han's exceptional skills, and perhaps even glean a few techniques from him. "I hope Mr. Han will be generous in imparting his knowledge." The chefs nearby joined in the chorus, chanting in unison, "Mr. Han, show us your skills. Mr. Han, show us your skills." Bai Luming couldn't help but echo, "Brother, please demonstrate your prowess for us." Han Shichu nodded slightly and said, "In that case, I shall prepare a Huayang dish for everyone, named soft pocket long fish. I hope you all, along with the viewers in front of the screen, will pay close attention and learn diligently." "What? Soft pocket long fish?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Taifeng exclaimed with excitement, "Soft pocket long fish? What on earth is that? Why is Chef Yang so thrilled? Forgive my ignorance, but I've never heard of this dish before." It is said that soft pocket long fish is one of the most renowned traditional dishes of Huayang cuisine, but it seems to have been lost to time. So that's why I've never encountered it. Han Shichu smiled faintly. "Indeed, it is the long-lost delicacy of Huayang cuisine, soft pocket long fish." With that, Han Shichu approached the tank where the long fish were kept, selecting one while patiently explaining, "For preparing soft pocket long fish, it is best to choose slender long fish, particularly those caught around the Dragon Boat Festival." As Han Shichu demonstrated and explained, everyone listened intently. Through the information imparted by the system, Han Shichu knew that this dish was recognized as one of Jiangsu's top 10 classic dishes in the mysterious Eastern Ancient Land, and was even the first hot dish served at the founding banquet of the nation, thus earning the title of the nation's first dish. Thus, with its glossy sheen, tender texture, fresh aroma, and uniquely refreshing taste, the soft pocket long fish is successfully completed. "Everyone, please have a taste." Apart from Han Shichu, everyone present eagerly dug in, with Bai Luming particularly impatient. Even Mei Lan couldn't resist joining the fray. "Wow, is this a dish? This is clearly a work of art. It's infuriating. I came to see the celebrity endure hardships, but now it seems we are the jesters ourselves. To be honest, seeing them enjoy the food so heartily makes my mouth water. Suddenly, my instant noodles seem unappetizing. Brother Mongfu, you truly excel. No more words, I'm going to order long fish right away and try to make it myself. I feel like I've completely grasped it." "Don't be ridiculous. Your eyes may have learned, but your hands are hopeless." After everyone had tasted the dish, their admiration for Han Shichu grew immensely. However, when they reached for more, they discovered the plate was already empty, quietly cursing themselves for being too slow. Yang Taifeng once again bowed in gratitude to Han Shichu. "Mr. Han, I cannot express enough my appreciation for your culinary offerings." Following suit, all the chefs bowed in thanks, saying, "Mr. Han, we are immensely grateful for your contribution." Before Han Shichu could speak, Yang Taifeng earnestly continued, "Mr. Han, I have a humble request, and I hope you will acquiesce." "Oh." Han Shichu was intrigued. "Chef Yang, please feel free to speak. There is no need for formality. I would like to invite Mr. Han to taste and provide feedback on our dishes, as we all greatly value your esteemed opinion. This way, we can identify areas for improvement." The other chefs echoed their agreement, strongly urging Han Shichu to taste and critique their dishes. Wasn't this a fortuitous coincidence? A sleepyhead meeting a pillow. Could Han Shichu refuse? Clearly, He could not. He nodded and said, "If you all do not mind, I shall indulge and try some." Yang Taifeng's face lit up with joy as he called out to the chefs, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and prepare your signature dishes. This opportunity is rare." Instantly, the kitchen at Shangshifeng buzzed with renewed energy, each chef working diligently as if fueled by enthusiasm. Yang Taifeng then turned to Mei Lan, saying, "Manager Mei, don't just stand there. Quickly escort Mr. Han to the VIP room for a brief rest." Realizing the significance of the moment, Mei Lan graciously said, "Mr. Han, please." Han Shichu smiled lightly, not wishing to impose. "I appreciate your kindness, Manager Mei." Shortly after entering the VIP room, a chef personally brought out an array of exquisite and lavish dishes. Bai Luming swallowed hard, discreetly giving Han Shichu a thumbs up. He now held Han Shichu in high esteem, coupled with a blind admiration and trust. Then, he noticed Mei Lan entering the room with several bottles of wine, which appeared quite valuable. Mei Lan smiled and said, "Mr. Han, these wines are a gift from our boss, Mr. Huang, as a token of gratitude. Please do not refuse. Additionally, Mr. Huang, being away on business, has asked me to extend his apologies for not being able to thank you in person." How considerate. Mr. Huang is too kind. However, regarding the wine, it is rather extravagant, and the three of us could hardly finish it. But Mei Lan insisted, placing the wine on the table. "It's fine. If we can't finish it, Mr. Han may take it with him." Han Shichu smiled helplessly and then began to sample the dishes. With each dish he tasted, he offered critiques, pointing out shortcomings while generously praising the merits. It can be said that each chef behind the dishes benefited immensely. Chapter 35. Instant transformation into a food show host. Encountering a drunken man, Brother Mongfu is incredible. Since this show began, Brother Mongfu and Xiaobai are undoubtedly the most comfortable celebrity guests. Right. I can confirm, this is indeed the most correct way to engage. Brother Mongfu is truly impressive. He walks the talk, promising to indulge Xiaobai in delightful feasting without fail. Look at this treatment and standards. Other celebrity guests participating in the show probably wouldn't even dare to dream of this. Brother Mongfu and Xiaobai in this episode are undoubtedly the pinnacle of the show. So it turns out Brother Mongfu is the main character of this episode, while Xiaobai merely plays the role of a cheerleader. From this, one can conclude that a celebrity who cannot paint is not a good chef. I truly envy Xiaobai for having such an extraordinary brother. Why don't I have a big brother who treats me to fine dining? I too want to be a cheerleader who only needs to shout, 666. To those who previously boasted boldly, please refrain from deviating from the topic. Those who promise to endure hardships, act now, go go go. After completing his critiques, Han Shichu and Bai Luming finally settled down to enjoy their meal. Han Shichu glanced at the cameraman who had been filming all day and urged, "Brother, you've been filming all day. Quickly fix the camera there and come join us for a meal." Bai Luming chimed in, "Come on, brother. Let us try to finish this table full of dishes." After the intense knife skills competition, culinary challenge, and tasting critiques, it was already nearing 5 o'clock. Who wouldn't be hungry? Especially the cameraman, who had been lugging around the camera. It was only natural that he felt both tired and hungry. After much persuasion, the cameraman finally fixed the machine in place and sat down out of the camera's view. Bai Luming smiled, gazing at Han Shichu with admiration, rubbing his hands together. "Brother, shall we drink a bit? Let us have a drink." Bai Luming pointed to the 3 bottles of liquor, red wine, and national liquor, and asked, "Brother, what shall we drink?" "Let us go with the national liquor. I'm not accustomed to foreign or red wines." "Understood." Bai Luming eagerly opened the packaging, pouring the liquor while addressing the cameraman. "Brother, you'll still need to film later, so I won't pour you any." How did the promised ordeal of being broke suddenly transform into a feast that made one salivate? To be frank, Brother Mongfu and Xiaobai are quite polite and virtuous. Indeed, after watching Being Broke for so long, has any guest ever cared about the cameraman, regardless of their sins? If they had nothing to eat, it would be one thing. But there have been many episodes where guests feasted heartily, yet no one cared about the cameraman. Is this it? Is this really what you're showing me? A food competition? A food show? Enough already. I'm drooling just watching this. I can't take it anymore. I need to order takeout. Haha, enjoying dinner while watching Brother Mongfu and Xiaobai's food show. I've already finished 2 bowls of rice. Previous celebrity guests had it worse than dogs, but these two are definitely the most pampered and comfortable in being Broke's history. After finishing the meal, it was already past 6, with Yang Taifeng and Mei Lan respectfully seeing them off. The slightly tipsy duo wandered the streets. Bai Luming carried the unopened bottles of foreign and red wine. Feeling quite content. Brother, shall we find a place to rest? They had consumed a bottle of national liquor, so they weren't fully drunk but felt a bit tipsy. Han Shichu nodded and said, let us take a stroll to sober up and aid digestion. Consider it a post-meal walk. The two leisurely strolled while chatting idly. Before they knew it, night fell, and the lights illuminated the streets. Just as the now sober duo was about to find a hotel to rest, an unexpected incident occurred. A well-dressed drunken man, holding a bottle of white liquor, staggered towards them. Han Shichu was about to step aside when, unexpectedly, the drunken man charged straight at him. The staggering drunkard suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Han Shichu and Bai Luming hurriedly crouched down to assist him. Sir, are you all right? Han Shichu asked with genuine concern. The inebriated man repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The overwhelming scent of alcohol wafting from him caused Han Shichu to furrow her brow slightly. How much had he consumed? Did he not realize he ought to pair it with a couple of plates of peanuts? Noticing him swaying as if he intended to leave, Han Shichu exchanged a glance with Bai Luming. Apprehensive about allowing him to roam aimlessly on the street, it would be disastrous if something were to happen. Han Shichu continued to support him, gently advising, Sir, perhaps you should find a place to sit and rest for a while. Let the alcohol wear off. This is quite dangerous. I'm fine, the drunkard slurred in response. Given his inability to articulate clearly and their location by the Huangpu River in the Bund, the two could not allow him to leave in such a state. Han Shichu signaled Bai Luming with her eyes, and he quickly dashed off to a nearby convenience store. Meanwhile, Han Shichu helped the man to a nearby bench to sit down. Shortly after, Bai Luming returned with a bottle of mineral water. Han Shichu swiftly snatched the wine bottle from the drunkard's hands and handed him the mineral water, speaking softly, You appear to be dressed like a successful individual. It seems you are not facing an economic crisis, but perhaps a romantic dilemma? Indeed. Despite his intoxication, he exuded an air of refinement, clad in a designer suit, with a luxury watch adorning his wrist, and his hair meticulously styled. The drunkard accepted the mineral water, twisting off the cap and gulping it down fervently. At that moment, the Bund was aglow with lights, bustling with life, even more vibrant than during the day. The drunkard bowed his head in silence, lost in thought. Han Shichu and Bai Luming refrained from speaking, instead quietly accompanying him. Not far away, a street musician strummed a guitar, passionately rendering a poignant love song that resonated well with the gathering crowd. After a long pause, the drunkard slowly lifted his head and inexplicably inquired, Have you ever experienced the most helpless regret? Han Shichu glanced at him and smiled. Who among us is without regrets? Even those who find success in their careers and happiness in their families carry their own regrets. Bai Luming nodded in agreement. The drunkard shook his head, his voice hoarse as he replied, For a man, the most helpless regret is encountering the person he wishes to care for his entire life at the wrong time and place, during a time when he possesses nothing. Upon hearing this, Han Shichu sensed yet another melodramatic tale of love unfolding. With a soft sigh, she thought, In a world filled with countless words, none can wound quite like those of love. The drunkard seemed to have opened the floodgates of his heart. Viewing Han Shichu and Bai Luming as his confidants. Chapter 36. Articulate and unregretful as the melancholic melody wafted through the air, the drunkard fell silent for a moment before recounting, Today, she got married. But the groom is not me. She is someone I lost with my own hands. We were college classmates, and from our first year, we fell in love. We attended classes, shared meals, and studied together. Coming from a wealthy family, she never once looked down on me as I juggled work and study. Unlike many campus romances that fizzle out post-graduation, we remained together, striving in that unfamiliar, tearless metropolis. Living in a basement, warming each other. During our leanest days, we would share a cold bun and a single bowl of noodles. In our youthful ignorance, I promised her that when I earned enough, I would buy her a villa, a luxury car, a grand diamond ring. She not only believed in the future I envisioned, but also stood by me unwaveringly, even defying her family's opposition to endure hardships together. Yet, the harsh reality of our circumstances reminded me that aside from my love for her, I had nothing to offer. When I saw her gaze longingly at clothes and shoes in shop windows, stubbornly insisting she saw nothing she liked while pulling me away, my heart felt as if it were pierced by a dagger. When we shared a bowl of noodles and she would say, "I am full. You eat," I wished to slap myself hard. When she accompanied me in the rain waiting for a bus, cheerfully comforting me with, "It's romantic to get drenched with a loved one," I felt a deep sense of inferiority. In my despondency, I lacked the courage to cherish our relationship, overwhelmed by the self-doubt instigated by my poverty and lack of prospects. At this point, tears streamed down the drunkard's face. Han Shichu sighed heavily and softly asked, "So, you chose to let her go?" The drunkard nodded in anguish. "Foolish," Bai Luming exclaimed, exasperated. "A girl like that is hard to find. How could you easily give her up? Could you not muster the strength to persevere? To have a little more confidence and courage? It is precisely because she is so wonderful that it makes me feel even more inadequate, as a destitute person struggling to make ends meet. How could I possibly be worthy of her? How could I dare delay her happiness?" It thrust me into a deep chasm of self-doubt, questioning whether I could provide her with a life filled with happiness. Yes, I am a coward. I lacked the courage to cherish our love, but I truly could not bear to see her suffer alongside me, nor could I gamble her prime years on an uncertain future. Love is selfless yet selfish. And at that time, I lacked the confidence and bravery to possess her, to love her. I stubbornly believed that my love for her was a shackle, a torment, a burden. I foolishly thought that only by parting ways could she find happiness. After the painful breakup, I didn't even pack my things, leaving in the dead of night, venturing alone to Shanghai to forge my path. A bitter, forced smile crept onto the drunkard's face. Now, I have succeeded and can fulfill the promises I once made to her. But when I turned back to find her, I realized I had lost her. Han Shichu sighed heavily again, patting his shoulder gently, and said, "This is reality. Relinquish the bricks, and you cannot bear the weight of life. Let her go, and you cannot embrace love. Indeed, such a good girl should not be forsaken, and yet I would never wish for her to endure hardship alongside me. I do not condone his actions. As a woman myself, I believe breaking up is the greatest harm to a girl. Why not muster a bit more courage? I too encountered a girl I wished to make happy for a lifetime at a time when I felt utterly powerless. Yet, the realities of life led me to make the same choice as he did, and for me, it remains a lifelong regret. Later, I acquired everything, yet we were no more. For those who share similar experiences, perhaps the drunkard made what he deemed the most correct choice. There is no right or wrong, only regret. If given another chance, perhaps we would find greater courage. Han Shichu suddenly recalled a poem from the grand gift pack previously bestowed by the system, which seemed particularly fitting. Unable to restrain herself, she recited, "The brocade zither has 50 strings. Each string and post recalls youthful years. This feeling can wait to become a memory, yet at that moment, I was already perplexed." She did not recite the entire poem, only the opening and closing lines. Once her poetic words escaped, the live stream chat erupted once more. "Wow, is this an ancient poem? Why have I never heard of it? Damn, the brawny fellow turns out to be cultured. Articulating eloquently? What a lofty impression. Is this original poetry? Can someone knowledgeable explain it? I don't quite understand it, but I must say, the brawny guy is impressive." The drunkard paused momentarily, then asked, "What is the name of this poem?" "It's called Gents." Bai Luming, intrigued, inquired, "Bro, why have I never heard of this poem? Such beautiful lines could not possibly go unnoticed." Han Shichu smiled gently and replied, "Of course you haven't heard of it. I just composed it on a whim." "Well, no need to claim it as your own." Bai Luming was both astonished and curious, asking, "Bro, what does this poem mean?" Han Shichu shook his head, offering no explanation, instead suddenly proclaiming, "Come, brother, let me dedicate a song to you." With that, she took the drunkard by the arm and led him toward the nearby street musician. Han Shichu approached the musician, negotiating, "Hey there, could I borrow your sound system, microphone, and guitar to sing a song?" The street musician glanced at her, Then by looming and the camera emblazoned with the show's logo. Without hesitation, he graciously responded, "Of course." He then handed over his guitar. Han Shichu took the guitar, adjusted the microphone's height, and slowly stated, "I apologize for the interruption. I have a song I wish to dedicate to a stranger and to all the young friends here. In your youth, if you fall in love with someone, please cast aside any reservations, treat them with tenderness, and cherish them well. Only when you grow older will you realize that in the fleeting moment of looking back, a youth without resentment or regret will leave no room for sorrow, much like the tranquil full moon atop the hills. And do remember, after achieving success, never forget the one who stood by you through thick and thin, unwavering and selfless. If, in your most powerless years, you encounter the girl you wish to marry for a lifetime, please muster a bit more courage." Upon finishing his words, Han Shichu gently began to strum his guitar. Chapter 37. Young and Ambitious, dominating the trending searches. This song, Young and Ambitious, is dedicated to everyone. The melodious and resonant guitar tune gradually wafted through the air. Han Shichu's voice, rich in magnetism yet strikingly understated, suddenly resonated, as if he were narrating a heartfelt tale. The television continues to flicker. The contact methods remain undeleted. Your kindness towards me, which I inadvertently destroyed. We once dreamed together of a place to sleep and dine. Yet how could I endure, with nights turned into days, unable to even gather the initial funds? I smashed the wall panel, and it remains unrepaired to this day. A bowl of warm porridge. Fearing I might not have enough, you left half to take away. Although his voice was plain, the emotion poured forth abundantly, akin to a heartfelt lament. It instantly captivated the listeners' hearts, drawing them irresistibly into the melody. If only I had been young and ambitious, devoid of insecurity, understanding what is truly precious. Those beautiful dreams which I failed to offer you, leave me with lifelong regret. If only I had been young and ambitious, knowing when to advance and retreat, I would not have let you suffer in my stead. At the wedding, drink a few more glasses, with the one you are with now." As he sang, a drunken man was moved to tears once more. This song was a true reflection of his reality. If only he had not been insecure back then, how different things might have been now. Regardless, at the very least, there would have been no regrets. Indeed, he was not the only one deeply affected by the song. Many men in the audience had a sheen of mist in their eyes. Perhaps within their hearts lay a hidden beam of regretful moonlight. The comments in the live stream were equally tumultuous. The youth is no longer young, suddenly reflecting, if only I had understood you in my youth. If only I had known you. If only I had cherished you. If only I had been free of insecurity. But I am no longer young. I can only wish you well. In my youth, I was ambitious yet unaccomplished, unaware of what was precious but filled with insecurity, complaining about my own powerlessness while failing to treat that steadfast girl with kindness. Now, I wish to treat you gently. Being young and ambitious is perhaps the most beautiful wish of every individual in their youth. As the tide rises, in the age of youthful idleness, a bowl of warm porridge surpasses 1,000 cups of wine. If someone is willing to accompany you through life's trials and tribulations, please treat them gently and muster the courage to cherish this bond, while also striving for success. Forgive my inability to articulate with more elaborate words. I simply believe that Mong Fu Ge's song Young and Ambitious is exceptionally well written and beautifully sung, moving even a rugged man like me to tears. The simple lyrics and unadorned voice resonate deeply, evoking memories and stirring emotions. Mong Fu Gu's song is truly remarkable. I am not a connoisseur of music. I only know that songs capable of evoking my emotions, whether joy, sorrow, silence, or tranquility, must be good music. In this restless society, how many good girls like those in the song truly exist? How many await a boy's growth without remorse? Should you encounter one, please do not let her down. Love songs are the most touching yet the most painful. Mong Fu Gu, with his straightforward lyrics, slowly reveals the heart-wrenching details of love, compelling one to reminisce about the past with profound sentiment. When the song concluded, a hushed silence enveloped the room, occasionally pierced by soft sobs, perhaps from those within the song. After a moment, applause erupted from the crowd, growing increasingly fervent. Bai Luming clapped vigorously, his hands turning red without him noticing. Han Shichu slowly spoke. "I wish you all to be young and ambitious, to cherish everything, to meet expectations, and to leave no regrets. Do not allow insecurity to slip in during the present, nor let if only find a foothold in the future. May you grasp your own happiness tightly within the limited time you have. Upon concluding, Han Shichu bowed deeply to the densely packed crowd and camera before departing with Bai Luming. Unbeknownst to Han Shichu, not only did the live stream's viewer count soar to a staggering 12 million, but several topics concerning him surged to the top 10 of Weibo's trending searches with unstoppable momentum. Masterful sketching, 100 yuan each. Meng Fu kicks off at Shangshi Feng. Meng Fu's remarkable knife skills, the inheritance of traditional Chinese culture, lost classic dishes, the correct way to appreciate being worthless. Meng Fu and Xiaobai's textbook-like instruction. Meng Fu's ancient poem Jin's Meng Fu's song. Young and ambitious Weibo exploded. The entertainment industry went into a frenzy. Entertainment companies, media reporters, professional agents, and numerous celebrities were all scrambling to gather information about Meng Fu. Dominating 7 spots in the top 10 trending searches, the sudden rise of Meng Fu sent the entire entertainment circle into chaos. Such a phenomenon alone would not have caused such upheaval. The critical factor was the explosive nature of 2 specific trending topics. Point 1 was the inheritance of traditional Chinese culture, lost classic dishes, which garnered immense attention, becoming a significant cause of the entertainment industry's stir. Official accounts such as Huaxian, Huaqing, and Huamen Daily all liked and shared it. Even the Ministry of Culture got involved, leaving one to ponder the underlying implications. The other was Meng Fu's ancient poem Jin's, which sparked fervent discussions among professors from prestigious universities, scholars from Chinese literature departments, and experts in ancient poetry, with even the Ministry of Education actively participating. Han Shichu's rapid ascent to fame was nothing short of astonishing, reaching a level of popularity that transcended the ordinary. His current prominence was unparalleled. Unsurprisingly, the most delighted were the Longting live streaming platform, the Being Worthless production team, and Lisa Rome, who was in the van, grinning from ear to ear. While keeping an eye on the trending searches on her tablet, she wore a foolish grin. Wang Jun, who served multiple roles as driver, assistant, and bodyguard, glanced at her reflection in the rearview mirror, puzzled by her demeanor. Could it be that this manager has lost her mind? I never expected that in my first comeback I would stumble upon such a treasure. It seems my fortunes have truly turned. This time, I, Lisa Rong, shall secure the title of top agent. Just as she finished her musing, her phone began to ring incessantly. A smug smile spreading across her face as she murmured, "These folks are certainly not to be underestimated. They found out so quickly. Impressive." Han Shichu and Bai Luming struggled to break through the throng, panting as they wandered the streets. "Bro, this song Young and Ambitious is truly beautiful. The lyrics, although simple, resonate deeply. The straightforward singing technique and genuine emotion are particularly moving." "Brother, did you write this song?" Han Shichu nodded, nonchalantly stating, "I had heard of such a love story long ago, and it inspired me to write this song. I never expected it would come in handy today." Bai Luming gave a thumbs up. His face filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. I don't admire many, but you are definitely my idol." Chapter 38. The Hidden Gem, a Fortuitous Encounter. Han Shichu teased, "Oh, I never imagined that this humble individual could earn the admiration of the great Bai Luming. I am quite taken aback." Bai Luming rolled his eyes, exasperatedly replying, "Brother, spare me your false modesty. Don't pretend to belittle yourself, and certainly don't take jabs at me. Brother, can you tell me what you can't do? You draw exceptionally well, your culinary skills are extraordinary, and now it turns out you can also compose poetry, ancient poetry at that, and you just spouted it off. Just now, you inadvertently revealed your songwriting talent. Goodness, I've realized you are a treasure trove. The longer I spend with you, the more delightful surprises I discover." Han Shichu smiled, not refuting his words, for with the system at his side, he truly was an inexhaustible source of treasure. However, Bai Luming had misinterpreted one thing. It was not an accidental revelation, but rather a deliberate act to show off. Such opportunities for ostentation, if not seized, could invite divine retribution and system punishment. Bai Luming pulled out the money he had on him and said, "Brother, we currently have 697 yuan left. Let's find a budget hotel. A standard room would only cost 200 to 300 yuan, and the remaining money should suffice until tomorrow's program concludes." Han Shichu furrowed his brow. internally speculating that if they stayed in a mediocre hotel tonight, it might not meet the system's perfection standard, which would signify task failure and a prolonged period of being expressionless. He shook his head. No. No, for the sake of caution, they needed to find a good hotel. It was time to be bold and stir things up. Observing him frown and shake his head, Bai Luming tentatively inquired, "Brother, be honest with me. Are you planning something again?" "No, how could that be?" Han Shichu adamantly denied. "Little brother, do you not trust me? I am not the type to stir up trouble, all right?" Forgive my lack of decorum in laughing. Mengfu Ji's words were almost convincing. Goodness, just by looking at Mengfu Ji's darting eyes, it's evident he is indeed planning something. Xiaobai, be confident. Turn your question into a statement. Ha, I simply adore Mengfu Gu. Stirring things up is where the excitement lies. Just be bold. What a pity, how unfair. Such an outstanding man like Mengfu Gu got married so early. Mengfu Gu, how about a divorce? I'll secretly take care of you. As Han Shichu ambled along, his mind was deeply engrossed in contemplating a solution, yet he was unable to pinpoint a suitable approach or strategy. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Bai Luming suddenly tugged at his hand and curiously inquired, "Bro, what do you suppose all those people are gathered around over there? Shall we go take a look?" Well, curiosity and a penchant for spectacle are indeed common traits among our people. There once was an experiment in which individuals formed a circle and squatted on the ground, quietly discussing the empty space before them. Before long, a crowd gathered, growing larger and denser until there were layers upon layers of people encircling them. Despite knowing there was nothing on the ground, the allure of curiosity and the thrill of the spectacle drew them in. Han Shichu glanced up, intending to decline, but inadvertently noticed that the gathering was outside a five-star hotel. After some consideration, he decided to take a look. After all, one never knows what opportunities may arise. "Let us go and see," he said. As they approached, there was no need for inquiry. The banner hanging at the hotel entrance and the posters displayed everywhere made it abundantly clear. Han Shichu focused his gaze and realized that the hotel was promoting a newly launched event. Goodness, it was as if he had stumbled upon a pillow while feeling drowsy. What a remarkable coincidence. The event being advertised was a chance to win a free stay in the presidential suite by successfully completing couplets. Han Shichu could hardly believe his eyes. He began to suspect that the system might have foreseen something. Otherwise, the previous reward couldn't have aligned so perfectly, could it? With a sigh, he lamented that he did not wish to show off, yet the absurd system seemed to insist he do so. Wasn't he that a bit ridiculous? He carefully reviewed the details and rules of the event. The hotel had set up 10 challenges. If one could successfully complete all the couplets, they would be rewarded with a complimentary stay in the presidential suite. And all the amenities within the room would be free for use. "Luming, let us give it a shot," he proposed. This time, Bai Luming did not voice any objections, as he was well aware that there was no shame in failing. Moreover, he had begun to grow accustomed to such situations. If Han Shichu hadn't suggested trying, he would have found it rather odd. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Bro, have you studied couplets before?" Han Shichu pondered for a moment before responding, "I know a little." "So, how many rounds do you think you can clear?" "If you can come up with 5 couplets, we can secure a free room," Bai Luming remarked. Truth be told, although he possessed a comprehensive couplet guide from the system, Han Shichu still hesitated to guarantee success, fearing that an unexpected twist might lead to his own embarrassment. "I can't say for certain how many I'll manage, but I'll give it my best shot." "Okay. Come on, I believe in you. Bro, you can do it," Bai Luming encouraged, clenching his fist in a gesture of support. As Han Shichu and Bai Luming stepped into the hotel, they immediately caught the attention of onlookers. Suddenly, voices erupted in exclamation, "Mengfu Gu, Mengfu Gu." With those few shouts, everyone turned to notice them. The atmosphere became electrified with excitement as people clamored, "Mengfu Gu, Xiaobai, 666. Mengfu Gu, can I get your autograph? Mengfu Gu, can we take a picture together?" Almost all the calls were directed at Han Shichu. With a tinge of jealousy, Bai Luming cast a forlorn glance at him, wondering, "What is going on with you, bro? Are you sure you're a rookie debuting today? Or have I unknowingly begun to fade into obscurity?" Just as he spiraled into self-doubt, he suddenly heard fans calling his name, "Xiaobai, Luming Gu." Bai Luming was instantly elated and turned to look. Tio his dismay. This so-called fan continued, looming Gu, could you ask Mongfu Go to take a picture and sign for us? Oh great. Has he now become a mere messenger? A tool? This truly vexed Bailaming. Han Shichu smiled gently and patted his shoulder. That moment, the hotel's lobby manager approached them with an unusually warm demeanor. Indeed, the purpose of this event was to promote and create buzz. With the presence of the Xinwu program and the unexpected arrival of Mongfu Gu and Bailaming, what better publicity could there be? So how could he not be enthusiastic? Chapter 39. A modicum of knowledge. The challenge begins under the guidance of the lobby manager and the hotel security. Han Shichu and Bailaming began signing autographs and taking pictures with the fans. Goodness, I can't take it anymore. I must rush over to get a photo and autograph from Mongfu Gu and Xiaobai. Well, these two are genuinely down to earth, without an ounce of pretense, unlike other celebrities who, with a bit of fame, act as if they are high and mighty like swans. Exactly. It's infuriating to think about. What are they without our fans lifting them up? What right do they have to be arrogant? Chasing stars is a personal choice, and we won comment, but if you must, please support stars with integrity and good character. Haha, judging by this situation, Mongfu Gu seems poised for some antics again. No way, right? Could it be that this guy has been showing off again? It shouldn't he be. Didn't we hear Mongfu Gu say he only knows a little? As Han Shichu and Bailaming's wrists began to ache from signing. They finally finished. Han Shichu, stretching his wrist, turned to the lobby manager and asked, Manager Wang, may I participate in the event? Manager Wang, who could hardly contain his enthusiasm, replied, Of course, Mr. Han. It would be splendid for you to personally join our hotel's event. Han Shichu nodded and politely said, Then let us get started. Manager Wang. Very well, we look forward to Mr. Han's performance. The lobby manager then took out a walkie-talkie and instructed, Let them in. Soon, a procession of elegantly dressed hostesses in qipao emerged from the back of the lobby, gracefully approaching with trays in hand. There were 10 charming hostesses, each carrying a tray corresponding to the 10 challenges. Han Shichu silently nodded, appreciating the effort put into the arrangement. Manager Wang, which side should we start from? From left to right. Please, Mr. Han. The first hostess revealed the couplet written in black ink on red paper. She slowly opened it and read aloud in clear Mandarin, Upper couplet. Wandering Westlake, holding a teapot. The teapot drops into the Westlake. Lamenting the teapot. As she finished reciting, she held the couplet up for all to see. The moment the upper couplet was revealed, the crowd erupted into whispers. My goodness, is the first couplet really that difficult? Goodness. With a challenge this tough, who could possibly complete all 10? All right, I admit my lack of education. The first couplet is already beyond my capabilities. Undoubtedly, many furrowed their brows in contemplation, but they soon shook their heads in resignation. It was indeed challenging. Han Shichu did not respond immediately. Instead, he curiously asked, Manager Wang, may I ask who composed these couplets? Manager Wang beamed with pride and replied, These couplets were crafted by esteemed professors of Chinese literature, folk experts, and the Couplet Society, as well as being derived from traditional sources. To ensure the couplet's accuracy, we even invited Mr. Wei Chuantong, the president of the Huaxia Couplet Society. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly gentleman dressed in traditional Tang attire emerged from the back of the lobby, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Approaching Han Shichu, he warmly smiled and asked, Young man, are you here to take on the challenge? I hope the first couplet hasn't stumped you. Han Shichu smiled gently in response, Greetings, Mr. Wade, I came to give it a try. However, the first couplet won't pose a challenge for me. Oh. It was evident that Mr. Wei did not expect this young man to come up with a response in such a short time. Noticing Han Shichu's confident demeanor, he curiously inquired, May I ask what your response to the couplet is? Han Shichu replied slowly, Lower couplet, passing through Nanping. Purchasing a blue bottle. The blue bottle emerges from Nanping. Difficult to evaluate the blue bottle. Excellent. Just as he finished, Mr. Wei could not help but clap his hands in admiration. The parallelism is quite impressive. I did not expect a young man like you to possess such profound knowledge of couplets. To come up with a response in such a brief span of time is a testament to your quick wit. Han Shichu humbly replied, Not at all. I merely have a modicum of knowledge regarding couplets. Mr. Wei is too kind. All right, I see through your act. You're quite the trickster, Mengfu. There's nothing more to say. After watching Mengfu Gu's episode, I increasingly feel like a waste of space. I really want to ask, do intellectuals genuinely act so casually when they put on airs? Mengfu Gu is undeniably impressive. One must admire. Is there anything he cannot do? Following this, the second hostess unveiled the upper couplet and read aloud, Upper couplet. Wangjiang Tower, gazing at the river flow. Beneath Wangjiang Tower, the river flows eternally. Han Shichu, without hesitation, blurted out, lower couplet, imprinting the moon in the well, casting moonlit shadows. Within the well, the moon endures, the moonlit shadows persist for eternity. Excellent. Both Mr. Wei and the crowd could not help but erupt in applause as the third hostess continued to read, upper couplet. Water is murky with worms. Water is fishy with fish. Water, 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 rivers and lakes abound. Han Shichu furrowed his brow. It was not that he could not produce the couplet, but rather that he was being intentionally coy. If every couplet were to spill forth without a moment's contemplation, it would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. What is going on? Why does Mengfu Gu seem to struggle? This couplet feels simpler compared to the previous two. Doesn't he it? Exactly. I feel I could match it myself. Why does Mengfu Gu look so perplexed? No, everyone take a closer look. I said water plus insect precisely murky? Water plus fish is clearly fishing. And the latter part, rivers and lakes, corresponds to the three waters of Miao. Do you understand? Oh wow, so that's it. This is quite challenging. Isn't it? Can Mengfu Gu really match this? Meanwhile, Wei Chuanhong, the president of the association, offered an explanation. This is A. Upon hearing his detailed explanation, everyone finally came to a realization. Bai Luming secretly rejoiced that he had refrained from speaking up. Otherwise, wouldn't he that have been rather embarrassing? It would have made him appear quite uneducated. Pretending to ponder deeply, Han Shichu, noticing that the time was ripe, suddenly paused, lifted his head, and declared, I've got it. The next line. Beneath the wood is the root. Above the wood is the tip, wood, pine, cypress, camphor, flourishing. This is a clever, using the characters for water and wood as the foundation to create a couplet through disassembly and assembly, displaying considerable ingenuity. Logically speaking, Han Shichu's couplet, while not entirely neat, could still pass muster. It fell short in terms of tone and parallelism but was acceptable nonetheless. As they proceeded to the fourth couplet, the first line, the wind falls. The phoenix descends with the parasol tree. What does this mean? Is it getting simpler as we go along? Isn't this first line just a casual throwaway? What is so difficult about it? This can't be split or combined. Is it meant to be an easy question? Han Shichu smiled faintly and replied, the second line, pearls and jade are perfectly matched, jade and pearls resonate. Wei Chuanhong, watching him, kindly advised, young man, are you sure you don't want to think this one over? Han Shichu shook his head. No need to ponder further. Is this a perfect match? Wei Chuanhong smiled slightly. Young man, try reading the first line backward. Before he could finish, someone exclaimed, oh, reading it backward yields the exact same result. Indeed. Wei Chuanhong stroked his beard. This is a palindrome couplet. Han Shichu, unfazed, replied, President Wei, why don't you read my second line backward as well? The onlookers gasped, ha! It's the same, impressive. Wei Chuanhong was initially taken aback, but then nodded in approval. Well done, young man. You possess considerable talent. I underestimated you. What on earth? Is this what a cultured individual is like? It feels somewhat intimidating. Wow, seemingly simple couplets hide such intricate meanings. Impressive. Our Huaxia culture is indeed profound and rich, filled with charm, yet also evoking respect. Goodness, I really want to crack open Mengfu Gu's head and see what's inside. How can he be so extraordinary? The fifth couplet, the first line. As the sun sets, the fragrance lingers, banishing mundane desires. When the hostess displayed it, Wei Chuanhong proactively explained, my young friend, I must remind you, this is a riddle couplet. A riddle couplet? What on earth is that? I apologize for bringing shame to contemporary college students. It's embarrassing. I don't even know the answer. How can I speak of couplets? Isn't the answer to the first line just the character bald? Wow, that's a wake-up call. Han Shichu nodded and slowly stated, The second line. The stove extinguishes, the fire dies, ensure to tether the wild steed firmly. Wei Chuantong was momentarily taken aback. Unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, young friend, your second line is, haha. Han Shichu laughed heartily. Everyone, please don't misunderstand or overanalyze. It was merely coincidental. What does that mean? Is he playing a guessing game here? The great scholar, please explain the riddle behind Mongfu Gu's second line. Thank you for the invite. Mongfu Gu's second line's riddle is the character donkey. Haha. No wonder President Wei was caught between laughter and tears. It's clear why Mongfu Gu felt the need to explain. By the sixth line, he matched perfectly. The seventh line, matched flawlessly. The eighth line, matched flawlessly. The ninth line, matched flawlessly. By the 10th line, the audience, both present and the 150 million viewers online, had become somewhat numb. Han Shichu once again captivated them with his formidable prowess. Wei Chuanong jested, young friend. Is this what you mean by knowing a thing or two? You must have a misunderstanding of the term little knowledge. Han Shichu shrugged, feigning helplessness with a sigh. Since everyone has discovered it, I might as well drop the act. I actually have quite a bit of research in couplets. No one, including the members of the Couplet Association and President Wei, felt he was being pretentious. After all, strength conquers all. Han Shichu nodded internally, thoroughly satisfied with his performance. This was indeed the pinnacle of pretense, clearly acting ostentatiously while everyone remained blissfully unaware, taking it all for granted. Such was the freshness and naturalness of his facade. So seamless and without trace. President Wei nodded in agreement. It's evident that young friend has indeed put in some effort. I hope no one laughs. Among these couplets, there are several that even I cannot match. Yet, Han Xiaoyu was able to respond without hesitation, showcasing the depth of his knowledge in couplets. As the president of the Couplet Association, I wish to invite Han Xiaoyu to join the association as an honorary president. I wonder if young friend would be willing? Han Shichu was taken aback, completely unprepared for President Wei's invitation. Somewhat flattered, he replied, President Wei, I would naturally be willing to join the Couplet Association, but I fear I cannot fulfill the role of honorary president. Please do not insist. Wei Chuanhong smiled slightly. Not pressing the issue. As long as Han Xiaoyu is willing to join, that is sufficient. As for the honorary president matter, we can discuss it later. Han Xiaoyu, I must clarify that the final couplet is a timeless classic. What on earth? Is this hotel not just trying to be difficult? Exactly, to present a timeless classic is akin to deliberately preventing someone from succeeding. What in the world is this? A timeless classic? How could you even conceive of that? This is indeed a bit unreasonable. It's just a presidential suite for one night, and you are throwing in a timeless classic? The live chat was filled with complaints, and even the crowd on site murmured discontentedly. Fortunately, the lobby manager quickly stepped in to clarify, everyone, please do not misunderstand, and rest assured, Mr. Han. Although the exhibition report states 10 couplets, in reality, only 9 need to be matched. The last one does not count. This point can be corroborated by President Wei. Wei Chuanong nodded, affirming, Manager Wang is correct. He indeed informed me beforehand, and the final couplet was added at my request. Just now, I intended to discuss this with Han Xiaoyu, since he has already passed the challenge. I want to say that it's perfectly fine if the last one is not counted. Han Shichu contemplated for a moment before slowly saying, what is the last couplet? Since I have already passed the challenge. Trying it out wouldn't be a problem, right? Manager Wang smiled. Of course, it's no problem. Mr. Han, please go ahead. With that, the last hostess unveiled the couplet and read aloud. The first line. Smoke locks the pond's willow. Wow. It's actually this classic timeless couplet. Goodness, who on earth can match this? Well, even Mongfu Gu wouldn't be able to manage this, but fortunately, this couplet doesn't count. Is this the most difficult couplet of all time? Han Shichu offered a slight smile, not expecting this particular first line, and truth, it wasn't that no one could match it. Rather, those who attempted did so either through haphazard combinations or with meanings that strayed far from the original, even resulting in some nonsensical and humorous attempts. For instance, lights droop over the golden railing waves, Port City teppanyaki, Shenzhen teppanyaki, rust blocks the range hood. One couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the internet users' creativity. Chapter 41, Presidential Suite, A lover's call. The only drawback is that Jinjiang is not a commonly used term, and Jinjiang is also not universal compared to pond. However, it is indeed a remarkable feat for Han Xiaoyu to produce such a well-crafted and profound couplet. It truly stands as the best couplet at present. I may not comprehend couplets, but I feel that Meng Fu Ji's couplet exudes a stunning beauty of sentiment. Is there anyone else? I ask again, is there anyone else? Even a timeless masterpiece can yield such exquisite couplets. Meng Fu Gu is indeed exceptionally talented. How infuriating! Once again, he has outshone us. Goodness, are you certain this is a segment of Shenwu Fen 1? Dining at Shanghai Feng, residing in a 5-star presidential suite at Yunqi, I can hardly fathom it. This program has undoubtedly reached an unparalleled level. Who would dare to participate now? Any celebrity or artist will inevitably be compared to Meng Fu Gu and Xiao Bai. Upon entering the presidential suite of the 5-star hotel, Bai Luming immediately collapsed onto the soft and comfortable sofa. Hurry up and take a shower. You reek of sweat. Han Shichu lightly kicked him. Bai Luming got up again, retrieved 2 goblets from the wine cabinet, and opened the red wine he brought from Shanghai Feng. Bro, let us indulge in some red wine. It aids in sleep. Han Shichu shook his head and replied, no more for me. You should also temper your consumption. Just because you are free from the constraints of a manager now does not mean you can indulge recklessly. Be mindful of what awaits you upon your return. Bai Luming chuckled nonchalantly. Oh brother, you still don't understand me that I live for the moment. Let us enjoy today before worrying about tomorrow. Well, you are quite the free spirit. But when you find yourself in trouble later, you may ponder why you didn't heed caution. Stop dawdling and take a shower. I need to freshen up too. I feel all sticky and uncomfortable. Bai Luming raised an eyebrow at him and cheekily suggested, bro, let us shower together. I can scrub your back. Get lost? Fortunately, this was a presidential suite, and there was more than one bathing area. Otherwise, one might wonder if an awkward incident might occur. Men tend to shower briskly, lacking any fondness for baths, so both emerged from the bathing area nearly simultaneously. Just as they stepped out, Han Shichu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw a video call request from Leader. However, Han Shichu knew it was undoubtedly from Xiao Yoji. A gentle, blissful smile spread across his face. Seeing this expression, Bai Luming's curiosity and gossip instincts ignited instantly. Bro, look at that warm and gentle smile of yours. Is it your wife calling? Han Shichu shook his head and replied, it's a lover. A little lover. Goodness, he was so unabashed in front of the camera. Is seeking a lover so forthright? Bai Luming stared at him in astonishment, feeling somewhat at a loss. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted instantly. Whoa, Meng Fu is indeed bold. Does he not know to conceal anything? My word, is he so brazen about seeking a lover? Alas, how unfortunate. After finally encountering a beloved, capable star, only to find out he is a scoundrel. I spit. What a tragedy. Has my journey of idolization ended before it even began? Hee, Meng Fu Gu is actually a scoundrel. Does that mean I have a chance? Quick, Meng Fu Gu, come and charm me. But without any strings attached, my sisters, charge. Meng Fu Gu, if you have the guts, come for me. Unleash all your prowess upon me. I can handle it. Bai Luming's reaction was completely observed by Han Shichu, and his thoughts were naturally not hidden from Han Shichu either. Yet Han Shichu merely smiled faintly, feeling no need for explanations. After all, the truth would be revealed as soon as the video connected. So there was no point in wasting words. Upon connecting the video, the adorable Xiao Yoji appeared on screen. Before he could utter a word, the little chatterbox excitedly exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy, do you miss little Tangyuan? Hearing the sweet, soft voice from the speaker, everyone suddenly understood. Bai Luming eagerly leaned closer. So it's my little niece. You gave me quite a scare. Han Shichu shot him a glare, exasperatedly saying, that's because your thoughts are impure. Little Tangyuan, Daddy misses you very much. Do you miss Daddy? I do. Little Tangyuan misses you so much. I watched you on TV all day. Han Shichu did not attempt to conceal anything, and Bai Luming naturally caught sight of little Tangyuan on the video. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, Wow, little niece is so adorable, like a porcelain doll. Shoo. Turns out she is his daughter. What a false alarm. Listening to that sweet, childish voice, It's evident Mengfu's daughter must be exceptionally beautiful. Damn, the photographer deserves a reprimand. Can't they capture better shots? Little Tangyuan also spotted Bai looming on the screen. Having seen the live stream, she recognized him and immediately asked, Daddy, is this the silly little Bai Gidge? Little Tangyuan, you must call him Uncle Bai, and also, don't always speak the truth. It's impolite. Bai looming shot him a resentful look, then waved at the camera, displaying what he deemed his warmest, friendliest smile, softly saying, Hello, little niece. Little Tangyuan scrunched her nose and pouted, Uncle Bai. I'm called Little Tangyuan, not little niece. Bai looming did not bother to explain and simply replied, All right. Little Tangyuan, you're so cute and adorable. Chapter 42. Fables. Gaining recognition, Little Tangyuan lifted her head proudly, cheerfully declaring, Yes, I'm Daddy's good baby. Bai looming couldn't he help but chuckle and continued to inquire, So, Little Tangyuan, who do you think is more handsome, Uncle Bai or your daddy? Clearly, he was merely digging his own grave. Not to mention Han Shichu was undoubtedly more handsome, even if he weren't. In little Tangyuan's eyes, Han Shichu was the best. Without a moment's hesitation, she retorted, Uncle Bai, are you silly? Such an obvious question. Even a 2-year-old knows the answer. Why ask me? Well then, Bai looming was dissed by a 3-year-old. Haha, little Bai, you really are confident. Little Tangyuan, you should listen to Daddy. Don't always speak the unvarnished truth. No, I really want to see Little Tangyuan. Photographer, hurry up and give her a leg up. Han Shichu disdainfully glanced at the audacious Bai looming, then smiled at Little Tangyuan. Little Tangyuan, is it bedtime? Did you call Daddy to hear a story? Little Tangyuan shyly smiled, her voice soft, Not entirely. I also miss Daddy a lot. All right then. Are you ready, Little Tangyuan? I'm ready. Little Tangyuan is all snuggled up, and my blanket is all tucked in. Mama is ready too. Daddy, please tell a story. At this, Yuchu-chan's face turned slightly red as she realized this little rascal had no reservations. However, Bai looming inexplicably curled up in bed, covered himself with the blanket, and struck a rather alluring pose. While throwing flirtatious glances, he said in a spoiled tone, Bro, I'm all set too. Please begin. All right. I've been thoroughly disgusted by this fool. Little Bai, let us keep it normal, shall we? I beg you, please act like a decent person. Mengfu go. I'm ready to. Let us start. Let us start. Han Shichu felt a chill run down his spine and ignored him, turning to Little Tangyuan to begin the story. This time, he did not recount the previously purchased Grimm's fairy tales, but instead bought a children's fable from the system's shop. Little Tangyuan, today Daddy will tell you the story of the boy who cried wolf. Han Shichu narratively began. Once upon a time, there was a shepherd boy who had to tend to his sheep on the mountain every day. One day, feeling utterly bored, he devised a trick to amuse himself. He shouted loudly to the farmers below who were tilling the land, Wolf, wolf, help me. The farmers, upon hearing his cries, hurriedly grabbed their hoes and scythes and rushed up the mountain. When the farmers heard his cries, they thought he was lying again, and no one paid him any attention, nor did anyone come to help. In the end, all the boy's sheep were devoured by the wolf. After concluding the tale, Han Shichu gently asked, Little Tangyuan, after listening to Daddy's story, do you understand anything? Little Tangyuan gazed with her bright, expressive eyes, seriously nodding, her childlike voice chiming, Daddy, are you trying to tell me not to tell lies? Han Shichu smiled and affirmed, That's right. Little Tangyuan, you must remember that lying is a very bad behavior. It disrespects others and causes them to lose trust in you. Thus, Little Tangyuan, you must cultivate the good quality of being sincere to others. Strive to be an honest person. Understand? Little Tangyuan earnestly replied, Daddy, Little Tangyuan understands. I will be honest. Lying children are not good. Little Tangyuan is so good. Well done. Now, go to sleep. Daddy will return tomorrow. Imue, Baba Wanan, Ai and Ayo. Little Tangyuan blew a kiss and made a gesture of love before ending the video call. This children's story is truly delightful and carries a profound meaning. Edutainment at its finest. Mengfu gu. Is there anything you cannot do? YYDS. I must share this fable with the children. It is genuinely remarkable. Thank you, Mengfu gu. I am always troubled about bedtime stories for my child. This tale is quite splendid, and its moral is easily comprehensible. The child will grasp it immediately. Could you share more? Mongfu Ge. In a courtyard in the capital, the Yu family, having spent the entire day watching live broadcasts, felt exceedingly pleased with Han Shichu at that moment. Elder Yu displayed a gentle and wise smile. Nodding as he said, "Indeed, young Han is quite impressive. I am very satisfied. What do you think, my dear?" Grandma Yu concealed her smile, saying, "Very satisfied indeed. Mom and Dad, don't you think that the little girl has a sharp eye?" "This trait must be inherited from me," Yu's mother said with a hint of pride. Little did she know. Elder Yu shook his head and replied, "Xiao Chan's discernment is quite commendable, but it is not from you. It is from her father." Yu's mother was displeased. "What do you mean? Dad, is my judgment not sharp?" "Your judgment is indeed sharp, but there is a certain disparity compared to my son." Yu's mother pouted, clinging to Grandma Yu's arm, and playfully complained, "Look, Mom, Dad is biased." Grandma Yu patted her head and laughed. "Your father is not biased at all. If my son did not possess a keen eye, how could he have chosen such an exceptional daughter-in-law at first glance?" This unexpected twist made Yu's mother beam with delight. Her previous discontent seemed to dissipate. Bai Luming looked at Han Shichu with admiration. "Bro, you are truly remarkable. I didn't expect you to be so adept at taking care of children." Han Shichu smiled modestly. "I know a thing or two, just a thing or two." Bai Luming rolled his eyes at him and continued, "Bro, your niece is so well-behaved and beautiful. She must have inherited more than just your genes, right? Is sister-in-law particularly beautiful as well?" Han Shichu fixed his gaze on him and replied with a cold smile, "Hey, I must say your thoughts are rather dangerous." Realizing the implication, Bai Luming hurriedly clarified, "Bro, it's a misunderstanding. I am merely curious." Han Shichu said with a knowing look, "What is there to be curious about? You know your sister-in-law." "What?" Bai Luming grew even more curious, and the audience in the live stream was equally intrigued. "Bro, you're saying I know sister-in-law? Is she also a female artist in the industry?" Han Shichu shook his head. "Not an artist in the industry. Not a star. And yet I know her?" Bai Luming muttered to himself, brainstorming and searching his memory earnestly. "All right, stop thinking. Even if you rack your brains, you won't figure it out. Best to get some rest." The next morning, Han Shichu's biological clock compelled him to wake up punctually. After getting up and washing up, he stepped out of the suite to find Bai Luming still sound asleep. This fellow truly had impeccable sleep quality. The cameraman had already risen and, after a quick wash, entered work mode. Although they could stay in the hotel until noon and enjoy complimentary breakfast and lunch, Han Shichu had no intention of overstaying. After all, they had already enjoyed a free night. It would be quite shameless to linger further, wouldn't it? Moreover, this was not the effect he desired for the show. Sitting on the sofa sipping complimentary mineral water, he felt too bashful to indulge in anything extravagant. He pondered how to stir things up next. Just then, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on repaying your debts and successfully surpassing 1 million popularity points. As a reward, you may draw once from the lottery. We hope you will continue your efforts." What a delightful surprise! Han Shichu did not expect his popularity to exceed 1 million. It seemed accumulating popularity points was rather simple. Not to boast, but with the system's assistance, if earning popularity points were to be a strenuous task, that would indeed reflect poorly on him. Eagerly, he spun the wheel to draw. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn god-level chess skills." In an instant, a wealth of chess knowledge flooded Han Shichu's mind. Go, chess, military chess, checkers, and even Gamoku. It was exceedingly comprehensive. The corners of Han Shichu's mouth turned up slightly. It was as if a sleeping person had found a pillow. Exactly what he wished for had arrived. Just as he was troubled about how to create a stir today, the whimsical system had delivered a splendid gift. What a fortuitous coincidence! An excellent idea blossomed in his mind. He rose to awaken the still slumbering Bai Luming, ready to head out and stir things up. "Luming, Luming, wake up quickly." "Ugh." Bai Luming rolled over in bed, slowly opening his drowsy eyes, muttering sleepily. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up dejectedly, complaining, "Bro, why are you waking me up so early?" Han Shichu shot him a glance and replied grumpily, "The sun is already shining. Is it still early? Did you go steal a cow last night?" Why are you still not rested? Don't mention it, bro. I couldn't sleep last night, Bai Luming said, his expression one of distress. What could a young person like you be sleepless about? I spent the whole night pondering who sister-in-law is. The more I thought, the more I couldn't figure it out, and the more I couldn't figure it out, the more I had to think about it. I couldn't control myself. Han Shichu smiled knowingly, patting his shoulder, and said slowly, little brother, don't think about it. You won't want to know. Bai Luming looked puzzled and blurted, why not? Because once you know, you will definitely regret it. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Luming still did not grasp the meaning behind his words. He decided not to linger and, as he dressed, casually changed the subject, asking, bro, what kind of person is sister-in-law? At that moment, Yu Chu-chan, cuddled up in bed with little Tangyuan, was intently watching the projection screen, her ears perked up, clearly very curious and concerned about Han Shichu's answer. Your sister-in-law? Han Shichu pondered for a moment, a faint smile gracing his face. To put it simply, she is a cold exterior but kind-hearted, exceptionally charming, and highly capable beautiful rich woman. Hearing his assessment of her, Yu Chu-chan's lips involuntarily curled up slightly, clearly satisfied. Bai Luming looked at him in surprise. Wow. She really is a rich woman? Indeed, a bona fide rich woman, Han Shichu confirmed with a nod. Goodness, can one now speak so confidently about living off a rich woman? Why not? Is it not something to be proud of to enjoy the fruits of one's own labor? Living off a woman? Not at all. Just look at Meng Fuji's own strength. Does he need to rely on anyone else? Putting everything else aside, with Meng Fuji's looks, isn't it natural to thrive? Exactly. If I had Meng Fuji's height and looks, why would I go out and show my face? I'd be comfortably at home with a girlfriend in her 50s or 60s. Wouldn't that be delightful? Stop talking. Who does it sound like is trying to work hard? Are there any rich women in the live stream? Seeking sponsorship online, skilled in verbal seduction, well-equipped, and by the way, a steel wool brush can also endure. Once Bai Luming got up and washed up, the two headed downstairs. Though there was nothing to check out of, it was still polite to greet others. Upon exiting the elevator, Manager Wang was waiting outside. Bai Luming was also quite adept at socializing. He extended his hands to shake Wang's hand, repeatedly expressing gratitude. Manager Wang, thank you, truly grateful. Manager Wang smiled and replied, Mr. Bai, no need to be polite. This is all thanks to Mr. Han's own prowess. After saying this, he took out 2 cards and handed them to Han Shichu and Bai Luming, saying, Mr. Han, Mr. Bai, these are our platinum membership cards for Yunchi Hotel. With this card, you can enjoy a 10% discount at any of our over 5,000 chain locations worldwide. I hope Mr. Han and Mr. Bai will accept this. Goodness, Manager Wang's scope is quite grand. Neither of them reached out to take the cards. For them, whether to accept a discount membership card was inconsequential, as they were not short on money. If they accepted the card, it would also count as a personal favor. Unlike Shanghai Fang, where Manager Mei Lan did not provide Han Shichu with membership cards or similar items, it was not due to a lack of social acumen or emotional intelligence. On the contrary, that was precisely her brilliance, because it was entirely unnecessary. Han Shichu could rely on his own reputation. The most crucial point was that Shanghai Fang's 3 specialties had only been showcased in 2. Mei Lan was willing to offer valuable national and foreign wines, but did not present the 3rd specialty. Her personally brewed peach blossom wine IT was not difficult to guess. She merely wanted Han Shichu to visit again. If Han Shichu were to return to Shanghai Fang, Mei Lan would undoubtedly produce the peach blossom brew. After all, Han Shichu's visit had brought countless benefits to Shanghai Fang. Manager Wang smiled slightly and said, Mr. Han, Mr. Bai, do not mind it. It is merely a membership card, just a token of goodwill. Please do not take offense. As the manager of an internationally renowned 5-star hotel, Han Shichu and Bai Luming found it difficult to refuse any further and reluctantly accepted the card. After a round of polite exchanges, Manager Wang escorted the 2 out of the hotel. Holding the last remaining bottle of foreign wine, Bai Luming inquired, Brother, where shall we go next? Chapter 44. Mischief in the Park. A contest of chess skills. Han Shichu's eyes sparkled with mischief as a mysterious smile graced his face. He feigned profundity and replied, Just follow me. Bai Luming, filled with admiration and unwavering trust in him, did not press for further details. Why bother with such idle thoughts? Why tire oneself unnecessarily? With an older brother around, He simply needed to enjoy the finer things in life and occasionally exclaim 666 in appreciation. Upon witnessing the gleam in Mengfu Ji's eyes and the smile on his face, I knew he was up to something. Ah, how I relish Mengfu Ji's flamboyant antics. Step aside, everyone. Mengfu Gu is about to show off again. Who would have imagined a brutally ruthless reality show would transform into Mengfu Ji's grand debut showcase? How about that? Mang, that's just Mang. Han Shichu led by Luming and the cameraman to the largest nearby park. It was the weekend, after all. Young people either lounged at home or were busy with dates, leaving the park mostly populated by the elderly. Some engaged in morning exercises, others danced, some sipped tea and chatted. And there were those playing chess. Bai Luming, puzzled and curious, asked, "Brother, what are we doing in the park?" Han Shichu smiled knowingly and replied, "We're here to scrounge some lunch." "What?" Bai Luming exclaimed in surprise. Unable to believe it. Scrounging lunch? In the park? How do we do that? "Brother, I've read quite a bit. Don't think you can fool me," Bai Luming retorted. Han Shichu chuckled. "Luming, with your intellect, do you really think I could deceive you?" Upon hearing this backhanded compliment, Bai Luming nodded with pride. "That's true. It's not easy to trick me. Haha, this foolish Bai is bound to make me laugh to death." "Oh dear, Luming, do try to be more vigilant. With your naivety, if Mengfu Gu sold you out, you'd probably help him count the money. Good heavens, does this lad have no self-awareness at all? Who gave him the audacity to speak like that? Come forth. I assure you I won't hold back." Bai Luming continued to inquire, "But brother, how can we scrounge for food in the park?" "Don't worry, little brother. I have my ways," Han Shichu reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Here's the plan. Luming, go find a breakfast shop and buy some buns. We need to fill our stomachs." "Okay, brother," Bai Luming agreed and prepared to leave. Han Shichu reminded him, "Oh, don't forget about the cameraman. Buy a few more." Bai Luming waved his hand dismissively. Not looking back, "Don't worry, brother, I know." Watching him walk away, Han Shichu sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. This foolish lad was utterly useless aside from acting. He scanned his surroundings and finally fixed his gaze on a nearby pavilion where a group of elderly gentlemen were gathered. Engrossed in a game of chess, upon closer inspection, Han Shichu realized the game on the stone table was nearing its conclusion. Sitting on the left stone bench was a portly elder, dressed in a classic tank top. Baggy shorts and slippers, his beer belly protruding as he furrowed his brow in contemplation. His serious expression suggested that the game was not in his favor. Opposite him sat another elder, adorned in a short-sleeved silk tang suit. Sporting reading glasses and meticulously combed gray hair, clearly a man who valued his appearance, he seemed at ease, fanning himself casually with a palm fan, sipping tea from his thermos, patiently waiting without a hint of urgency. Han Shichu took a quick glance at the chessboard and discerned that the portly elder was undoubtedly facing defeat. He would struggle for perhaps 2 more moves before being checkmated. Sure enough, after a couple of turns, the tang-suited elder declared with a robust voice, "Checkmate." The game concluded. The portly elder, discontent, grumbled, "I was careless this time. Old Chu, let us have another round. I'll show you no mercy next time." Old Chu shook his head, unhurriedly replying, "Old Wang, to be honest, your chess skills are quite lacking. Not only can you not compete with me, but even my granddaughter could easily defeat you." "You?" Elder Wang wished to retort, but he was rendered speechless. For Old Chu spoke the truth. "Sigh." Old Chu sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Finding a worthy opponent is truly a challenge. Loneliness. Oh, how lonely it is to be invincible. Though his lament seemed somewhat self-indulgent, it was an undeniable reality in this park. Old Chu had indeed become unbeatable. Anyone who knew how to play chess had been thoroughly bested by him. The surrounding elders appeared somewhat uneasy, likely recalling their own past defeats. Han Shichu smiled gently and said, "Elder, how about I seek your guidance in a match?" Old Chu looked him over skeptically, asking, "You? Young man, do you know how to play chess?" "I have a basic understanding," Han Shichu replied modestly. "Oh." The moment Mengfu Gu uttered basic understanding, I could already foresee the outcome. "Well, Old Chu, take care of yourself. I can't shake the feeling that Mengfu Gu may have bitten off more than he can chew this time." From the earlier game, it's evident that Old Chu's chess skills are quite formidable. he likely possesses the strength of at least a first-level player. Indeed, my professional analysis confirms that this elder's skills have undoubtedly reached first-level status, which is exceptionally strong. Haha, since everyone agrees, I feel reassured. It seems Mengfu Gu is destined for a failure in his grandstanding this time. For some reason, the mere thought of Mengfu Gu facing a setback fills me with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Old Chu glanced at Han Shichu and then at the onlookers, perhaps feeling weary of repeatedly besting the same group of individuals, which offered him little satisfaction. He graciously nodded, "Very well, I shall indulge you in a match." With that, Elder Wang rose to vacate his seat. Han Shichu politely smiled at him and took a seat, carefully resetting the chessboard. He refrained from imposing any conditions or stakes, as he was in no hurry. After one round, he could pique the elder's interest and competitive spirit, making it easier to maneuver. Old Chu gestured for him to begin. "Young man, you may take the red pieces and make the first move." Han Shichu smiled slightly and offered, "Elder, please go ahead." However, the elder shook his head, insisting, "Rules are rules. The red pieces go first." Very well, he was indeed a man of principles. Chapter 45. Quietly setting the stage, luring you into the trap, Han Shichu decided against further protest and promptly initiated the game with a screen horse opening, appearing conventional yet subtly flexible and full of potential variations. Given that it was their first encounter and he was facing an elder, Han Shichu naturally refrained from launching an aggressive assault. Most chess players prefer to open with a head cannon, believing it to be a powerful and direct approach, pressuring the opponent immediately. However, to both the opponent and the spectators, such an opening can be perceived as overtly aggressive, lacking sophistication and decorum. Starting with an impolite offensive intent can easily come off as overly brash and off-putting. In truth, many openings are commendable, and many grandmasters favor subtle openings, never revealing their aggressive intentions from the outset. In the mysterious Eastern land, the renowned longevity sword is often opened with a screen horse. The tyrant's spear, though domineering, frequently employs a flying elephant for strategic flexibility. The flying knife's poison often initiates with a heavenly pointer, striking from all directions. These are all excellent opening strategies. Such decorum is expected in professional tournaments, let alone in casual games among enthusiasts. Harmony and courtesy are essential, and chess serves as a means of fostering camaraderie. In this initial game, Han Shichu had no intention of launching a fierce attack. Instead, he aimed to defeat his opponent without them realizing it, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Thus, he focused on establishing his position from the very beginning. If one failed to discern his strategy, beneath the seemingly chaotic and unfocused style lay a trap that could easily ensnare the unwary. Old Chu initially perceived Han Shichu's moves as erratic, as if they were made haphazardly. However, after several rounds, he began to sense the underlying tension, and the time he took to ponder his next move grew increasingly prolonged, with beads of sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, he had unwittingly fallen into the rhythm set by Han Shichu, completely unaware that he was ensnared in the trap laid for him. Old Chu scratched his head, pondering his next course of action, while Han Shichu leisurely savored the large meat buns Bai Luming had purchased. To his surprise, they were quite delicious. The onlooking elders appeared lost in thought, likely contemplating how to counter Han Shichu's next move. Yet each one shook their heads and sighed. It was unclear whether they lamented their own limited skills or accepted the inevitability of their fate. It seems hopeless now. Once Mengfu's car sank, General had no moves left. Indeed, no matter what one tries to fill the gaps, it is of no avail. No moves left. Mengfu has long since blocked all of the black pieces' retreat paths. After Han Shichu finished his steamed buns, the pensive Grandpa Chu finally conceded. He spoke up, "I admit defeat." Han Shichu nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Thank you for your kindness." Grandpa Chu, undeterred, raised his head to scrutinize him earnestly and stated with utmost seriousness, "Young man, I confess I underestimated you earlier. I did not anticipate your remarkable chess skills, completing the entire layout without my notice. Luring me into a trap, quite impressive indeed. I wonder, would it be possible to engage in another match with you?" Judging by his tone and address, it was evident that Han Shichu's prowess in chess had earned his respect. Han Shichu displayed a hint of hesitation, deliberately adopting a look of indecision. Grandpa Chu was no fool. How could he not perceive this? He quickly inquired, "Young friend, is there something inconvenient?" He was anxious. Having finally encountered a formidable opponent, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Setting aside his desire for vengeance, the chance to spar with a master was exceedingly rare, and he was eager to seize it. Moreover, his craving had been thoroughly piqued by the previous game. The lingering sensation of incompleteness was utterly unsatisfactory. Thus, he endeavored to find a way to retain Han Shichu for another match. Observing Mengfu's fidgeting and feigned composure, it was clear he was plotting something. Goodness, Mengfu was indeed scheming. His cunning is enough to make our scalps tingle. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Grandpa Chu would surely cover lunch. Alas, he is going to outsmart him again. Grandpa Chu, how could you be so foolish? Han Shichu, appearing somewhat troubled, replied, Grandpa, as you can see, I am currently recording a program. Grandpa Chu nodded, glancing at Bailaming and the cameraman, asking, are you recording Penniless? Both Han Shichu and Bailaming were taken aback. While they knew that Penniless was a popular program, they had not anticipated these older gentlemen would be aware of it. Han Shichu nodded, yes, Grandpa, we still need to resolve the lunch situation. So unfortunately, we do not have time to continue our match. Perhaps we can have a rematch another time? Mengfu's strategy of retreating to advance, inviting the opponent into a trap. How ruthless. Does he fear Grandpa Chu won't take the bait? Goodness, a chef has forsaken recipes to study military strategy? A poet has turned from poetry collections to military strategy? A singer has abandoned sheet music for military strategy? A children's author has traded stories for military strategy? A chess player has exchanged chess manuals for military strategy? Wow, I had no idea. Counting reveals that Mengfu has exhibited such a plethora of skills in these past days. Incredible, truly incredible. What is this? The king of crossovers, Mengfu? Forever young indeed. That won't do. Grandpa Chu firmly rejected Han Shichu without hesitation. It's just a meal. How about this? You and I play a few more games. And I'll take you both home for lunch afterward? This was certainly not permissible, as it contravened the program's established rules. However, Han Shichu was undeterred. A slight shift in perspective would suffice. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he smiled and proposed, Grandpa, I'm willing to play chess with you, but let us wager a meal on the next game. What do you think? Since Grandpa Chu was familiar with the Penniless program, he had some understanding of the rules. Moreover, he was eager to continue their exchange, so he readily agreed without a second thought. All right, no problem, let's get started. With a few swift moves, they reset the chessboard and resumed their match. However, as expected, Grandpa Chu found himself utterly outmatched once more. Yet, he was undaunted, insisting on continuing. Han Shichu smiled faintly as another scheme began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 46, Truly Reckless, Perhaps an Acquaintance. Han Shichu smiled softly and did not rush to reset the chess pieces, instead asking gently, Grandpa, shall we continue? Grandpa Chu, arranging the pieces, replied without lifting his gaze, Of course we shall. There is still plenty of time before lunch. Let us play a few more games. Indeed, in Han Shichu's eyes, Grandpa Chu was the quintessential example of someone who craved the thrill of the game. How about this, Grandpa? Let us wager on the dishes for lunch. If you lose a game, we'll add another dish. And for however many games you lose, we'll prepare that many dishes for midday. What do you say? Grandpa Chu readily chuckled. Sounds good. If you can manage to win 10 or 8 games against me, I'll have 10 or 8 dishes prepared for lunch. Let us see your skills. With that, Han Shichu wasted no time and sought to conclude matters swiftly. It was just after 9 o'clock, granting them at least 2 hours. From that moment on, Han Shichu's style became exceptionally aggressive and relentless. Within about 10 minutes, he calmly announced, checkmate. Grandpa Chu, frustrated, slapped his forehead, next game. In less than 10 minutes, checkmate. Next game. Checkmate. Next game. Checkmate. Mengfu, I implore you to be a decent person. Look at how you've humiliated Grandpa. Goodness, finishing a game in an average of 7 to 8 minutes. How many dishes will Grandpa lose? If this continues until evening, Grandpa might end up losing a grand banquet. Tragic, utterly tragic. Mengfu, you are indeed reckless. Look at how you've left Grandpa drenched in sweat, clouded with despair. Can't you act like a decent human being? My goodness, Mengfu, are you helping Grandpa kick his chess addiction? Incredible, truly incredible. Mengfu's strategies are so sophisticated, each move imbued with intricate intentions, making it hard to discern his true purpose. Indeed, if we were to say that Grandpa Chu calculated 3 steps ahead, Mengfu was calculating at least 10 steps ahead, with a calm mind, clear thoughts, and exceptional strategic acumen. Does anyone else feel that Grandpa Chu's every response seems entirely within Mengfu's calculations? The spectators' analyses were not unfounded. Nearly every move made by Grandpa Chu was anticipated by Han Shichu, who had already predicted the outcomes, leaving no room for victory. The disparity in skill was indeed too vast. If we were to say that Grandpa Chu possessed the strength of a first-level chess player, then Han Shichu's prowess far surpassed that of a super grandmaster. The divine skills produced by the system were no joke. Even on the international professional stage, Han Shichu could easily seize the championship trophy. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was 11:30. After being relentlessly attacked for 2.5 hours, with no means of resistance, Grandpa Chu sighed heavily, stating wearily, "No more. No more. Your chess strength is too formidable. The gap between us is insurmountable, and I have no means to retaliate." Han Shichu smiled faintly, offering reassurance. "Grandpa, in truth, your chess skills are already quite commendable. For an amateur to reach the level of a first-level chess player is no small feat." Grandpa Chu did not respond but suddenly inquired, "Young friend, be honest with me, how much power did you exert? I sense you are still holding back." At this, Han Shichu displayed an embarrassed expression. He whispered, "To tell the truth?" Grandpa Chu nodded. "Please, I wish to understand just how vast our disparity truly is." "Less than 20%. Grandpa Chu gaped at him in disbelief. The onlooking elders likewise stared in astonishment. Goodness, to think that less than 20% of his power could so thoroughly dominate someone of Grandpa Chu's caliber. It was simply astonishing. Is that the truth? After a prolonged moment of shock, Grandpa Chu fixed his gaze upon him and asked. Han Shichu nodded affirmatively. A bittersweet smile crept across Grandpa Chu's face as he took a deep breath and slowly said, "A super grandmaster?" Han Shichu shook his head, boldly declaring, "I am not certain of my rank, but a super grandmaster cannot defeat me." While this statement might sound somewhat arrogant, it was an undeniable truth. Hiss! The surrounding onlookers could not help but gasp audibly. Based on the strength Han Shichu had demonstrated, they felt he was not merely boasting. "We knew Mengfu was strong, but we never expected him to be this formidable, truly incredible. If I remember correctly, the highest rank for professional players is Super Grandmaster, right?" Clearly, Mengfu's chess prowess has transcended the technical levels set by the Chess Association. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? If it were said that Mengfu had the strength of a Super Grandmaster, I might believe that. However, his tone and demeanor earlier clearly indicated he does not regard Super Grandmasters highly. Tiske. This fellow is truly audacious. I must go tweet the Chess Association as professional players. Han Shichu was unaware that his candid remark would stir up quite a commotion. Grandpa Chu slowly rose, a gentle smile gracing his face as he said, "Young friend, it's getting late. Please, allow me to assist you." "Thank you, Grandpa." As the saying goes, one must honor their bets. However, you truly are ruthless, having won a full 20 dishes from me. Han Shichu smiled and said, "It's just a jest. Dear sir, you needn't take it to heart. A simple meal will suffice." However, Grandpa Chu shook his head stubbornly and replied, "That won't do. A man must keep his word. How can one go back on what has been said?" Indeed, he was a rather obstinate man of principle, leaving Han Shichu with little to say. Yet, it mattered not. Since Grandpa was enjoying himself in this park, he was surely residing nearby, and anyone living in such proximity must be either affluent or noble. As expected, Grandpa Chu led them into a luxurious upscale community nearby. While walking, he suddenly exclaimed, "Speaking of which, my granddaughter, you might actually know her." Both Han Shichu and Bai Luming were taken aback. Bai Luming took the initiative to inquire, "Is your granddaughter also in the entertainment industry?" Grandpa Chu nodded. "Indeed. My granddaughter is a singer." "Who is she?" Bai Luming asked eagerly. Grandpa smiled slightly. "You will find out when we reach home. She happens to be there these days." After a brief pause, He continued, "Today, you are in for a treat. My granddaughter's culinary skills are exceptional." Han Shichu and Bai Luming exchanged glances, their faces displaying a peculiar expression, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Who could it be? There are so many singers with the surname Chu. What does it matter? We shall know soon enough. No need for idle speculation. Haha, I wonder how Grandpa would feel if he knew Meng Fuji's culinary skills. Just thinking about it is amusing. Goodness, if Grandpa had watched yesterday's live stream, he would never dare to boast about his granddaughter's cooking skills in front of Meng Fu Gu. Haha. Chapter 47. The Successful Dinner Invitation. The heavenly sister Han Shichu furrowed his brows, a hint of concern in his voice as he asked, "Grandpa Chu, since your granddaughter is also a public figure, wouldn't our blatant visit expose her address?" "No worries. The security measures in the community are quite robust. Ordinary folks can't just waltz in." Nevertheless, Han Shichu still turned to the cameraman and said, "Cameraman, could you please point the camera to the ground for now? Do not capture which building or unit we are in." The cameraman nodded in understanding. Although it was not a villa, it was a spacious flat with one household per floor. The price of such a prime location flat was simply unimaginable. Of course, for Bai Luming, a popular young star, it might not be much, but for Han Shichu, who was struggling financially, it was truly beyond reach, at least for the time being. Just as Grandpa Chu was about to enter the door code, the door swung open, revealing a stunning figure in loungewear. "Sister?" Bai Luming exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the one who opened the door was none other than Chu Wanji, the singing sensation from Dayu film and television media. At less than 30 years of age, she had already earned the title of a top singer, showcasing her formidable talent. Faced with an industry elder and a pillar of the company, Han Shichu did not dare to act presumptuously and quickly greeted, "Sister." Chu Wanji's beautiful face broke into a gentle smile as she softly said, "Welcome, my little junior brothers, to my home." Not only they, but even the millions of viewers online were utterly astonished that Grandpa Chu's granddaughter was indeed Chu Wanji. What a remarkable coincidence. Was this the gathering of the three giants of Dayu? However, at present, neither Bai Luming nor Han Shichu could be considered the backbone of Dayu. Han Shichu was merely a newcomer who had just debuted, while Bai Luming could only be regarded as a leader of the new generation, still far from the established stars. "Wanji, are you planning to go out?" Grandpa Chu asked. Chu Wanji smiled and lifted her phone, indicating that she was watching a live stream. "Grandpa, you're really putting your granddaughter to work. 20 dishes. How long will that take me?" Grandpa Chu wore an awkward smile. "Wanji, you can't blame me. It's just that this kid is too impressive." Entering the house, Chu Wanji retrieved 3 pairs of brand new slippers and handed them to them. "You two little junior brothers sit and rest for a while. I'll go prepare dinner. Feel free to treat my home as your own." Bai Luming quickly responded, "Thank you, sister. Just do your thing. You don't need to mind us." Han Shichu also offered, "Sister, do you need any help?" Of course, Chu Wanji replied with a slight smile, "With a super chef like you here, how could I dare to show off? Let me assist you." Well, this sister was quite straightforward. "What?" Grandpa Chu asked, somewhat puzzled. From Wanji's words, "It seems your culinary skills are quite remarkable." Chu Wanji feigned annoyance. "Grandpa, you should really watch yesterday's replay. You boasted about your granddaughter's cooking skills in front of Han Shidi. You have no idea how awkward I felt watching the live stream." Grandpa Chu was a bit surprised. Really that impressive? Han Shidi dared to challenge the chefs at Shangshifeng all by himself, and he completely won them over with his culinary skills. What do you think, Grandpa? Is that impressive? Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chu was first taken aback, then he chuckled awkwardly, revealing a sheepish expression. Chu Wanji and Han Shichu entered the kitchen, which was already filled with a variety of ingredients. It seemed she had prepared in advance. "Sister, let us just make a few simple dishes. I was joking with Grandpa earlier, and I didn't expect him to take me seriously. Making 20 dishes is indeed too time-consuming and laborious. Besides, we can't possibly eat that much. Wouldn't that be wasteful?" Chu Wanji smiled and said, "All right, little brother, you decide how many dishes to make. I want to sample your culinary skills." "Okay, then I'll whip up a few home-cooked dishes." Quickly, the culinary class of Meng Fu Gu is commencing again. Hurry and come learn from him. I knew Meng Fu Gu would definitely cook himself, so I've been waiting for this moment. Absolutely. I'm also preparing to watch the live stream while cooking, following Meng Fuji's steps to see if the flavors are truly exquisite. While washing vegetables, Chu Wanji asked, Han Shidi, your manager is Rong Jia, right? Han Shichu nodded, yes. Then you are indeed a true little junior brother. My previous manager was also Rong Jia, but she retired later on. After a pause, Chu Wanji suddenly added, by the way, little junior brother, I have a concert in MO due in half a month. Would you like to come join? This was a clear gesture of goodwill toward him. Since she had put it that way, Han Shichu could not possibly refuse without compromising her face. He quickly replied, sure, thank you, sister. Chu Wanji waved her hand, no need for thanks. With me, there's no need for formality. I'll ask Xiaobai later, if he has time. You two can come together. At that moment, the viewers watching the live stream were in an uproar. Haha, I originally had no plans to attend the Heavenly Sisters concert, but now that Meng Fu Guo is going as a guest, I absolutely must go. Let us form a group, hurry and buy tickets to see Meng Fu Guo stir things up at the concert. Haha, luckily I'm a fan of Wanji. I bought my ticket ages ago. You guys will be hard-pressed to find any tickets now. They already sold out. After over an hour, Han Shichu had prepared 6 dishes and a soup, and many viewers had finished their own cooking as well. At the dining table, Grandpa Chu smiled and asked, little friend, would you like a drink? Bai Luming, being the wine enthusiast, quickly brought out a bottle of foreign wine they had brought along and eagerly chimed in, let us drink. We must drink. However, Grandpa Chu shook his head and said, what foreign wine? Wait, I'll go get some liquor. Saying this, he stood up and walked towards the wine cabinet. Moments later, he returned with a bottle of national liquor. Ha! You two are in for a treat today. This is an old national liquor I've been collecting for decades. I usually wouldn't be willing to share it with just anyone. Bai Luming's face immediately lit up with delight, eagerly rubbing his hands together and repeatedly saying, great, thank you for your generous hospitality, Grandpa. Chu Wanji cast a glance and said lightly, you can drink, but don't overindulge. Grandpa Chu quickly replied, all right, no problem. I promise not to overindulge. Overindulge? Bai Luming asked in confusion, what is the limit set by sister? Chapter 48. Slightly intoxicated. The show concludes. Chu Wanji held up 3 fingers and smiled. 3 cups, remember. Do not drink excessively. 3 cups? Bai Luming stared at her with wide eyes and blurted out, what can 3 cups do? That won't even satisfy a craving. Immediately, Chu Wanji fixed her gaze on him with a playful smile. Grandpa Chu looked at him with mild surprise, then discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Although there is often resistance where there is pressure, those who attempted to challenge Chu Wanji were all swiftly subdued by her formidable presence point. One of the 2 formidable women of Dayu film and television media certainly earned her reputation. Thus, Grandpa Chu felt a certain admiration for Bai Luming's audacity to speak so frankly. Bai Luming had always been this way, never holding back his thoughts. After the words slipped out, he suddenly recalled Chu Wanji's nickname as the Smiling Sorceress, and quickly added in a flattering tone, sister. You're absolutely right. We will just have 3 cups and definitely not overindulge. Oh. Chu Wanji smiled meaningfully. Isn't it said that 3 cups won't be enough? Who? Who said that? Do they not know their own drinking capacity? 3 cups. Why not just fly to the heavens? Wow, truly a formidable actor. The way they can change expressions so swiftly is remarkable. The most crucial aspect is their naturalness. If they had even a hint of modesty, they would undoubtedly fail to pull it off. Han Shichu proactively took the bottle of wine. As soon as he twisted off the cap, a rich aroma of liquor wafted into the air. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a fine wine. Uncle Chu displayed a look of pride. What do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I? This wine, I've been reluctant to drink myself. Uncle, you've really gone all out. Ah. Today, I have the pleasure of meeting young friends, so what does it matter? Wine should be savored in good company. Han Shichu nodded in agreement, then turned to Chu Wanji and asked, Senior sister, would you care for a drink? Chu Wanji smiled gently and shook her head. I can't handle white wine. Just the scent is overwhelming for me. Bai Luming, that fellow, directly pushed a bottle of foreign wine towards her, rubbing his nose and said, Senior sister, try this. We're not used to it either. Does this guy have a problem with emotional intelligence, or does he just speak without thinking? Their meal lasted a good 2 to 3 hours. The promised 3 cups had long been forgotten by everyone. Not only the 3 of them, but even Chu Wanji indulged a bit. The 2, pleasantly tipsy, bid farewell to Uncle Chu and senior sister. Up until now, Bai Luming still had over 700 yuan left from yesterday, more than enough to last until the end of the program. Moreover, Han Shichu had no intention of causing any more trouble, so they decided to find a cold drink shop, enjoying iced milk tea while basking in the air conditioning. Comfortably sobering up, afterward, the 2 casually had a simple dinner at a modest eatery, and the program officially concluded. By the end of the show, Bai Luming still had money left over, even 600 yuan to spare. Wow, what Bai Luming said was indeed true. It was completely a vacation. Sigh, how do I cope with not having seen enough? This weekend felt like it passed too quickly. Indeed, watching Bai Luming's performance, I unknowingly spent the entire weekend. Such a pity it ended before I could fully enjoy it. Who would have thought that I spent this weekend at home, rather than out and about? Thoroughly engrossed in watching Bai Luming show off, while I was just a couch potato. Damn it, I strongly suggest Bai Luming come back for another episode. Agreed. After the program concluded, their ever-present manager made her appearance, Sister Rong. As soon as Lisa Rong appeared, Bai Luming and his manager, Sister Hua, hurriedly greeted her. This was not only due to her special status at Dayu, being a trusted confidant of the boss and a veteran, but also because her standing in the management circle was formidable. Had Lisa Rong not stepped back from her career at the peak, she might very well have been the top figure in the industry by now. Even with her sudden return, her network and resources were immeasurable. Moreover, Sister Hua, Bai Luming's manager, was someone she had personally nurtured. Thus, respect was only natural. However, Lisa Rong did not act arrogantly. She smiled and said, "So, Little Bai is under your guidance, Hua." Quite good, Little Bai stands out among the new generation. If nurtured well, there's a promising future ahead. Hearing this, Sister Hua beamed with pride. Luming is indeed remarkable. Just a few years ago, he was an unknown newcomer, and look how quickly he has grown. Bai Luming smiled proudly but feigned humility, saying, "Not at all. It's all thanks to Sister Hua's excellent guidance and arrangements. Without her, I wouldn't be sailing so smoothly." Sister Hua shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Now that you've gained some wings, I'll talk to you later when we get back. I'm too lazy to waste words on you now." Bai Luming shrank his neck and forced a sheepish grin. "I just didn't expect that upon your return. Sister Rong, you would find such an exceptional talent in Shichu. Luck, I also didn't foresee that Shichu would surprise me to this extent." Lisa Rong was being sincere. The reason she signed Han Shichu was primarily due to his striking appearance. As for his talent, she hadn't even dared to hope. This was true not just for Han Shichu but for anyone. Life is full of surprises. Lisa Rong smiled gently and continued, "All right. Let us leave it at that. These 2 have been through enough. Let us send them home so they can rest properly. After all, we work in the same company. We'll have plenty of time to chat." Sister Hua nodded in agreement. "Sure. We can talk more at the company tomorrow. I still have many questions to ask you, Sister Rong." At this moment, Bai Luming suddenly said, "Brother, I'll contact you tomorrow to hang out, and maybe see my little niece as well." Before Han Shichu could respond, Sister Hua interjected irritably, "Hang out? Nonsense. Tomorrow you're going to participate in a new program." "What?" Bai Luming's eyes widened in disbelief as he protested, "Sister Hua, no. Didn't we agree that after finishing Penniless, I would get a couple of days off?" "Sister Hua, we can't go back on our word. That's just not right." Sister Hua shot him an irritated glance. "What was agreed before is in the past. I had no idea Shichu would be this capable. I thought you would suffer during this program, which is why I agreed to your request. But look at the outcome. Under Shichu's impressive maneuvering, you've been living quite comfortably these past 2 days. Doesn't that count as a break?" "All right, it's decided. Besides, I've already made arrangements with the new program team. You have no say in the matter." Chapter 49. Entering live streaming. Singing competition. Bai Luming looked at her with a pitiful expression and lamented, "Sister Hua, can't you reconsider? You're likely to lose me this way." Sister Hua smiled lightly, dismissively saying, "You re the type that needs a bridle. The moment you catch a break, you want to slack off. That won't do. I can't allow you to become complacent." Knowing he could not resist, Bai Luming had no choice but to accept this dismal fate. With a resigned sigh, he complained, "Sigh, Even the donkey from our production team wouldn't work as tirelessly as I do. I'm truly hard done by. Go ahead. Exploit me. Press me down. It's a sin? A sin. Han Shichu watched the pitiful Bai looming chuckle and said, Little Bai, if you need anything, just call me. I've got your back. With that, he boarded the van. Driver Wang Jun drove while Han Shichu and Lisa Rong chatted in the back. Sister Rong, please don't exploit me like Sister Hua does. Lisa Rong smiled slightly, her tone laden with meaning. How could I? Shichu, you're now the boss of Dayu. I'm counting on you too to make a living. Oh, Sister Rong, please don't tease me. But in all seriousness, Shichu, do you realize how famous you are now? Since yesterday, do you know how many calls I've received regarding endorsements and advertisements? Han Shichu was aware of his rising fame, as evidenced by the popularity rating displayed by the system. However, he was uncertain just how famous he had become. Noticing him shake his head, Lisa Rong smiled and said, I've received dozens of calls regarding endorsements. And that's just what I've received. It doesn't include what the company has taken. However, these people are all quite shrewd. They know that while your current popularity is high, your fame is still lacking, so the prices they offer aren't very high. They're playing a clever game. The more she spoke, the more incensed Lisa Rong became. Nevertheless, Han Shichu understood. After all, his popularity was indeed inflated. If he didn't release any works or went silent for a while, that popularity would vanish in an instant. Thus, those seeking him for endorsements were mostly aiming to ride the current wave of popularity. Naturally, they wouldn't offer too high a fee. That would be unrealistic. This is the nature of variety shows. They can instantly attract a surge of popularity and attention, but one must remain active on screen. Any hint of dormancy could lead to a rapid decline. Many entertainers who rely solely on participation in variety shows without any personal works often face this dilemma. They might enjoy a brief period of fame, but soon find themselves forgotten. Therefore, to remain a perennial figure in the entertainment circle, one must possess their own works, representative and renowned pieces. Only with excellent works can one avoid being forgotten. Han Shichu smiled calmly and said, What's there to be upset about? It's indeed the truth. My current popularity is entirely inflated, even to the point of being ethereal. Lisa Rong sighed. I know. It just feels a bit too realistic. Oh, Sister Rong, I didn't expect such sentiments from someone as seasoned as you. It's quite surprising. Sister Rong shot him an annoyed glance. That's why I'm not planning to take on any endorsements for you at this time. Han Shichu nodded, fully agreeing with her decision. Right now, what we need to do is stabilize your popularity while also producing your own outstanding works. We shouldn't just consume your current popularity carelessly. If I were to follow my previous thoughts and let you merely be a traffic star, then those easy bucks would be easy to grab. But now it's different. Your talent has truly astonished me. I must adjust my plans concerning you, as there is no need to become a sensational artist who relies solely on looks for popularity. Han Shichu nodded once more. Lisa Rong gazed intently at him, a faint smile gracing her features. Yet, the glimmer in her eyes and her expression made Han Shichu feel a sense of unease, prompting an involuntary shiver. Sister Rong, please refrain from looking at me with such predatory intensity. If there's something on your mind, just say it. Humph. Lisa Rong lightly spat, her tone laced with irritation. You lack decorum to utter such wolfish words. However, I must say, Shichu, I am quite pleased with your demeanor. Many individuals, upon sudden fame, become unwittingly inflated with ego, yet your mindset remains remarkably composed, and you possess the ability to see through the facade. Very commendable. Only with a sound disposition can one journey further. Especially in the capricious realm of the entertainment industry. Han Shichu smiled subtly. Flattery is universally appreciated, after all. Sister Rong, what exactly did you wish to discuss with me earlier? Lisa Rong replied with a smile. To help you solidify your popularity, I have negotiated with the Longting live streaming platform to have you join their ranks. Han Shichu was momentarily taken aback. So, you intend for me to live stream? Lisa Rong nodded. But I have no experience, and I am unsure what to broadcast. You are quite obstinate. Sister Rong shot him an exasperated glance. With your myriad skills, the content for your broadcasts could be exceedingly diverse, be it poetry, cooking, singing, chess, couplets, or storytelling. Which of these would pose a challenge? All right, if you put it that way, it shouldn't be too problematic. Shichu, this is the first matter. I have another to discuss with you. Han Shichu gazed at her in confusion. What is it? Sister Rong? Well, I have also accepted an invitation for you to participate in a talent competition show. What kind of show? A singing competition variety program. Han Shichu nodded thoughtfully. With his exceptional vocal prowess, it should not present a major issue. Lisa Rong added, besides, since you can compose your own music, it would be even better if you could perform your original works on stage. This too posed no significant concern. Given his current level of popularity, he could always purchase any necessary components from the system. That's fine. I have written many songs before, so I should be more than capable for at least one season. Excellent. That's reassuring. As for when the show will air, the schedule has yet to be finalized, but I will inform you once it is determined. I have already registered your account on the Longting live streaming platform, and it has been verified by the platform. I will send the details to your WeChat shortly. Additionally, I have set up a Weibo account for you, which has also received official verification. However, you need not spend time managing it. I will arrange for an assistant to handle it professionally. Han Shichu nodded, feeling quite satisfied with Lisa Rong's arrangements. Chapter 50. Homecoming Temptation, Peculiar Maneuvers. Upon returning to Yiping Huafu, it was nearly 10 o'clock. After entering the door and inputting the passcode, he was greeted by the soft, sweet voice of his daughter, Daddy, Daddy. Without even changing his shoes, he knelt down and opened his arms to welcome the little one rushing towards him. Oh, how I've missed you, my darling. Han Shichu scooped up the small child into his embrace, joyfully planting kisses on her forehead, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Little Tangyuan, why are you still awake at this hour? You have kindergarten tomorrow. Little Tangyuan affectionately nibbled on his cheek, gleefully replying, I wanted to wait for Daddy to come back and tell me a story before I sleep. Yuchukin, who had been keeping her company in the living room, approached with a resigned expression. Little Tangyuan insisted on waiting for you. No matter how I tried to coax her, she wouldn't go to sleep. As Yuchukin came into his line of sight, Han Shichu's gaze became fixated. She was wearing that black silk lace nightgown for the first time. Her already flawless skin appeared even more luminous against the dark fabric, akin to polished jade. Moreover, the black lace added an air of mystery, evoking primal desires. The sheer silk fabric, illuminated by the bright lights of the living room, rendered her figure tantalizingly visible. For a man, this subtle allure is often more enticing than complete nudity. Most notably, the low-cut nightgown struggled to conceal her alluring curves. Han Shichu swallowed hard, a wave of heat washing over him, as he felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having come to the conclusion after much observation, Yuchukin was a woman he could never fully possess. Sensing his intense gaze, Yuchukin's exquisite features flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Strangely, she remained silent this time. Not even suggesting she change into different clothes, it seemed she was gradually accepting Han Shichu, perhaps even unaware of her own transformation. Little Tangyuan, with her round eyes, glanced between them, then leaned close to Han Shichu's ear and whispered, Daddy, is Mommy very pretty? Han Shichu nodded, smiling as he replied, Yes, Mommy is the most beautiful. Though he spoke to little Tangyuan, his gaze was fixed on Yuchukin, making it clear that his words were meant for her. Perhaps feeling shy, she shot him a sidelong glance in an attempt to mask her delight. All right, little Tangyuan, hurry down. Let Daddy wash up and change clothes, and then I'll tell you a story. With that, she took little Tangyuan from Han Shichu's arms and headed upstairs to the bedroom. Little Tangyuan nestled in her embrace, poking her little head out from her shoulder, calling out sweetly, Daddy, hurry up. Mommy and I are going to get ready. Be quiet. Yuchukin snapped at the little one with a hint of annoyance. Once Han Shichu finished his shower and changed into comfortable home attire, he knocked on Yuchukin's bedroom door. Upon entering, he saw Yuchukin putting down her book, while little Tangyuan, lying beside her, had already fallen asleep. It seemed she had run out of energy today, not having waited for Han Shichu to tell her a bedtime story before drifting off. Han Shichu noticed Yuchukin adjusting the light's brightness and softly said, Since little Tangyuan is asleep, I will take my leave and get some rest myself. Just as he was about to exit the bedroom, Yuchukin's subsequent actions struck him like a bolt from the blue, making him acutely aware of the palpable malice behind her intentions. She inexplicably shook awake the already slumbering little Tangyuan, calling out, Little Tangyuan, wake up and listen to a bedtime story. Her audacious maneuver left Han Shichu utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Goodness, she was certainly not a typical mother. Even when the child was asleep, she insisted on waking her for a story. Little Tangyuan blinked her sleepy eyes, rubbing them with her tiny hands, and mumbled incoherently, "Oh." Han Shichu rushed over, gently patting her back while softly humming, coaxing the drowsy child back to sleep. Observing her serene little face and listening to her calm, rhythmic breaths, Han Shichu wore a warm smile. He shot Yuchukin an exasperated glance. Was this behavior even remotely normal? It seemed only a true mother could act in such a manner. Yuchukin perhaps realized her own strange antics, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she lowered her head, unable to meet Han Shichu's gaze. After a moment of silence, perhaps sensing the atmosphere was too awkward, she decided to find a casual topic to break the tension. Clearing her throat theatrically, she said, "Tomorrow, I must return to work, so I will have to rely on you to take care of little Tangyuan." Han Shichu smiled slightly. "Leader, what kind of relationship do we have? Sharing the same roof, dining from the same pot, and sleeping in the same bed. There's no need to be so formal with me." Yuchukin shot him a frosty glare. "Can you speak properly?" "But that's the truth. I am not fabricating anything." Yuchukin's expression hardened as she glared at him fiercely. She seemed on the verge of erupting. Han Shichu raised his hand and quickly said, "All right, I'll be more tactful in my speech from now on." "Is that acceptable?" "That's more like it." Han Shichu chuckled. He suddenly found the prospect of teasing this ice queen to be extraordinarily entertaining. Yuchukin looked up at him, noticing the mischievous smile on his face and the meaningful glint in his eyes. Though she felt a hint of shyness within, her exterior remained icy as she retorted, "Hey, you lecherous man. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen enough?" Han Shichu smiled gently. "I have seen, but never tire of it. The more I see, the more I delight in it. Leader, you are truly beautiful." After offering his admiration, Han Shichu promptly closed the door behind him as he exited her room. Leaning against the headboard, Yuchukin was momentarily taken aback. A smile involuntarily gracing her lips. With the lights dimmed, she prepared for sleep, likely anticipating sweet dreams. Back in his own room, as Han Shichu prepared to claim his system rewards, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed ominously, "System task. Please ensure that within 1 week, you kiss Yuchu-chan." Upon successful completion of the task, the host will receive 1 lottery chance and unlock the lottery privileges for marketplace items. The task has failed, and the host will be punished for half a month with persistent hardships. How absurd. Is this punishment not a bit extreme? How can a person endure such a fate? Chapter 51. A dream without trace, the attributes of a lucky king. Enduring such hardships for half a month? Han Shichu glanced down at his younger brother, involuntarily shivering at the mere thought. It was likely that by the end of the punishment, his brother would truly be rendered useless. However, with a week's time at hand, and the foolish system not specifying where to kiss, the difficulty was not insurmountable. Yet, after the kiss, the leader would probably fly into a rage. It was indeed a risky venture. It seemed imperative to devise a foolproof plan, for provoking the Ice Queen would yield equally dreadful consequences. Thus, Han Shichu decided to cease his musings, as overthinking would serve no purpose, and instead resolved to claim his reward first. The system had provided a single lottery chance, along with an additional 50,000 popularity points. At this point, such a paltry sum of popularity was beneath his notice, considering he already possessed over 6 million points, a veritable fortune. As for how popularity points were calculated, he neither knew nor cared. Rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation, he was just about to commence the lottery when he abruptly halted. He was not superstitious, nor did he believe in metaphysics. But for the sake of prudence, he decided to wait until tomorrow to absorb a bit of the lucky energy from Tangyuan before attempting the lottery. After all, lottery opportunities were rare. If he were to draw a useless skill or receive a thank you for nothing, he would have nowhere to lament. The last time he had held Tangyuan during the lottery, his luck had been remarkably good. Whether it was mere coincidence or a result of Tangyuan's inherent lucky attributes, it was worth a try. The corners of Han Shichu's mouth involuntarily lifted, his spirits buoyed, feeling that life was finally beginning to show promise. His mind wandered back to the enchanting smiles of Yuchu-chan. Yet, suddenly, the image of her in a silk, low-cut nightgown surfaced, refusing to dissipate. Feeling parched, his throat tightened, and even his younger brother seemed to rise in defiance. Han Shichu hastily sprang from his bed and dashed into the bathroom. The thought of indulging in his dreams was swiftly extinguished. He slapped his younger brother, and in turn, gave himself a reprimanding smack. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, deriding himself, what a disgrace to indulge in such fantasies. How utterly low. After a cold shower, he finally quelled the boiling blood within that moment. He resolved to accelerate his pursuit of the leader. He did not wish to merely observe from afar. He desired to engage. It appeared that tonight would indeed be a night of dreams, dreams without a trace. The following morning, his formidable biological clock roused him promptly at 7. Unlike usual, he did not rise to wash up immediately, but instead found himself washing his underwear in the sink. Remarkably, he had indeed dreamt the night before, where he and the leader were playing poker. As he cleaned, he relished the delightful memory of his dream. The only regret was that just as he was about to play his trump card, he awoke. Quite infuriating, by the time breakfast was prepared, Tangyuan, escorted by Tongdo, carefully descended the stairs. Upon spotting Han Shichu, she raced towards him, wrapping her little arms around his leg. "Daddy, good morning." The exuberance of the kindergarten child was infectious. Even at such an early hour. "Good morning, Tangyuan. Come quickly to eat. After breakfast, Daddy will take you to kindergarten." He lifted her onto the chair, serving her a bowl of beef porridge and pouring a glass of pure milk. "Thank you, Daddy," Tangyuan chirped, eagerly grasping her spoon. Watching her pucker her lips as she blew on the steaming porridge was utterly adorable, causing Han Shichu to chuckle. "Where's your mother?" She stuffed an entire spoonful of cooled porridge into her mouth and mumbled. "Mama is doing her makeup." Makeup? Han Shichu nodded, carefully ensuring her porridge cooled adequately. Before long, Yu Chu-chan descended the stairs, the dining table. Han Shichu instinctively focused on her, reminded of the system's task. As Yu Chu-chan noticed his unwavering gaze, she shot him a fierce glare. Embarrassed, he turned his attention back to Tangyuan, ensuring she finished her breakfast first. "Leader, will you drive to the company yourself? Or shall we go together?" "I'll drive myself. You take Tangyuan to kindergarten first." Han Shichu nodded. "All right, then I'll drop Tangyuan off. I'll wash the dishes when I return." Tangyuan patted the golden retriever's head. "Guangdu, go get my teddy bear backpack." Tongdo looked at Han Shichu with a pitiful expression, feeling unfairly burdened even before breakfast. "Can you please manage your little cotton padded jacket?" Han Shichu couldn't help but laugh at its forlorn appearance, quickly encouraging, "Go on, and I'll bring you a treat when I return." Tongdo scampered upstairs. Han Shichu helped Tangyuan into her shoes, carrying her teddy bear backpack in one hand while cradling her in the other as they stepped outside. "System, I wish to draw. Commence. Stop. Congratulations, host has drawn a divine-level martial arts skill." Hearing the system's notification, Han Shichu felt immense satisfaction. With divine-level martial arts, he could compensate for his body's shortcomings. Moreover, how could one navigate the affluent circle without some martial prowess? Indeed, Tangyuan had illuminated the lucky attributes. Overwhelmed with joy, Han Shichu showered Tangyuan with affectionate kisses, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. He inwardly mused, "If I kiss Tangyuan before the next lottery, might my luck improve?" Nodding thoughtfully, it was worth a shot. Seated in the car, Tangyuan's chatter commenced. "Daddy, how long until we can return to Grandma's house? I miss her so much. In a month, summer vacation will begin, and then Daddy will take you home to see Grandma and Grandpa." "All right." Tangyuan's round, expressive eyes widened in confusion. "How long is a month?" Han Shichu chuckled. 31 days. "Ah, that is so long," she pouted. "Daddy, what did Grandma and Grandpa like?" Han Shichu glanced at her, smiling. "Are you planning to surprise Grandma and Grandpa with gifts?" She nodded vigorously. "I want to give them a surprise." "What a delightful little creature." Han Shichu patted her head. "Whatever you give them, Grandma and Grandpa will be thrilled." "Really?" "Absolutely. Daddy would never deceive his little baby." Following that, Tangyuan fell into a rare silence, presumably pondering what gifts to bestow. Chapter 52. 10 grilled sausages, issuing a challenge. Upon returning home, Yu Chu-chan had already left for work. After feeding the ever-loyal Tongdo its meal and washing the dishes, Han Shichu settled into the pavilion in the backyard with his drawing board, leisurely sipping fragrant tea while sketching. This was to be his first official gift for Xiao Tangyuan, so he was particularly meticulous and focused. He intended to create just 10 stories, a blend of fairy tales and fables. Perfection was the goal, and it felt just right. The entire day was spent immersed in the world of art. Even for lunch, he settled for a simple takeaway, merely to satisfy his hunger. Alone, he felt too lazy to cook. He set down his drawing tools, stretching as he stood. Releasing a long breath, he stretched lazily, gently loosening his slightly stiff muscles. The strength gained from divine-level martial arts was evident. Had he sat motionless for an entire day before, his body would have surely protested, but now he felt no such discomfort. Checking the time, Han Shichu prepared to pick Xiao Tangyuan up from school. Arriving at the kindergarten just as it was letting out, he saw Xiao Tangyuan, as always, rushing towards him with her short legs. Taking her hand, Han Shichu smiled. So, did Xiao Tangyuan behave well at school today? Xiao Tangyuan proudly lifted her chin, self-praising, Daddy, I was very good. She then halted, retrieving a vibrant red flower from her backpack. Here, Daddy, this is the big red flower teacherly rewarded me. After handing it to him, she gazed up with wide eyes, clearly seeking praise. Han Shichu accepted the flower, naturally not wishing to disappoint her, exclaiming, Yes, our Xiao Tangyuan is truly remarkable, exceptionally outstanding. Instantly, her face lit up with a beaming smile. Radiating joy, hand in hand, they walked, with Xiao Tangyuan bouncing eagerly beside him, singing cheerfully, Ugly people live long. Handsome people age quickly. Being an ugly creature is both positive and adorable as she hummed. Han Shichu initially struggled to comprehend her baby talk, but upon listening closely, he realized she was likely improvising. Nevertheless, her lyrics were quite charming. Han Shichu smiled softly, glancing down at the self-happy Xiao Tangyuan, who was simply too endearing. When they passed the convenience store from their last visit, Xiao Tangyuan tugged at his hand and headed inside. Daddy, I'm going to buy you something good. Suddenly, he felt as if he were being tricked into parting with pocket money, though it was Xiao Tangyuan's initiative. And despite her being a little rich girl, a sense of embarrassment washed over him. As they entered the convenience store, Xiao Tangyuan pointed at the grilled sausages and sweetly addressed the shopkeeper. Auntie, I would like 10 of these. With a smile, the shopkeeper inquired while preparing the sausages, Is my little darling planning to gift these to your father? Xiao Tangyuan nodded vigorously. Do you know what 10 sausages symbolize? I do. It means I think of you often. The word for 10 sounds like think in Chinese. Remarkably, not only the shopkeeper but even Han Shichu did not anticipate that she would understand such a reference. He was further astonished to discover that the first person to buy him 10 sausages was none other than Xiao Tangyuan. Children possess a unique purity. Their thoughts and actions are refreshingly sincere and direct. Thus, Han Shichu found himself genuinely touched by Xiao Tangyuan. She was indeed his little comforter, and her heartfelt, unintentional gestures always moved him. Truth be told, his determination to pursue Yu Chu-chan was partly influenced by Xiao Tangyuan, while the rest stemmed from his undeniable attraction to her. After Xiao Tangyuan paid, Han Shichu handed her a sausage, but she shook her head adamantly, refusing to accept it. Daddy, you are the one who should eat. Han Shichu understood her little intentions. If he consumed her sausage, it would signify his belonging to her, binding him to her thoughts. He felt an inexplicable pang of heartache for this little one who was fearful of losing him. Regardless of the outcome of his pursuit of Yu Chu-chan, Xiao Tangyuan would always remain his daughter for life. He gently tightened his grip on her hand, not to the point of causing her discomfort, but enough to convey his resolve. Just as they were about to leave, Han Shichu suddenly had an idea and turned to Xiao Tangyuan, saying, Sweetheart, do you think Daddy should buy 10 sausages for Mommy as well? Xiao Tangyuan beamed and nodded. Mommy would definitely be very happy. With determination in his heart, he decided to act boldly. Mere words would not suffice. Actions, no matter how trivial, were required. Han Shichu led Xiao Tangyuan back into the convenience store to purchase 10 sausages. Xiao Tangyuan, filled with enthusiasm, attempted to pay, but Han Shichu stopped her. While she was a little miser with others, she was exceedingly generous with Han Shichu, willing to give him her all. This was Xiao Tangyuan's unique affection. Upon returning home, though it was still not yet 5 o'clock, Yu Chu-chan had already arrived. As the boss, she enjoyed her freedom. Upon seeing the father and daughter enter, Yu Chu-chan quickly donned her mask of warmth and understanding. forever the gentle and approachable mother in front of Xiao Tangyuan. Approaching her, Han Shichu presented the bag containing the tin sausages. Here you go, my leader, a special gift just for you. Yu Chu-chan glanced at the sausages with a puzzled expression, asking, what does this mean? Clearly, she was unaware of the reference, even less informed than a 3-year-old child. Before Han Shichu could explain, the chatty Xiao Tangyuan rushed to chime in, Mommy, this is Daddy's love? Ah, could a 3-year-old in kindergarten truly grasp the concept of love? Yu Chu-chan looked at the father and daughter duo with bemusement, but accepted the bag nonetheless. Just as Han Shichu was about to clarify, his phone rang. The caller ID revealed it to be his manager. Lisa Rong. Hello, Sister Rong. On the other end, Lisa Rong's tone was somewhat serious. Shichu, have you seen the trending topics on Weibo today? Sensing something amiss from her tone, Han Shichu quickly asked, Sister Rong, is something wrong? Indeed. Something has happened. The Chess Association caught wind of your remarks from the show, and they are quite displeased and angry about your bold claims. Several grandmasters from the association wish to personally teach you a lesson. Moreover, they have issued a challenge to you on Weibo. Upon hearing this, Han Shichu breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing a more significant issue. Grandmasters? He hardly took them seriously. Chapter 53. The live stream begins. A fresh breeze. Han Shichu chuckled. Oh, I thought something serious had happened. It's just a challenge from the Chess Association's grandmasters. I'll accept it. Lisa Rong on the other end seemed taken aback by his words, remaining silent for a moment before finally saying, Shichu, are you serious? Absolutely, Sister Rong. Just arrange everything for the challenge and let me know when it's time. Are you confident? If not, we can just ignore it, but if you accept and lose, it could be quite detrimental to you. Han Shichu smiled confidently. Don't worry, Sister Rong, they are merely grandmasters. It will be difficult for them to defeat me. He did not boast too much, for humility is a cherished virtue. All right then. Since you are so confident, I will make the arrangements. This could also be a great opportunity to gain some popularity and media attention. Han Shichu recognized her strategic thinking regarding the chess match. By the way, Shichu, you should start live streaming tonight to maintain the momentum of your popularity. We can't afford to delay. Starting the live stream tonight? Han Shichu was a bit surprised, but upon reflection, he realized that as she said, failing to showcase his rising popularity could lead to a swift decline. All right then, I'll begin the stream right now. Hearing his agreement, Lisa Rong promptly added, not so fast, wait a moment. I will have Xiao AI send out a Weibo announcement. Although he was unsure who Xiao AI was, he could easily guess she was Sister Rong's newly hired assistant, responsible for managing his various platform accounts. Let us go live precisely at 6. Xiao AI and I will come over with the equipment. After hanging up, Han Shichu glanced at Yu Chu-chan, noticing a complex expression on her face, while Xiao Tangyuan sat beside them, beaming with joy.it, was evident she had informed Yu Chu-chan about the tin sausages reference. Han Shichu smiled. Sister Rong will be here shortly to assist me with the live stream, and you? Before he could finish, Yu Chu-chan, anticipating his words, interrupted, It's all right. Both Xiao Tangyuan and I can manage. She didn't say it outright, but it was clear enough. No, Han Shichu replied with a sly smile. What I meant was, please don't wear that sheer, short nightgown again. I would be very concerned. His playful banter was ever present. Why Yu Chu-chan's face flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. Han Shichu felt an illusion that her only means of retaliation was through her piercing gaze. After a quick shower and changing into a comfortable summer outfit, he descended the stairs, only to find that Yu Chu-chan and Xiao Tangyuan had vanished from the living room, likely having gone to freshen up in the sweltering summer heat. Stepping outside made one feel sticky and uncomfortable, making it essential to rinse off as soon as possible upon returning home. Sitting on the sofa, Han Shichu pondered the upcoming live stream. After all, it was his first time, and he hoped to avoid any blunders. Fortunately, although he had never been in that position, he had observed others, so he felt somewhat prepared. While he was deep in thought, Yu Chu-chan appeared, holding Xiao Tangyuan's hand as they made their way downstairs. As expected, she had changed into long pajamas, while Xiao Tangyuan donned a silk, short-sleeved nightgown and shorts. Despite having removed her makeup, Yu Chu-chan remained stunningly beautiful, and her usual light makeup did not detract from her natural allure. Han Shichu remarked, I'll be cooking during the live stream. If you're hungry, I can prepare something for you to eat. Yu Chu-chan, oblivious to the implications of his words, shook her head. No need. I'm not hungry yet. That made sense, as they had only just eaten a few sausages. Shortly after, the doorbell rang. The energetic Xiao Tangyuan immediately slid off the sofa, exclaiming, I'll go open the door. She scampered off to answer it. Knowing it was Li Sarong, Han Shichu and Yu Chuchan did not stop her. The eager Xiao Tangyuan tiptoed, struggling to reach the doorknob. Upon seeing the visitor, she gleefully shouted, Auntie Rong. Lisa Rong knelt down, embraced Xiao Tangyuan, and kissed her rosy cheek, smiling as she said, Little darling, it's been a while. Have you missed Auntie Rong? The straightforward Xiao Tangyuan shook her head, delivering a swift retort, No, I was too busy to think about Auntie Rong. Lisa Rong realized that this question had been superfluous. Why did she have to make things awkward for herself? Pretending to be annoyed, she said, Oh, you little ingrate. Have you forgotten all the wonderful things Auntie Rong has done for you? Taking you to the underwater world, buying you clothes and toys, treating you to delicious food. Do you not remember any of that? Oh, Auntie Rong, my name is Xiao Tangyuan, not little ingrate. Ah, Xiao Tangyuan's deftness in deflecting topics was truly remarkable. Auntie Rong, and this beautiful sister, please come in and sit down. Her skill in steering the conversation was impressive. After greeting each other in the living room, Li Sarong and her assistant Xiao AI began to set up the live streaming equipment. As everything was prepared, they noted that it was precisely 6 o'clock. Han Shichu took the live streaming phone that Li Sarong had prepared, took a deep breath, and opened the livestream.as. He activated the stream. A flood of viewers entered the chat. Your wife betrayed me. The stream has started. Finally, it's live. A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Oh, reckless brother. I feel like I'm aging years without you. Hot love stories. I'm a tycoon. I'll be the first to donate. Sending you a token of respect, wealthy girl. Hey, you scoundrel, don't act so arrogant in front of me. I'll send 2 tokens to warm up the mood first. The young master of Scallion. Ah, I shall quietly observe you all pretending to be impressive, while silently sending over 10 huazi. Watching the screen filled with gift effects, there stands Han Shichu, who hasn't even spoken a word. Not only failing to express gratitude, but also furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. He turns to Lisa Rong beside him and asks, Sister Rong, is it possible to disable this gift-giving feature? Sister Rong nods and discreetly signals her assistant. Xiao AI. Understanding the cue, Xiao AI promptly disables the feature in the background. In an instant, the effects vanish, the screen becomes refreshing, and Han Shichu feels at ease. However, the chat window explodes. The wealthy girl, Brother Mongfu. What do you mean? Are you not going to gift? The young master of Scallion. If I am not allowed to send gifts, how can I pretend to be impressive? This is pointless. I'm leaving. Despite his words, he does not exit the live stream. Haha, Mongfu brother is indeed one of a kind. I have nothing more to say. Just for this action of Mongfu brother, I will support you for a lifetime. Mongfu brother is truly a breath of fresh air, admirable indeed. While other streamers beg for gifts, Mongfu brother simply shuts off the gift feature. Splendid. Chapter 54. The rich woman appears. Xiaobai's defenses crumble. What the heck? Turning from a fan to a hater. If you want to let me spend my hard-earned money on instant noodles, do you not consider me family? What is the point? 5-star review down. Viewing the secret recipe for crab roe buns. Ha! Have you all perhaps forgotten that Mongfu brother's wife is a wealthy woman? Please, everyone, open your eyes and take a good look at the decoration and layout of Mongfu brother's home. Is he short of money? Once reminded by the netizen, everyone finally notices the background in Mongfu brother's frame. A spacious living room, luxurious yet tasteful decoration, exquisite furniture, and a carefully considered layout. Well, they indeed forgot about the wealthy woman. Han Shichu gazes at the screen and smiles. Hello everyone, I am Han Shichu. First, I sincerely thank you all for taking the time to join my live debut amidst your busy schedules. As a newcomer who has just debuted for 2 days. Your enthusiastic actions truly caught me off guard. Secondly, to be honest, the reason I started this live stream was merely to consolidate my popularity and gain some recognition. I did not intend to exploit anyone. You all know that I have a stunningly beautiful, wealthy wife. And my little Tangyuan is also a little wealthy, so I am not lacking in funds. I appreciate your goodwill. Finally, dear friends, you may start preparing, for Mongfu Brothers' culinary class is about to commence. The young master of Scallion, hee. Mongfu brother, I have an ungracious request. Could you let sister-in-law make an appearance? Please don't misunderstand. I don't have any ulterior motives. It's purely curiosity. Yes, indeed, just curiosity. Your wife betrays me, to be honest. My friend watching the live stream next to me is also particularly curious. The wealthy girl, a bunch of clumsy oafs, speaking as if it were genuine. I am different. I am particularly curious about little Tangyuan. Observing the flood of chat messages, Han Shichu instinctively looks towards Yuchu-chan and little Tangyuan. Why Yuchu-chan, who is also quietly watching in the live room, naturally knows what the netizens are discussing. Furthermore, she understands that they are merely expressing habitual curiosity. Upon meeting Han Shichu's gaze, Yuchu-chan says nothing. Han Shichu feels a twinge of disappointment, not because she is unwilling to appear, but because it seems she does not wish to publicly acknowledge their relationship. What matters to him is merely her attitude. Disappointment clouds his heart, and as he averted his gaze, lowering his head, Yuchu-chan's lips curve upward slightly, as if her prank had succeeded, revealing a hint of smugness. Just as Han Shichu prepares to speak, Yuchu-chan stands up, sits beside him, and gently tilts the phone he holds, directing the camera towards herself. He never anticipated that Yuchu-chan would be so decisive, truly a woman of few words and great determination. His previously despondent mood soars to new heights, an exhilarating thrill. Waving at the camera, her exquisite and captivating face adorned with a gentle smile, she greets, "Hello, dear netizens. I am the wealthy woman standing behind Shichu. I've heard that you are quite curious about me, the young master of Scallion. I apologize, I am unworthy. I spoke thoughtlessly. My tongue was reckless. The madman Chow Chow. I, too, am unworthy. I must change my name." The wealthy girl. Oh my god, is sister-in-law wearing no makeup? She is absolutely stunning. What divine beauty is this? Envy and jealousy abound. No, I must not falter. Your wife betrays me. This heavenly beauty. It's no wonder the wolf fans feel inferior. They hardly dare to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. Indeed, only Mongfu brother is worthy of sister-in-law, both of striking appearance. One is exceptionally talented, and the other is wealthy, truly a match made in heaven. I am not like you. You are wolves, but I am a demon. Therefore, my apologies, Mongfu brother. I am not a virtuous brother nor a decent person, only blame sister-in-law for being too enchanting. How ridiculous, as if sister-in-law would ever look at you. Such brazen boasting. Viewing the secret recipe for crab roe buns. OMG, she is indeed the wealthy woman behind Mongfu brother. Is that not the president of Dayu Film and Television Media Company? President Yuchu-chan? The young master of Scallion. Oh my, sister-chan, I apologize. My eyes have failed me. I didn't recognize you at first. Please do not take offense. I genuinely had no idea that my brother-in-law is Mongfu brother. Trembling in fear. Wow. Who would have thought that the capital's #1 young master, the young master of Scallion, would also have a moment of fear? How rare. Your wife betrays me. It truly is President Yu. Amazing. Mongfu brother. You are quite impressive. Having directly captured your own boss, how remarkable. Don't say anything. I am on my way to our female boss's office, taking a chance, hoping to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. I have already knocked on the door of the male boss's office. Oh, by the way, I am also male, but it's fine. Who knows, right? At that moment, in a hotel in the Magic City, By Looming, having just recorded today's episode, is watching Han Shichu's live stream while discussing with other program guests where to mooch a meal tomorrow. Just as he lifts his cup for a sip, upon seeing Yuchu-chan appear on camera, he sprays water all over his phone. Sitting beside him, Chu Wanji, who got splashed, glares at him unkindly and questions, "Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Was that intentional? If you are dissatisfied with senior sister, just say it directly. She is not unreasonable." By Looming hurriedly grabs a few tissues, preparing to wipe it off. However, as he reaches out, Chu Wanji suddenly stands up, hands on her hips, and scolds fiercely, "Hey! By Looming, are you looking for death?" The two guests beside them chuckle, enjoying the scene. Only then does By Looming notice the wet spot on Chu Wanji's chest from the splash. Thankfully, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, this foolish young man might have really gone too far. He quickly retracts his hand, awkwardly chuckling while repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, senior sister, I truly didn't mean it, and I wasn't trying to take advantage. It was just a reflexive action. Chu Wanji, of course, knows it was merely a ploy to scare him. Yet simultaneously, she can't help but ponder. If it had been intentional, would she have minded? Would she have exploded in anger? She probably would. Right? She gives him a charming glare and asks with a hint of annoyance, "What were you watching just now, to be so startled?" Bai Luming swallows hard, mysteriously saying, "Senior sister, do you know who my elder brother's wife is?" I've noticed that the readers are exceptionally talented. Observing the reviews and comments, they can craft some brilliant and humorous plots, applause all around. To clarify, this is a purely urban entertainment life novel, devoid of any fantasy or cultivation elements. The so-called exceptional skills are merely for self-defense. Fitness and acting is needed. Chapter 55. Adorable little ones win hearts. Infuriating netizens. Chu Wanji furrows her brow, questioning in confusion, "Your elder brother?" But she quickly realizes, "You mean the little junior? What's the matter? Who is his wife? Is it really that shocking?" The two entertainment industry bigwigs beside her have naturally heard of the recently skyrocketed Han Shichu. After all, 3 major official accounts have praised him, monopolizing several spots in the top 10 of trending topics. It's hard not to notice. They all turn their attention to Bai Luming, as it seems, regardless of gender. Everyone has a gossiping heart. Bai Luming takes a deep breath and slowly states, "Sister-in-law is none other than our company's president Yu." As his words sink in, Chu Wanji's expression shifts to one of utter astonishment. Not only him, but even the 2 other industry bigwigs have heard of President Yu's illustrious reputation. Who would have thought that this prized gem had been quietly taken away without anyone realizing it? The 2 exchange knowing glances, both secretly calculating that it would be wise to be courteous when encountering this Mengfu brother in the future, especially with the entire Dayu company as his backing. Clearly a rising star. Perhaps they might need to rely on him someday. It would be unwise to offend him. Moreover, Mengfu brother himself is not to be underestimated. Who has ever seen someone create such a stir in the industry just 2 days after debuting? He is not someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, there is no reason to offend him without cause. Everyone is a mature adult with well-formed thoughts. We are not children who act on whims. Of course, there are many who simply cannot tolerate certain individuals and perceive them as arrogant or pretentious. However, this often reflects a narrow-mindedness on their part. It would be wise to open one's heart and attempt to engage with others. One might be pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Chu Chanyu's close friend, Chu Wanji, felt both astonished and slightly miffed. She was completely unaware of this matter. They had promised to be each other's angels, yet how could such a significant event be concealed from her? With a hint of disbelief, she questioned, "Xiao Bai, are you serious?" "Here, senior sister, you can see for yourself," replied Bai Luming, projecting his phone screen onto the television in the room, and everyone gathered to watch the live broadcast. Yu Chuchan merely offered a brief greeting before stepping out of the camera's view. As a formidable woman who co-founded Dayu Company, handling such a minor event posed no challenge for her. However, she was not one to seek the limelight, especially as she did not wish to overshadow Han Shichu. While she was content, little Tangyuan was eager to join in the fun. Clambering onto Han Shichu's lap, she declared, "Daddy, Tangyuan wants to see too." Her curious gaze fixated on the screen of his phone. Previously, this straightforward girl had managed to irritate Lisa Rong, and now that she had found an opportunity, she was determined to tease the little one. With a playful smile, she asked, "Tangyuan, can you read? Do you understand what these uncles and aunts are saying?" Tangyuan's brows furrowed slightly, resembling 2 little caterpillars, though she could not read. The little one was not one to easily concede defeat. With confidence, she asserted, "Of course I can read." Well, regardless of the situation, her poise was undeniably impressive. Lisa Rong, intent on teasing her further, pointed to a comment from a netizen on the screen and asked, "What does this sentence say?" Tangyuan's eyes spun around, and then she earnestly replied, "This sentence says that little friends cannot play with water." A delightful surprise. She truly had some cleverness in that little head of hers. Witnessing her serious demeanor, Lisa Rong stifled a laugh and continued, "And what about this sentence? This sentence says that little friends cannot tell lies." At this point, the occupants of the living room could no longer suppress their laughter, save for Han Shichu, who remained serious. The chat window was abuzz with activity. Ah, my goodness, isn't my niece just adorable? Is she trying to trick me into marrying and having a daughter? Haha. Tangyuan, like a porcelain doll, is not only cute but also quite clever. I'm utterly smitten. I want to scoop her up and shower her with kisses. She has melted my heart. I long to find a man and have a daughter just like Tangyuan. Yeah, the importance of genes. Tangyuan perfectly inherits the fine traits of her parents, a marvel to behold. Anyone who can guarantee a daughter as adorable as Tangyuan, I would immediately steal the household register to marry and have children with them. Forget it. It would be more reliable to simply kidnap Tangyuan. Unexpectedly, Tangyuan's appearance sparked a wave of admiration among female netizens, all thanks to that irresistible maternal instinct. However, the most delighted were the male viewers in the livestream. Han Shichu's lack of laughter stemmed from his contemplation of how to appropriately address parenting, not anticipating that Tangyuan would inadvertently provide him the opportunity. Looking at her, he solemnly remarked, Tangyuan, since you know that little friends should not tell lies, why did you lie just now? Tangyuan, initially full of pride and joy, suddenly froze, seemingly realizing her mistake. With a pitiful gaze fixed on Han Shichu, she lowered her head and confessed, I'm sorry, Daddy. Tangyuan knows she was wrong. She then cautiously lifted her eyes to peek at Han Shichu, who was still looking at her seriously, and quickly promised, Daddy, don't be angry. I promise I won't lie again. It appeared she was genuinely afraid of disappointing him, her eyes brimming with tears, her little face reflecting vulnerability and hope. The viewers, witnessing this scene, were not pleased. Hey, Han Shichu, is it really necessary to be so stern? Look at how scared you've made Tangyuan. Dude, if you make Tangyuan cry, do you believe I won't come after you? Hurry and comfort Tangyuan, or I'll send you a knife in the mail and smash your windows. This is infuriating. The chat comments clearly indicated that Han Shichu's actions had provoked the ire of nearly all the male viewers. What should have been a rational response from the men had turned into an unreasonable defense of the little girl. It seemed that every man harbored a hidden soft spot for daughters. Conversely, the previously vocal female netizens displayed more rationality. Stop stirring the pot. I think Han Shichu is just teaching his daughter, and that's not a bad thing. Exactly, and where is the sternness? Did you not notice his tone was gentle? Can you daughter slaves be a bit more reasonable? Teaching a child allows for no mistakes. One cannot simply spoil them without imparting wisdom. Chapter 56. Envy of Netizens. Culinary instruction. Seeing Tangyuan's pitiful expression, with tears welling in her big eyes but refusing to cry, Han Shichu felt an undeniable pang of sympathy. He quickly scooped her into his arms, gently stroking her little head while softly saying, Little one, Daddy isn't angry. I just want to teach you not to lie. I hope my little one can grow up to be honest and kind. Have you forgotten the story of the boy who cried wolf that I told you? Tangyuan shook her head, earnestly replying, Tangyuan hasn't forgotten. I won't lie anymore. I'm sorry, Daddy. Seeing her sincere expression, Han Shichu smiled. You truly are Daddy's good girl. Tangyuan tilted her small head back to look at him, her face finally breaking into an innocent smile. Tangyuan wants to be Daddy's good girl forever. With that, she wrapped her tiny hands around Han Shichu's face and showered him with kisses. Leaving him with a face full of drool, however, he bore it with affection, as she was his little darling, after all. I'm sorry, was I being too nosy? Is this a showcase of father-daughter affection? Looking at Tangyuan and then at my own child, I keep reminding myself, biological ties matter, don't get upset. Man, as an unmarried young man, why are you showing me this? I feel inexplicably frustrated. Ha, you're not alone. We single dogs are equally engrossed, even feeling warmth and happiness from it. Tangyuan is just too adorable. I want to hug her and her daddy. Ah, I envy you. Han Shichu gently placed Tangyuan back on the sofa and addressed the camera. You lot better not have any designs on my little Tangyuan, with all your talk of stealing and deceiving. To be honest, I know martial arts, so you better think twice. After a brief pause and a chuckle, he continued, but enough joking, it's getting late. Let us begin our lesson before everyone gets hungry. Han Shichu rose, handing his phone to his assistant, Xiao AI, to film, and entered the kitchen. Peering into the refrigerator, he found an abundance of ingredients, plenty to work with. Today, I'll be teaching you how to prepare some homemade dishes that you can easily replicate at home. We'll be making boiled beef, white-cut chicken, braised pork, stewed fish head with shredded vegetables, pocket tofu, braised mushrooms with dried tofu, and finally, a corn rib soup. A delightful combination, rich and light, ensuring balanced nutrition. Those with ingredients at home can cook along with me. I will explain each step in detail. If you don't have the ingredients, no worries, take notes and try it out when you get the chance. Enough of the chatter, Han Shichu. Are you teaching me how to cook? Get on with it. My notebook is ready. Yeah, stop dawdling. The last time I cooked with Han Shichu, I was amazed at how delicious it turned out. I even doubted if I had made it myself. Don't worry, Han Shichu. I'm going to grab my pen and paper to take notes for my husband. Wait, let me call my extravagant wife over to learn together. What on earth has she been cooking? Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Single dogs, what are you waiting for? Get moving. To win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. This opportunity is not to be missed. Hey, as if you're not a single dog yourself. I am, but I don't need to learn. You really want to know why? Because I have the financial means. Why bother? Man, even though you're speaking the truth, I want to smash you with a stick. Despite only preparing 6 dishes and 1 soup, Han Shichu meticulously detailed each step, resulting in nearly 2 hours of cooking. The viewers were captivated, thoroughly enjoying the experience while learning culinary skills. Indeed, watching Han Shichu cook was a true pleasure, especially in his current state, endowed with divine martial arts. His already extraordinary knife skills flowed like a graceful stream. Even the way he wielded the spoon and flipped the pan exuded an indescribable charm and allure, captivating to behold. Furthermore, his inherent desire to showcase his skills elevated this visual appeal to new heights. Having learned it, surprisingly, I didn't forget it, I just tried it. And although my knife skills aren't as impressive as Meng Fu Ji's, and my plating and colors don't match his aesthetics, the taste is absolutely fantastic. Indeed, I never imagined my culinary skills could reach such heights. Meng Fu Gu is truly remarkable. Haha, finally, I have the qualifications to show off in front of others. Family and friends, please make way. The king of boasting is about to begin. It's quite frustrating. Why can't I send gifts for tips? I've never had such a strong urge to give gifts before. Once the dishes were prepared, Han Shichu was ready to end the live stream, but the online viewers were unwilling to let him go, clamoring for him to continue. Being his own fans, he had no choice but to indulge them and continued streaming. He secured his phone on a tripod, and everyone embarked on a delightful eating broadcast. Oh my, I never expected Assistant Xiao AI to be so lovely. As for President Yu, I dare not imagine. But Xiao AI, I must say, Assistant Xiao AI bears a striking resemblance to the goddess on my D drive. D drive goddess? What the heck, are you referring to Qiong Yi or Ru Xiu? Haha, a bunch of clueless youngsters. They don't even appreciate our charming manager sister Rong, who is like a sweet peach, utterly ridiculous. Why did I insist on urging Meng Fu Gu to continue the live stream? It's driving me crazy. I'm swallowing hard. Is that even okay? After finishing the meal, Han Shichu chose not to indulge his demanding fans any longer and resolutely decided to end the stream. Smiling at the camera, he said, "Dear online fans, we've streamed for a solid 4 hours today. Shall we wrap it up? By the way, I want to inform everyone that if you wish to learn a particular dish, feel free to leave a comment on my Weibo, and I'll have Assistant Xiao AI compile the requests. For more time-consuming signature dishes, I can also prepare in advance. It's getting late, so everyone should rest early. See you all tomorrow, good night." With that, Han Shichu closed the live stream. After ending the broadcast, he let out a long sigh. After all, it was his first live stream, and he felt somewhat reserved. However, he also sensed that it wasn't too difficult, and with a few more sessions, he'd naturally become more at ease in the hotel. As Han Shichu concluded his live stream, Bai Luming turned off the phone screen. Chapter 57. Show Rewards. Mang's style kiss. Bai Luming discreetly wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth and suddenly, for no apparent reason, slapped the table. Chu Wanji and 2 other celebrities were startled by his abrupt action. Chu Wanji shot him a sharp glare and retorted, "Xiao Bai, are you feeling mischievous today? Why are you acting so strangely?" Bai Hampi ignored her, instead standing up resolutely and declaring, "I've decided, tomorrow night, we're going to my brother's house for dinner." Upon hearing his suggestion, the 3 of them brightened up and unanimously agreed. "I second that." Sitting in the living room, Chatting while accompanying Xiao Tangyuan and watching cartoons, Yu Chuchan glanced at her watch. It was getting late. She picked up the remote from the coffee table and turned off the TV. Xiao Tangyuan, let's go upstairs to wash up. It's time for bed. With that, she took her hand and headed upstairs. Lisa Rong and Xiao Ai also stood up, preparing to leave. Just before departing, Lisa suddenly remembered something and turned to Han Shichu, saying, "By the way, Shichu, your payment for participating in the Shunwu Fengwen program was 300,000. Since you are a newcomer, the program team offered the highest fee of 300,000. Han Shichu nodded. He was already aware, even without Sister Rong mentioning it, that the program team could afford such a high fee largely because of Bai Luming. A newcomer participating in a variety show, who else could offer such a generous remuneration? It's not like they have money to burn. Lisa Rong smiled at him and continued, however, because you performed exceptionally well, the program team awarded you an additional 200,000. After deducting taxes and my commission, you'll have 36,000 left, which I'll transfer directly to your account shortly. Please check. Han Shichu nodded again. It all seemed reasonable. However, he suddenly added, wait, Sister Rong? Lisa Rong looked at him, puzzled. What's the matter? Is there an issue? What about the company's commission? Didn't the contract specify a 70-30 split between the company and the artist? Lisa Rong smiled knowingly and replied, you should ask your wife about that. There wasn't much to inquire. It was quite evident. Han Shichu smiled faintly, feeling pleased. After all, his superior was a woman with a cold exterior but a warm heart, clearly caring about him. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to the company. I'll arrange the chess match invitation. Just wait for my notice. After seeing off Lisa Rong and Xiao Ai, Han Shichu went upstairs. Entering Yu Chuchan's bedroom, he found Xiao Tangyuan bouncing on the bed while Yu Chuchan leaned against the headboard. Ready to settle in. As soon as he entered, Xiao Tangyuan hurriedly snuggled under the covers. Eagerly, she asked, Daddy, what story are you going to tell Xiao Tangyuan today? Yes, I've got it all ready. Han Shichu nodded with satisfaction. A mischievous look in his eyes as he glanced at his older friend. Yu Chuchan understood he was referring to her and shot him an annoyed glance. Today, Daddy will tell you the story of Shouju Dai Tuesday. Great. Great. Although Xiao Tangyuan didn't quite grasp its meaning, she enthusiastically clapped her little hands. Long ago, there was a farmer who, one day, was working in the fields when suddenly, while telling the story, Han Shichu made an effort to keep it simple and understandable for Xiao Tangyuan. After finishing the tale, he explained its moral. Observing Han Shichu's gentle demeanor, his attentive and patient parenting, Yu Chuchan's eyes reflected warmth. That moment, Han Shichu suddenly recalled the task assigned by the system. His eyes darted between Yu Chuchan and the sleepy Xiao Tangyuan. An audacious thought spontaneously emerged. Yes, he planned to boldly initiate a kiss, eschewing any elaborate tactics. His intentions were clear. With Xiao Tangyuan present, Yu Chuchan would likely refrain from reacting too harshly. Without hesitation, he rose, circled around the foot of the bed, and slowly sat down beside Yu Chuchan. Instinctively, she scooted inward, her brows furrowed in caution as she looked at him and coldly asked, What are you doing? Seeing her on guard, he knew that acting now would significantly reduce his chances of success. If he was going to make a move, it had to be decisive. So, Han Shichu chose not to act impulsively and instead sought to lower her defenses. He slowly said, Don't be nervous, boss. I just wanted to ask if you'd like to come back to our hometown with us during Xiao Tangyuan's summer vacation? Finding a casual topic to ease her tension worked. Indeed, after he spoke, Yu Chuchan visibly relaxed. She didn't answer immediately but pondered for a moment before responding, Do you want me to go back with you? Of course. Han Shichu replied without hesitation, Not just me. Xiao Tangyuan wants you to come with us. And my parents are looking forward to it too. The best wingman, Xiao Tangyuan, chimed in, Yes, Mommy, let's go back together. Yu Chuchan thought for a moment, I don't know if I have time. We'll see when the time comes. Now she was being a bit proud. To this point, Han Shichu fell silent, merely gazing at her affectionately, remaining perfectly still. Although Yu Chuchan was a strong woman, she was also inexperienced in love. Under his earnest gaze in such an intimate atmosphere, she felt flustered, her heart racing. Meanwhile, the little light bulb, Xiao Tangyuan, lay sideways, facing them, her little hands propping up her chin, eagerly enjoying the show. Just as Yu Chu-chan was about to speak up, Han Shichu seized the moment and declared, "Boss, I really like you." "What?" Yu Chu-chan was taken aback. She never expected him to say such a thing. Han Shichu's heart raced with excitement. It was the perfect opportunity in the blink of an eye. He leaned in swiftly, pressing his lips against the still surprised Yu Chu-chan's cherry-like mouth. Shocked, Yu Chu-chan's eyes widened, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Meanwhile, Han Shichu was lost in the softness of her lips, momentarily forgetting to pull away. To make matters worse, his hands, driven by instinct or perhaps out of restlessness, began to stir. Chapter 58. Peach Flavor, System Upgrade. Not only that, his tongue also grew bold, seeking to breach the barriers before it. Attempting to enter the narrow passage and stir up a storm. Don't ask why this innocent young man would act this way. The inquiry pertains to the innate talents and instincts of a man, supplemented by the knowledge acquired through books and audiovisual media. Just as his restless hands are on the verge of conquering new heights, the dazed Yu Chu-chan finally snaps back to reality and, confronting the beak-like mouth that remains pressed against her lips, reveals her merciless fangs with a smirk. Ouch! Han Shichu, feeling the sudden sting, instinctively recoils, covering his lips with his hand while letting out a cry of pain. In an instant, Yu Chu-chan's expression plummets to a frigid state, yet even so, she cannot conceal the alluring blush that paints her cheeks. With a cold glare directed at him, she is about to unleash her anger when a thought of the little Tangyuan crosses her mind. Slightly turning to glance at the small creature, she discovers that the little one has covered her eyes with both hands, yet the wide gap between her fingers reveals her curious peeking. As both adults turn their gaze towards her, the little Tangyuan drops her pretense and lowers her hands, her delicate, rosy face breaking into an innocent smile. Once again, she plays the role of an accomplice. Sweetly cooing to Han Shichu, "Daddy, Tangyuan wants a kiss too." Upon hearing this, Han Shichu's heart swells with joy. Indeed, she is his little cotton-padded jacket. He promptly rises and returns to her side, gently pressing a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. Whispering, "Good night, Tangyuan." The little one responds sweetly, "Daddy, good night, love you." Satisfied, she obediently closes her eyes and drifts off to sleep. Without hesitation, Han Shichu seizes the opportunity, swiftly darting to the door, glancing back at Yu Chu-chan, who still glares at him with fury. With a faint smile, he softly declares, "Boss, love you." Before she can hurl a pillow at him, Han Shichu closes the bedroom door behind him. Once he leaves, Yu Chu-chan, fuming, grabs a pillow and begins to unleash a flurry of small punches upon it. She then picks up her phone, opens WeChat, and navigates to her chat interface with Han Shichu, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Yet no words emerge. Ultimately, she types nothing at all. Frustrated, she tosses her phone onto the bedside table and burrows herself under the covers, kicking her feet in a petulant manner. Fortunately, the little Tangyuan, now devoid of battery, quickly enters a state of recharge. Otherwise, who knows what odd childish remarks she might utter upon witnessing this scene? If Han Shichu were to see it, he would likely be left utterly speechless, astonished at the cold and aloof scene revealing such a vulnerable side. Regrettably, he remains oblivious, busy in the bathroom, gazing at his reflection. Hiss. Upon touching the wound on his lips, he winces in pain. This woman is quite fierce. Gazing at his injury, Han Shichu mutters to himself. Yet, he secretly rejoices that his agile tongue retracted quickly. Otherwise, it would have been his tongue facing the brunt of her force, and the consequences are too dire to contemplate. Observing the smudge of lipstick on his lips, Han Shichu presses them together, seemingly savoring that fleeting yet exquisitely warm moment. Tsk, tisk. He clicks his tongue a few times, unable to dispel the smile from his face. Peach-flavored, truly sweet. Just as Han Shichu lies down on the bed, he receives a delayed notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with a lottery chance and have successfully unlocked the shopping mall lottery privileges. With the second brother successfully preserved once again, Han Shichu exhales a sigh of relief, harboring some lingering resentment and dissatisfaction towards the absurd system. However, if given another chance to unbind the system, he would decline. Not just him. Likely no one would willingly sever the bond. Shaking his head, he dismisses these chaotic thoughts. The lottery is currently unavailable for drawing. He needs to bask in the aura of fortune before attempting it. Nevertheless, he is quite intrigued by the shopping mall lottery. As the name suggests, the system will undoubtedly unveil a lottery wheel, and the rewards will inevitably consist of items from the system's store. Regrettably, he has merely unlocked the privileges, not the chance to draw. The stingy system, does it not know how to grant an extra opportunity? How infuriating. Ding! As he wallows in frustration, a message notification pings on his phone. Han Shichu picks it up to find a notification from the bank. The transfer from Lisa Rong has arrived. Upon seeing an additional 360,000 in his account, Han Shichu beams. This sense of accomplishment is truly delightful. However, before he can revel in his triumph, ding, another message chimes in. A deduction notification regarding a transfer. He stares blankly at the message before hastily logging into his mobile banking to investigate. Upon seeing the displayed balance, he is utterly bewildered. Just as the notification indicated, a mysterious 28,800 yuan has vanished from his account. Quickly checking the transfer records, his confusion deepens. The transfer occurred just moments ago, and shockingly, the recipient is the Huaxia Charity Foundation. The Huaxia Charity Foundation is the largest charitable organization in the country, directly overseen by the State Council, with its past vice premiers serving as honorary presidents. Thus, the foundation is known for its integrity and transparency, ensuring absolute fairness and openness in its financial dealings. Consequently, many philanthropists and benevolent individuals, or those seeking to enhance their reputations, readily choose to donate to the Huaxia Charity Foundation. Han Shichu is perplexed. He alone knows his account password. So who could have tampered with his account? Could it be a hacker? Just as he spirals into wild speculation, the system interjects. Can you stop with the baseless assumptions? Your imagination knows no bounds. Does it? It was I who did it. Do you wish to claw at me, you little turtle? What the hell? The voice of this ridiculous system has transformed from its previously mechanical tone to an incredibly humanized expression filled with emotion. Even incorporating a dialect. Han Shichu stands frozen in place, taken aback. After a moment, he regains his composure and timidly inquires, "Ridiculous system? Have you upgraded? You're the one in trouble. You're ridiculous, and your whole family is ridiculous. You little turtle. What the hell? It seems it can speak in more than one dialect." Ahem. Han Shichu is momentarily taken aback before asking again, "So, have you upgraded?" "Oh, of course. Goodness, even foreign languages are in its repertoire." Chapter 59. Mutual Harm. Indulging in food and drink. Han Shichu's eyes widen in astonishment. "You ridiculous system. This isn't an upgrade. It's an evolution. Little virgin, you can certainly understand it that way. There's no issue. Also, please refer to me as comrade from now on, okay? Comrade. What could that entail? Regardless, since the ridiculous system has resorted to personal attacks, Han Shichu cannot possibly comply with its wishes. Isn't it merely mutual harm? Who's afraid of whom? Cut the nonsense. Quickly explain what's happening with the money in my account. I forgot to inform the host. Any money earned through entertainment means will have 80% forcibly deducted by this system and automatically donated to charitable organizations. The commission extracted by this system can be exchanged for merit points at the rate of 1 point per yuan. Merit points can be used for shopping mall lottery draws. Every 100,000 merit points grants one chance to draw. Once the host accumulates merit points to 10 billion, at this point, the system, now serious, suddenly falls silent. After a long pause, Han Shichu finally hears its voice again. When the host accumulates merit points to 10 billion, unexpected surprises will await. Well, that was a statement that could have been left unsaid. However, Han Shichu vaguely senses something. Yet, he doesn't dwell on it and continues, "So, does that mean I currently have 28,800 merit points?" "Correct. However, from your tone, it seems you feel a bit too proud. What gives you the illusion of wealth from just 28,000? You poor thing." The ridiculous system resumes its unserious attitude, mercilessly mocking him. He wishes to retort but finds himself at a loss for words. It speaks the truth. 28,000 is merely enough for 2 lottery chances, which must be cherished, as it is genuinely hard-earned money. He must rely on the fortune of a lucky draw to spin the wheel, and right now, he has no desire to draw. He will wait until the need arises. Lying on his bed, Han Shichu gradually drifts into slumber, contemplating a friendly poker match with his boss. The following morning, Han Shichu is once again roused by his biological clock. After freshening up and stepping out of the bedroom, he gazes at the closed door across from him, contemplating whether to wake little Tangyuan. After a moment of frowning contemplation, he decides against it, opting to wait until later to discuss it with her. Indeed, he intends to teach little Tangyuan martial arts. For a girl, possessing martial skills or learning self-defense is undoubtedly beneficial. Although Han Shichu dotes on little Tangyuan, she must endure some hardships. Otherwise, excessive pampering would only harm her. As usual, he heads to the gym on the third floor to sweat profusely. Keeping company with affluent women necessitates a robust physique. After a refreshing shower, he begins preparing breakfast, sticking to traditional Huaxiao morning fare. Not because he is incapable of making Western breakfast, but simply because he finds it unpalatable. Moreover, according to Wang Ma, both little Tangyuan and his boss dislike Western breakfasts, and they aren't particularly fond of Western cuisine either. Truly, it seems that families with shared traits often find common ground. After finishing breakfast, he takes little Tangyuan to kindergarten and then spends time alone at home, indulging in his passion for painting. A life so simple and ordinary. Yet Han Shichu finds immense joy in this mundane existence, never feeling the slightest tedium. Indeed, this is life. One must endure solitude while also cherishing moments of prosperity, ultimately returning to simplicity and embracing a life of tranquility. Regardless of the lifestyle one chooses, as long as it brings personal contentment, it suffices. However, the harsh reality of society often contradicts this notion. The current social landscape is grotesquely painful, as it does not permit mediocrity. To aspire to an ordinary existence, to savor the happiness of a simple life, appears to be a grievous sin. Such aspirations are not only unacknowledged but also met with a barrage of contempt. It seems as though societal norms explicitly dictate that one must achieve success, wealth, and status. Even if one is ordinary, one cannot remain complacent. They must strive, they must toil, and they simply cannot settle for the status quo. While failure may be tolerated, accepting a life of mediocrity is utterly unacceptable. Why is this the case? Why is the desire to lead an unremarkable life, free from harm to others, so intolerable? During lunch, Han Shichu prepared a simple bowl of noodles for himself, adding a fried egg to make it a quick meal. After finishing, he spent some time painting until his phone rang. To his surprise, it was his younger brother, Bai Luming. "Hey, little brother, what made you think to call me? Didn't Sister Hua say she arranged a new gig for you? Did you sneak out again?" At that moment, the crew of the show Zhangqi was aimlessly wandering around the mall after finishing their meal. Why the mall, you ask? Because it offered free air conditioning, and who wouldn't want to escape the summer heat? Zhangqi is a wildly popular variety show produced by the Longting live streaming platform, inviting 4 guests each episode. Each guest brings a friend to their home for a meal. Tonight's dinner just happens to be arranged by Luming. As he mentioned last night, he wasted no time in calling his elder brother, Han Shichu. Since the call was on speaker, the other 3 companions, as well as the viewers of the live stream, could also hear Han Shichu's voice. It seems Xiaobai has snuck out quite a bit in the past. Indeed, Xiaobai remains that naive soul who would go to any lengths for a break. Wow, I can't wait to see the reckless brother again. I'm oddly excited. Sensing the peculiar gazes from his companions, Bai Luming awkwardly chuckled and quickly said, "Brother, don't joke around. I'm in the middle of a show." "Oh," Han Shichu replied, somewhat surprised. "What show is it?" Zhangqi. Although the show is quite popular, Han Shichu was unaware of it. However, it wasn't difficult to comprehend. He immediately asked, "So, this call is to plan for a meal at my place?" Bai Luming, unabashed, replied with a grin, "Exactly." Without hesitation, Han Shichu straightforwardly said, "All right. Just come over to Yipin Huafu, call me when you arrive, and I'll come to get you." "Got it." Bai Luming cheerfully hung up the phone. Wow, it turns out reckless brother is quite wealthy. Living in Yipin Huafu. No, it should be said that reckless brother's rich wife is incredibly affluent. Haha, you all probably haven't seen reckless brother's live stream from last night, have you? What do you mean? Someone explain it, please. Geez, this is a headache. Reckless brother's wife is the owner of Dayu Film and Television Media, a truly wealthy woman. Chapter 60. Through Persuasion and Deceit. Guests arrived by Luming, and his 3 companions did not head over immediately, but instead began selecting gifts at the mall. Although the premise of Zhangqi is to mooch, The production team does not interfere with whether guests bring gifts, as it is a matter of social etiquette. After all, who visits empty-handed? Xiaobai, what do you think we should buy as gifts? Chu Wanji asked, troubled. Although she was a close friend of Yu Chu-chan, she was unaware of the existence of Xiao Tangyuan. This was partly because she had never visited Yu Chu-chan's home and also because Yu Chu-chan had never mentioned it. Additionally, she had been entirely focused on work for the past few years, hardly meeting with Yu Chu-chan. The other two guests also looked at Bai Luming, clearly unsure about what gifts to choose. Bai Luming glanced at Chu Wanji and remarked, Sister, did you forget that my brother has a daughter? Chu Wanji awkwardly tapped her forehead. Oh, I really did forget about that. All right, that makes things easier. Since Bai Luming and his friends were coming over to mooch a meal, Han Shichu certainly could not continue painting. Checking his phone, he realized he still had some time before picking up Xiao Tangyuan. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to buy groceries first, which would align perfectly with his schedule for picking her up afterward. There was a fresh produce supermarket right at the entrance of the community, which was quite convenient. After a generous shopping spree, he returned home to put the ingredients in the kitchen before heading out to pick up Xiao Tangyuan. As always, Xiao Tangyuan spotted him from afar and ran towards him. Shouting his name, he scooped her up and asked while walking, Xiao Tangyuan, were you good today? I was good, she replied sweetly without a moment's hesitation. Han Shichu continued, Baby, how about learning martial arts from Daddy? Martial arts? Xiao Tangyuan blinked her big eyes, staring at him in confusion. This left Han Shichu momentarily speechless, unsure of how to explain. You know, like kung fu? Do you understand? Xiao Tangyuan's eyes darted around as she tilted her head in thought, then replied, Is it like the kung fu on TV where people can fly around? Exhausted, Han Shichu could only nod, pretty much. But it's not that impressive. I want to learn. Xiao Tangyuan wants to learn. Daddy, teach me, she exclaimed, flailing her arms excitedly. Han Shichu breathed a sigh of relief. Although it felt somewhat deceptive, it was all for Xiao Tangyuan's benefit. But learning martial arts can be tough. Can you handle it? Completely unaware, Xiao Tangyuan confidently declared, I can. Xiao Tangyuan is the best at enduring hardships. Well, she likely had no idea what hardships entailed, yet she answered so decisively. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Han Shichu chuckled. Since Xiao Tangyuan promised Daddy, you can't go back on your word. In front of others, Xiao Tangyuan was clever and astute, yet before Han Shichu, she exhibited a delightful innocence. Not only did Han Shichu set her up, but she also dug her own pit. Shaking her little head, she cheerfully said, I want to go back on my word. If Daddy doesn't believe me, Xiao Tangyuan will pinky swear with Daddy. This was pure folly, digging her own grave. Although it was under the pretense of looking out for Xiao Tangyuan, this coaxing and deceiving of such a pure and innocent child left him feeling inexplicably guilty. Daddy, what do you want to eat today? Xiao Tangyuan will buy it for you. The urge to exploit a child's allowance suddenly surged within him. He quickly declined, Daddy doesn't want anything. Let us hurry home. Uncle Bai is coming over for a visit. With a slight pause, Xiao Tangyuan remembered who Uncle Bai was. Uncle Bai is the one who goes on TV with Daddy. That's somewhat silly, Uncle, right? You shouldn't say that. It's impolite. Oh. As expected, when the father and daughter returned home, Yu Chu-chan was already sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet. Upon seeing them, Yu Chu-chan looked up, her expression turning fierce as her gaze landed on Han Shichu, completely lacking the warmth she had shown towards Xiao Tangyuan. It was evident that she was still brooding over the incident from last night. Furthermore, during breakfast that morning, she had not only ignored him but had also given him the cold shoulder. Guadongdu, Xiao Tangyuan called out. And the little bear backpack was promptly taken by Tongdo, who dashed upstairs. Han Shichu sat beside Yu Chu-chan, smiling. Boss, I have something to tell you. Later, Xiaobai and Sister Chu are coming over to our house to shoot a show. Yu Chu-chan replied lightly, I know. Just then, Xiao Tangyuan piped up, Daddy, why don't you sleep with me and Mama at night? Both of them were taken aback. They thought they had hidden it well, but it turned out Xiao Tangyuan had already noticed. Exchanging glances, they quickly brainstormed for a reasonable excuse. Han Shichu quickly said, Daddy snores at night, afraid of disturbing you and Mama. Xiao Tangyuan isn't afraid of Daddy snoring. I want to sleep with Daddy. Upon hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. It was convenient to wake her up in the morning. All right, Tonight you can sleep with Daddy. At that moment, Han Shichu's phone rang, checking the caller ID. It was his younger brother, indicating he had arrived. After a brief conversation, he hung up the phone. Xiaobai and the others are here. I'll go greet them. Yu Chuchan nodded. Go ahead. As he reached the entrance of the community, he saw a group of 4, plus a camera operator. Brother, over here. Bai Luming shouted, waving his hand excitedly. Luming, sister, Han Shichu greeted, naturally acknowledging the familiar faces first. Fortunately, he recognized the other 2 guests, both of whom were quite renowned. So it wouldn't be awkward. He extended his hand, saying, Teacher Imo, Teacher Mu, nice to meet you. The Teacher Imo he referred to was none other than the critically acclaimed actor, Imo Jiuan. The esteemed Teacher Mu is a top-tier singer of equal standing to her senior sister. Chu Wanji, known as Mu It, must be said that the guest lineup for this episode of Dining for Free is rather extravagant and, of course, Bai Luming, in his clumsiness, falls slightly short. Among the 4, the eldest is undoubtedly Imo Jun. A mature and refined gentleman in his 40s, Mu Ran and Chu Wanji are of similar age, both around 30. Although their status in the industry far surpasses that of Han Shichu, they chose not to flaunt it, instead engaging in polite handshakes with Han Shichu. What followed was a series of courteous exchanges and mutual flattery, which left the somewhat foolish Bai Luming unable to bear it any longer.